Pokemon Ninjutsu Master Chapter 401 to 450. Ellipsis. Chapter 401. The village chief's helplessness. This is normal, people are already old, Luokan doesn't expect him to do anything. Moreover, he has made enough contributions to the human race in the hometown of meteors. By the way, we still have an elf egg here, you go and see, if it can hatch, of course it would be best. Chi smiled, then stooped and walked forward. Looking at the back of him leaving, Luo Chen felt pain in his heart, and he couldn't help but want to sigh. Some things are far from being as simple as he imagined. The hometown of meteors can already be said to be a remote area with underdeveloped technology. The only good thing is the scenery and humanities. They are simple and do not have much intentions. He quickly chased after the village chief, for fear that he would be lost. Seeing him following, the village chief smiled slightly. This world is no longer as simple as he imagined. There must be some unknown secrets hidden in the hometown of meteors. Sigana is back. How is it? Is the kitchen ready? The village chief suddenly saw Sigana beside him and smiled. They're getting ready. Yes, 22, where are you going? There was a hint of loneliness in her eyes, but she was very sensible. The village chief and Luokan must have something important to do, otherwise they wouldn't be so anxious. Okay, come if you want, it's no big deal anyway. Sigana couldn't help being ecstatic. She glanced at Luokan secretly, and she was relieved when she realized that he didn't say much. For fear of making this man unhappy because of his joining. Unconsciously, the three of them walked out of the village. Sigana seemed to see the purpose and was a little puzzled, but she forcibly held down the words in her heart. Meteor falls, there are not only water-type elves, but also thunder-type elves. Both coexist. If you're not careful, you might even get caught. The village chief looked around and reminded. Luo Chen nodded. Since he entered here, he discovered this problem. In Meteor Falls, there should be some special energy that can affect the general trend of mountains and rivers, or in other words, because of Meteor Falls, there is a hometown of meteors. Drinking the water here and eating the food irrigated by her, how could it not be born because of him? At the bridgehead of Meteor Falls, there is a small switch. The village chief clicked the button with a cane in his hand, and walked down with a few people. Space fluctuations. Luo Chen's face was startled, and there are actually spatial fluctuations in the mere meteor waterfall. Looking at the village chief again, he didn't seem to notice. The same is true for Sigana, that is to say, only he sees it. Didn't you find something wrong? Luokan asked in surprise. The power of space is also a kind of law. If they really can't understand it, then it's a strange thing. The village chief was choked by this unexpected sentence, and shook his head suspiciously. Could it be that you feel something? Sigana, do you feel anything? Handing the vision to Sigana, the village chief didn't say much. Sigana was also confused. What happened? How does she know? Well, when I didn't say it. Luo Chen was speechless. It seemed that they really couldn't feel it, so why could they feel it? Because of Shinado. Impossible, the elf and his strength are not interoperable, this law. Law. Here are the rules. Surprise, unexpected discovery, the so-called elf egg. I am afraid it also breeds the power of law. Going forward step by step, the spatial fluctuations that Luokan felt became more and more intense, and the village chief and Sigana finally changed a little. What's wrong? There were dense beads of sweat dripping from their foreheads, which was quite strange. So hot. Sigana was so hot, her face was blushing, and she wanted to take it off. Clothes. The same is true for the village chief, but as an elder, such indecent things cannot happen. You guys go out, I'll just go there alone. If something goes wrong, there must be a demon. In the past, the village chief and the others must have been here. Why didn't they feel this way before? Okay, be careful, I'm afraid something has happened here. I went there in the past and never encountered such a situation. Luokan nodded and strode toward the depths. The spatial fluctuations are getting stronger and stronger. Moreover, In this fluctuation, Lu can faintly perceive a trace of vitality. Could it be that the elf inside hatched? Turning the corner, the field of vision suddenly became wider, and everything appeared in front of him. The first thing I saw was a small lake, and in it, there was a god like a dragon playing in it. Variation Fish and Seat. Luokan's complexion changed drastically. This guy is what he saw on the screen at the beginning. I can't help but think of Kakuza in my Pokeball, Nima. The two are not the same level. However, this variation Rift Seat is still in its incubating stage. No, Crackling Seat was born in response to the heaven and the earth. Where did the elf eggs come from? In a flash, many years passed, and someone finally activated me. The sound of vicissitudes resounded. Luo Chen couldn't help his scalp numb, and his footsteps retreated unconsciously. This guy is too strong. I am afraid that with all the elves of his own, they are not his opponents. Don't run. Since you're here, of course I'll give you a chance. As soon as the voice fell, all the Pokeballs in Luokan's arms flew directly towards the lake. Damn it. Give it back to me. They are all my friends. When the elf was robbed, Luo Chen was furious, and he was not afraid at all. He raised his fist and rushed forward. With a thud, the whole person fell into the pool, and a large mouthful of clean water was poured into his mouth. Well, it's pretty sweet. Nima, the key is not here. Give me back the elf. Otherwise, I won't let you go even if I'm a ghost. Luo Chen was furious and galloped wildly in the water. Now, no matter how he called the Jin spirit, it was like falling into the mud, unable to make any waves. Che, stingy guy, I said it all, I'm giving them a chance. Variation Split Kongzu glanced at Luokan coldly, and was quite unhappy with his reaction. A hurricane called, and stormy waves instantly rolled up on the lake, slapping on Luokan's weak body. Papa! He was blown away and landed on the shore again. Luo Chen felt aggrieved in his heart. The distance so close at hand was like the distance between heaven and earth. Ferocious egg, why don't you take action? Aren't you very good? At this moment, Luokan actually put his last ray of hope on the elf egg that didn't hatch successfully. My own elves are not as strong as an egg. Shinado, come out too. Wake up. King Feng, what are you doing? Mewtwo. Ellipsis. He also seemed to find it boring when he read out the names of a bunch of elves. There was still no change in the mutant fish and seat, and he stared straight at an elf's egg. Luokan's heart trembled, and a bad premonition suddenly appeared. Then, it's the Pokeball from the skycracking seat. Ellipsis. Chapter 402. Fallen Chen is confused. This guy, won't you want to eat the split air seat, right? Can't help holding your breath. This guy is too strong. Could it be that he is the legendary Lord Tianlong? Little doll, hee, you are very good. Variation Zongkongzai glanced at Luokan, quite surprised, as if he was surprised by the existence of Zongkongzai. Who are you? Luokan's eyes widened in anger, and he locked onto this guy with a desperate look. Me, you can call me Lord Tianlong. Sure enough, this guy is Lord Tianlong. Since he is the patron saint of Meteor Land, he shouldn't deal with him. Looking at this guy carefully, the color on his body has changed. Has he really mutated? Or is this the strongest form of Rift Seat? Lord of the Sky, there can only be one in the whole world, you know what I mean. Lord Tianlong is half smiling, and in one sentence, he has already expressed all the intentions and meanings. Sure enough, I want to do something to the Korakuza. Luo Chen was shocked in his heart. He stepped on the ground, jumped up, and hit the water with a punch. A punch almost contained his full strength. The water was forcibly torn in half, and there was no water in the middle, all the way to the bottom. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the speed of falling dust suddenly increased, and he came to him in an instant. He snatched the Pokeball with his hands, and something strange happened to him. The guy didn't react at all, and watched him snatching the Pokeball with his eyes. Pokeball, a relic of the gods, I didn't expect that the human race is still popular. Not much to say, this invention is indeed a great one. It can enslave elves and make them unable to break free. Although he is also a ghost. XXX. Do you care about these elves? The sound surrounds and does not dissipate for a long time. Yes, they are my friends and my brothers. Anyone who dares to bully them will touch me. He reprimanded sharply. Today, he has already prepared a desperate battle. There can only be one Lord of the Sky, that is to say, the two of them have to choose a victory or defeat. Okay, such a life and death friend, ha ha ha. It's touching Tilda. Risking one's life, grabbing something in front of him can no longer be described simply as bold. Lord of the Sky, there is only one in the whole world. I am honored. Your rift seat has grown very well and is very suitable for this position. As soon as he finished speaking, Luo Chen felt light and fluttering, and his body floated in the air. On the surface of the water, there are only the Pokeball and the variation crack. Perhaps, I am you and you are also me, but I lied to you, lied to everyone, and lied to all gods, and then gave birth to you. Today, I will give you everything you deserve. The sound of Kaikongza broke free from the Pokeball, the shackles from the Pokeball were completely shattered, and Luo Chen groaned in his heart. What does this mean? Could it be that you want to snatch the empty seat? I will give you the law now, you are the real god. Time, space, and laws merged, and they rushed into the body of the rift seat in an instant. After being empowered by Daigo, Kaikongza was not as relaxed as he imagined, and with a long scream, his body turned red. A small head suddenly popped out of his arms, that was Shinado. Looking at Kaikongza, he showed a pitiful look. Good boy, this rule belongs to him, so don't join in the fun. Luokan smiled, and spoiled her little brain. Only then did Shinado smile with satisfaction and return to the Pokeball. Pokemon with rules, the Pokeball can't be trapped anymore. Luokan knew it in his heart. No wonder, the people who were able to break free from the Pokeball and forcibly leave were Shinado and the mysterious Pokemon egg. It seems that it is necessary to add a split empty seat now. Looking at the rapidly shrunken mutant split void seat, Luo Chen couldn't help sighing, and then he smiled bitterly. He died in order to complete his own split seat. Kitakuza, you are now the only Lord of the Sky, and at the same time, you are also the new Lord Tianlong, guarding the land of Meteor. You are no longer bound by the Pokeball, and you can leave directly. Variation Fishin Kong's body is frail, almost shaky, and the empowerment just now took almost all his energy out of it. Hearing these words, Kaikong's eyes were blurred, then he shook his head and returned to Luokan. Human, you are really amazing, and your friendship with the elf has reached the extreme. Since that's the case, I will give this thing to you. The voice fell, and a token appeared in Luokan's hand. Ding, congratulations, you have been recognized by the elves. The approval of the elves. It seems amazing. From now on, no matter where you are, as long as you have the token of my elf clan, you can call on elves for your use. I also hope that my vision is right, the God clan is coming soon. As soon as the voice fell, his body fell down suddenly, completely dislodging the water. Thank you, cracked seat. It is because of him that he did not die today. Because of him, he was recognized by the elves today. Kaikongza roared excitedly, then returned to the horizon again, soaring in the sky, opened his mouth, and absorbed everything into his belly. Diaresis, this is the power of law. After careful calculation, the elf with the law in his hand, that egg does not count. Shinado, I'm afraid she hasn't finished digesting it yet. Splitting the empty seat, with the empowerment of Lord Tianlong, everything will come naturally. The land of Meteor has a lot of secrets. If there is a chance in the future, we must find out everything. Luokan clenched his fists and walked out of Meteor Falls with Risikuza. The previous spatial fluctuations have all disappeared, and it seems that it is exactly where the rift seat was. How is it? What exactly is that elf egg? What is sealed inside? The village chief looked excited, and then asked. In the Elfag, there lives a divine beast, you probably can't guess it. Yes, how could Lord Sky be in it? Mythical beast. Which one is it? I remember that there are no gods near Meteor Township, let alone Zhao's mythical beast. The village chief shook his head, obviously not believing what Luo Chen said. He took out the token with his backhand, and the village chief who saw the token was stunned at the moment, and then his expression changed drastically. This is the identity token of Lord Tianlong, could it be? It's Lord Tianlong. The village chief is so smart, he guessed the result directly. Yes, it is indeed your Lord Tianlong, but he has fallen now. Luokan shook his head, and then explained everything that happened before without reservation. To the village chief, he has no need to hold back. Hey, I believe you. In other words, now he is the new Lord Tianlong, right? Looking at Kaikongza, the village chief said with a wry smile. Well, he is the new Lord Tianlong, but he still wants to leave with me. I can't stay in Meteor Land all the time, but if something happens, I will come back as soon as possible. Ellipsis. Chapter 403. The village chief was silent. If it is true as Luokan said, then what is the meaning of this Meteor Land? Without Lord Tianlong, it means that everyone has lost their faith. Well, maybe we are too small here, and that's what Lord Tianlong meant. After thinking about it carefully, Luokan's strength is so powerful, and on the other hand, Lord Tianlong voluntarily passed on his mantle to Kaikongzao. Sorry. Luokan clenched his fists. He is also a reasonable person. It is very good that the village chief can reach this level. Haha, there's nothing sorry to say, we old guys are almost there. Half cut into Yellow Earth people, what is there to be nostalgic about the world? Because of the split empty seat, the hometown of meteors, just my hometown, your boss can feel at ease. Luokan smiled and said nothing more. The village chief sighed quietly. He unilaterally had no problem with Luo Chen taking Lord Tianlong away, but what about the residents of Meteor Township? Are they willing? Have you kept it a secret? This is impossible. The land of Meteor belongs to everyone, and he couldn't cover it up just because he was partial to Luokan. After everything was settled, Luokan and the village chief set off on their way home, and the dignified Siana followed behind. She seemed to know something incredible. But the village chief never said anything, which made her very confused. Without falling dust, this turmoil can't be calmed down at all. Besides, they can't get close to Lord Tianlong's Elfag. Once they are discovered by the treacherous villain, it will be the end of the world. Let's go, the kitchen should be ready. Sigina knew that she didn't have the right to speak now, so she walked ahead and urged. Falling Chen smiled and quickened his pace. The village chief didn't know what she was thinking, but she only sighed and sighed. At the dinner table for a while, I hope Luo Chen can calm down. After crossing the Meteor Falls, we turn to the land of Meteor. Lord Luokan. The title changed again. This scene made Luo Chen speechless. This group of people is just so involuntary. What's wrong? When he turned back quickly, he saw the village chief staring at him. I was shocked. Could there be something more important? No matter what happens in a while, please calm down and don't be impulsive. As soon as these words came out, Luo Chen was immediately stunned. What does it mean? In turn, I thought of the split sky seat. Could it be because of Lord Tianlong? You mean that the rest of the people don't necessarily agree with me to take him away? There was a sneer on the corner of his mouth. He was not an idiot, it was very likely that this was a banquet. Of course, the village chief is already passive. Lord Luokan, come in, we've been waiting for you for a long time. Village chief, come here, hurry up too. When he came to the dining place, Luo Chen looked around, but found no problem. The village chief made a mistake in judgment. Doubt in his heart, he walked forward step by step. Has the tombstone matter been resolved? Although everyone does not know about the forbidden area, it is possible that the people who dine here are basically high-level people. Well, it's basically solved. The village chief took the lead and sat down at the top, and beside him was Luo Chen. Village chief, what happened there? Why are you so depressed? Someone noticed something was wrong and asked quickly. The village chief shook his head. After all, this matter has to be told to everyone. According to the records, when was the last time Lord Tianlong appeared? His tone was heavy, and everyone's expressions became tense. Could something really happen? According to the records, the last time Lord Tianlong appeared, 100 years ago, from Hezu's generation. 100 years, 100 years, Lord Tianlong, you have finally reappeared in the world. After saying this, he stood up and bowed deeply to Luo Chen. Luoken was immediately stunned. What does this mean? The tombstone records the past of the Protoss. This matter has been solved perfectly, but what really shocked me was just a trivial matter. The vicissitudes of life of the village chief overwhelmed the audience, and many people were eagerly waiting for the village chief's speech. Everyone knows that under the meteor falls, there is an elf egg. You should have all tried it. I let Xiao Chen go. As soon as this statement came out, many people were surprised. Could it be that Luo Cheng subdued it? Village chief, don't be a fool, just say it. Yes, you are so anxious to death. Ellipsis. XXX. With all the clamor, Luoken finally knew why the village chief was worried. Although this group of people were not very strong, they were very powerful in poking their spines. It can be seen only from the current performance. After I say it, I must remain calm, otherwise I won't be able to guarantee that something will happen. The village chief snorted coldly, then cleared his throat and stood up. In the Pokeball, it was Lord Tianlong's self-seal. After the Battle of Gods, he sealed himself and fell asleep here. The Lord Tianlong he saw in previous years was nothing but a phantom. As the village chief said that, he couldn't help but look at Luoken. This deep look has no deep meaning, and many people stared at Luoken with astonished eyes. In other words, Lord Tianlong was tamed by Luoken. After someone heard it, they immediately screamed. Lord Tianlong, it is their belief, how could such a noble creature be tamed by a stinky brat? What a joke. Not tamed. Hearing the village chief's words, many people secretly breathed a sigh of relief, as long as Lord Tianlong was not subdued. But, Lord Tianlong, he has completely fallen. As soon as the words came out, the whole room was shocked, and many people stood up directly. Village chief, this joke is not funny at all. Yes, Lord Tianlong is the supreme god, how could he fall? You are contemptuous. Humiliate Lord Tianlong, village chief. Every word is like a sword, pasted on the chest of the village chief. This scar, he is willing to resist alone. The old man definitely didn't say a joke. If you don't believe it, you can go down and investigate. If it is said that Lord Tianlong has been passed down to Kakongzo, I am afraid that everyone can't wait to grab it, sacrifice it, and resurrect Lord Tianlong. The village head, you. Luoken didn't know what to say. What the village chief did was not for him, to make it easier for him to leave the land of Meteor. Village chief, is this really good? In the corner, Sienna was very surprised when she saw this scene. She didn't understand why the village chief was willing to sacrifice his reputation. Humph. If you are ignorant, you can investigate a thing or two. If you continue to make trouble without reason, you will be dealt with by clan rules. Under the Iron Law, many people were angry and shut their mouths, but it was also for this reason that they all had opinions on the village chief. As a result, the village chief's reputation in Meteor Land will definitely plummet. Ellipsis. Chapter 404. Sadly, the village chief pushed himself to a place of nowhere in order to fulfill himself. Village chief, there should be everyone, you all should be quiet. Luoken said, and then stood up. This matter was caused by him, and he absolutely had to solve it himself. The village chief was a little displeased, glared at Luoken, and he paved the bridge for you, yet you didn't make it down the road. What does Lord Luokan want to say? Because of Lord Tianlong, many people were unhappy, and they didn't catch a cold with Luokan. Lord Tianlong, he is not dead. With one word, wake up the dreamer. Is Lord Luokan joking? This one says he's dead, the other says he's not dead, who should you believe? Someone was unhappy again and kept shouting. These one or two are fine, but they are a group, which makes Luo Chen very unhappy. The momentum was suddenly released, and the terrifying energy swept the entire dining hall, and many people's expressions changed greatly. How could you forget the strength of this guy? This is a guy who kills without blinking an eye. What? Do you have any opinion on my words? I said that if you don't die, you won't die, so you might as well say it bluntly. The Lord of the Sky, your Lord Tianlong, is my elf. Domineering. For the first time in the land of meteors, I got angry. What? Give them some color, and really regard myself as a character. It's unreasonable. The village chief was furious, and immediately stood up and stared at Luo Chen, his fingers creaked. Sit down. The word, sit down, seemed to contain endless divine power, and the village chief's face turned pale, and he was directly trapped on the chair. Come on, since you want to know the facts, I'll let you see. Rikongza appeared in an uproar, the roof was smashed directly, and the surrounding walls were torn apart instantly. Fallen dust is awe-inspiring, the cracking seat devoured the law, and its strength is several times stronger. Lord Tianlong. Everyone's complexion changed greatly, and they all fell down, prostrate on the ground, not daring to let out the air. For many years, Bui Yuer and other juniors have been for many years. Now the world is in chaos and the crisis of the Protoss is reappearing. Under the majesty of the Protoss, you will all die. This deity is looking for a savior. What does it have to do with you? Kaikong's remarks seem to be a bit wrong, doesn't it? Luo Chen glanced at Kakongzai in surprise. He just wanted to shock him, but he never thought that this guy would actually speak. Lord Tianlong, over the years, we have done our best to you and dedicated ourselves to you. Could it be that you have forgotten all this? The village chief also seemed to be in the play, lying on the ground, speaking with difficulty. You are the village chief of Meteor Township. So weak. Kaikongza looked at him coldly, a stream of pure energy emerged, and it suddenly bombarded the surface of the village chief. Village chief. Are you all right? Ellipsis. Everyone panicked. Why did Lord Tianlong attack them? He is also the village chief of Meteor Land. This. The village chief looked horrified. Just now, he had a strength that actually unclogged his veins. He stood up, his bones crunching under the divine power of the splitting space. Thank you, Lord Tianlong. I'll wait to know what to do. Everyone was suspicious. Could it be that the village chief and Luo Chen colluded? But what does the Sky Dragon Lord in the sky explain? Know how to do it? Well, tell me what you should do. Kaikongza stared at the village chief with interest, his huge body twisted, and broke a few pieces of the cement board. There seemed to be an invisible force in the air, relying on these cement blocks, making them stay in the air all the time, not even a single piece of dust fell. The third-generation ancestors of the Meteor hometown have left their ancestors' motto, the hometown of Meteor Stars, born in response to the heaven and the earth, suppress the Protoss, protect the human race, strengthen the body, and will always sprint first on the battlefield. Are you worthy? The sound of Kaikongza disappeared, and the body also flickered faintly, and Lu Chen felt that there was an extra elf ball in the body. It was the rift seat that had returned to its place. It seems that Lord Tianlong is not dead, and it is very likely that he will coexist with Rikongza. Damn, does this guy have some tricks? He couldn't help but have a lot of doubts in his heart. Lord Tianlong, what are you trying to do? In the audience, they were all stunned. They were still prostrate on the ground, and no one even got up. The question, are you worthy, suppressed their self-confidence to the extreme. Yes, Lord Tianlong is right. After so many years, the land of Meteor has fallen into a state of disrepair, and there is not even a decent god, spirit. What do you think? The village chief looked at the silent crowd and spit out a sentence. Katakana middle dot katakana middle dot katakana middle dot seeking flowers katakana middle dot 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 katakana middle dot. The battle is imminent, and your mission is to survive in the chaotic world. Once the army of the Protoss arrives, you will fall into a place of no return. In the hometown of Meteors, many years ago, there were indeed strong people like clouds. Even the Protoss would be afraid of one or two. But with the passage of time, many people have developed inertia in their hearts, and they have not practiced at all for hundreds of thousands of years. I even forgot to get fit. Lord Luokan, do you have any good advice? The village chief suddenly turned his head and looked at Luokan. It was beyond his expectations that this matter was solved so easily. Everyone had put aside the matter of Lord Tianlong, and turned to their ancestors, preparing to face the crisis of the Protoss. Protoss, this is a powerful race. I fought against people from the Protoss before. They are very strong. Moreover, according to his words and deeds, he is not the strongest of the Protoss. 0. What Luokan said, of course, was Daohuo. This guy is very powerful, a powerhouse in the ultimate world. Hi tilde. Everyone couldn't help but take a deep breath. The people who Luokan thought were very strong were not the strongest. Then, in the land of Meteor, did they really have hope? You have participated in the suppression of the Protoss. When the Protoss recovers, you will definitely be the first to deal with them. The reason is very simple. Your current strength is too weak. A little god level, I am afraid that you will be defeated. These words are pertinent, and many people fell into silence. Of course, there are fewer than people who don't care about this matter. Let's put it bluntly, once the Protoss comes, not one of you in the land of Meteor will be able to escape. The methods of the Protoss can only be described as unpredictable, and no one can stop them. Those who don't care about things almost choked when they heard obedience. Then, Lord Luokan, what should we do? Another person asked. It's very simple, just let them not come out. The evil and charming smile ran through the audience, and the cold face made everyone feel chills. The previous letter stated that the Protoss has quietly opened 3 enchantment passages. As long as these 3 passages are strictly guarded, they will have no way to escape. After passing through the barrier, most of the guys who came out were seriously injured. After all, the Protoss had no laws to say, they could only use their strength to resist the power of space. 100 million. Chapter 405. The Protoss came through the barrier. We are basically ordinary people, how can we resist? The village chief raised the questions in everyone's heart, and they all turned their attention to Luokan. Luo Chen smiled, he had already prepared for this plan. Today's human race, there should also be strong people from ancient times, but they have all been hidden. XXX. They basically don't have the strength to fight again, it's very simple, they're getting old. In other words, today's human beings can only lead the way if they fall into the dust. Protoss, it's not as scary as you think. At the beginning, the elves and the human race were able to jointly suppress it because of the laws. Now, the gods are capturing a large number of divine beasts and extracting the power of their laws. If there is a day, the gods will condense the laws and return to the source, then they will rule the world again. Lord Tianlong, that is, my crackling seat, now has the power of the law. As long as we find their enchantment, I will impose a law seal on them. Once the Protoss wants to invade, I will be able to rush as soon as possible. Arrive. Everyone was overjoyed. If this is really possible, it would be quite good. Okay, then it's settled like this. After this meal, all of my meteor lands will be dispatched to find the entrance to the enchantment. Ellipsis. Just like that, the meal is over. Although many people still have dissatisfaction in their hearts, this is no trivial matter. Regarding the lives of the entire Meteor Township, they cannot be sloppy. And Luokan is resting in the VIP room at the moment. He didn't want to be easy to hit the wall, but the cracking seat was too weird before. Dear Lord Tianlong, don't you want to explain it to me? Alone, looking at the empty room, Luo Chen talked eloquently. At this moment, a burst of energy appeared, condensing the figure of an old man. I don't know what explanation you want. The illusory old man smiled slightly and stared at Luokan like that. You should be living in Risikusa now, right? Sojourning, in the long run, it is very likely that you will become the master of your body. Yes, you can think so, but I also know what you are worrying about. Old man Tianlong, you are right, stand on the side, your growth potential is infinite, and I know it. However, you think I really coveted his flesh. The old man laughed instead of being angry, and looked at Luokan playfully. Luokan has always been locked in by such eyes, which is quite unpleasant, but he can't say much. Okay, your reason. The old man nodded, relaxed, is the potential to become a top powerhouse. You and Ganshi have a good fight. He murmured in a low voice, but Luo Chen is no one. Of course he heard this, and at the same time, he also secretly remembered the character of Ganshi. But when he heard him talking again, he closed his mouth. If I really want to take my body, can this little cracked empty seat be able to stop it? Also, if I take my body, why am I showing up in front of you? Hearing these words, Luo Chen also felt reasonable in his heart. Lord Tianlong is a god in the ancient times. Whether it is a soul or a law, he is much stronger than his own cracking seat. If he really wanted to snatch his body, the cracking seat would have perished long ago. Also, if he really wanted to take the rebirth, why did he let himself know of his existence? Is it not good to lurking secretly and quietly nibbling away the spiritual consciousness of the split empty seat? Okay, then I will reluctantly believe you. But, on the rift seat, who is in the leading position? The old man was about to vomit blood. I understand so clearly what I said, but you still reluctantly believe it. Do you really think you are so awesome? Of course it's him. I only gave him the power of the law. He can't control it perfectly. The law in my body covers almost half of the entire world. Do you think he can really control it so quickly? Once it gets out of control, you know the end. Fallen dust. Okay, it's good to know. I have to go back to rest. Humans are really troublesome. Seeing that he was about to leave, Luo Chen quickly stopped him. What? Are there any questions? Hurry up and ask. If it wasn't for seeing the little doll's potential, would I really think I would care about him? Impossible. Who was Ganshi you mentioned earlier? For those of you who have heard a little, it may be vague, so it is better to ask directly. The old man glanced at Luokan in surprise, and then asked, Brother, are you a human? Don't even Ganshi know. Human beings are supreme. They fought with me for 3 whole months, and there was no winner. Human supreme. This word, like a heavy hammer, slammed into his heart. By the way, I am afraid that the old man will also participate in this Protoss operation. Well, you should be able to see him by then, but I don't know if he is dead or not. After all, you humans are short-lived. He chuckled, then disappeared, and there was no more sound. Looking at the empty house, Luo Chen's heart was filled with turbulent waves. Ganshi Supreme. Is he still alive? Once the strongest human beings, participated in the battle of God with the gods, and retreated from the whole body, and became famous. Although it is still a little far from Gussie, it is not far behind. It seems that the limit of human beings is far from training elves. Now that everything has been resolved, the next step, of course, is to help the land of Meteor find the enchantment. However, these guys are too weak. Except for being physically stronger, the rest have no effect at all. Village Chief, I'll follow behind you. After all, you are all ordinary people. Once you encounter any danger, it will be dangerous. Luokan smiled and joined the team. Of course, the village chief greeted him with both hands and feet. With such a master, even if he encounters danger, he can safely resolve it. Above the map plate, the location plate of the ultimate world is very active, and it is even said that it moves frequently. At that time, Gus used his own strength to forcibly tear apart continents one by one, and in the middle, a strait was formed. Because the foundation is not strong, the entire ultimate world is facing earthquakes at any time. Ultimate world, there are stronger opponents there. This is the land based on the Protoss. After we find it, you can just keep it. The rest, leave it to me. Resolutely, with a resolute look, he already has a good plan in his mind. Although it is very dangerous, he can't give it a try. The village chief was a little worried but nodded. This was Luokan's decision, and they had no right to interfere. In the Hoenn area, on a sea area, the roaring sea breeze sometimes blows up, which can always swallow the lives of a large number of fishermen. But those fishermen are still big bosses in this area. They were born near the sea. The sea is their parents. Without the sea, they would face starvation at any time. Even if you take a big risk, you have to go fishing. On the sea, a huge salvage boat is slowly driving, and above, there are hundreds of fishermen. The fish in this area have all been caught. I don't know when the next fish will come. Would you like to go to a distant area to have a look? A daring fisherman said suddenly. Chapter 406. Mr. Zhang, are you crazy? That area is a gray area. A person suddenly scolds. The man who was called Zhang Laosin was the man who said he was going to go fishing in the distance. Okay, you won't go, right? I'll go by myself. Angrily, he walked directly under the ship, released the gate, and pushed his fishing boat into the sea, and he also jumped up. Mr. Zhang, what are you doing? Come up soon. A young man was very frightened when he saw this scene. He went out to sea in a small boat, but it was very dangerous, and it was still under the condition of unknown weather. HMPH, there are no more fish here, so don't bother me. Mr. Zhang sneered, fishing means taking risks. Without risks, how can you succeed? Those who are greedy for life and afraid of death, wait to starve to death. Thinking like this in my heart, I ignored the calls of hundreds of people and resolutely rushed to the unknown far sea. Damn, this third child is too impulsive. 22/5, keep up. Oh. The boat was driven by a middle-aged man. Judging from this, he should be approaching his old age. I never thought that at this age, he still had to come out to make a living. Before they knew it, they had entered an area they had never seen before. This area was full of weirdness. Rumor has it that as long as it is a ship that enters here, no one can get out smoothly. Mr. Zhang looked at the giant boat from a distance, and his heart was filled with coldness. These guys, so afraid of death, must have wanted to see if they were dead. If not, they would come down and salvage them together. I saw that he threw the net and leaned quietly beside the boat, but he didn't know that the crisis was coming. The sea area is a mysterious and unpredictable place. Here, there are legendary stories and inexhaustible resources. Humans can never understand how deep the sea is. Gia, this is the taste of the human race. I didn't expect that the old man had just arrived, so he was prepared so deliciously. At this moment, a voice suddenly sounded from the bottom of the sea. A man with a golden mask on his face was bigger than a human in terms of body size. Be quiet, there are hundreds of people over there. We're going to have a good meal today. Ha ha ha. Well, you must be calm and wait for them all to come over. An hour later, Mr. Zhang started to close the net. After all, this is an unfamiliar place, and he doesn't want to stay too long. By the way, let's try the fish. Go, this guy is a fisherman. Well, the guy over there should be an accomplice. Get him more fish so he can't hold it. It is good. He waved his hand lightly, and a large whirlpool appeared on the bottom of the sea, but when it reached the surface, there was only one wave left. At first glance, the net was already full of fish, and they even had to break through the net and escape. Boss, there's a little elf over there. Suddenly, The man beside him pointed to a crab not far away, which shocked both of them. This guy, there should be no rules. The sequelae handed down by the ancestors, when encountering elves, they can always think of the power of the terrifying law. Oh, boss, why are you so timid? This elf has not reached the level of gods. From the picture book, it should be the steel pincer crab. After listening to this, the boss breathed a sigh of relief. A suction appeared in the palm of his hand, the water flow emptied, and the steel pincer crab was directly caught. Although it is very weak, there is still the power of law in the body. Well, it is harmless. As he said that, he threw it directly into his mouth. When the younger brother on the side saw this scene, there was a slap in his mouth. The humans here, you can eat 10, 5. He thought about it, 5 should be a lot. Okay, thank you boss. They come from the ultimate world. Here, it is a place of enchantment. Not all the people of the Protoss are like this. They cannibalize people and elves. They come from prisons, or in other words, they are sent by the Protoss to play forward. On the sea surface, layers of sweat had already appeared on Zhang Laosan's head. Years of experience told him that this time there was absolutely no dry goods. And there are many more. Well, do you want to help him? On the giant boat, some people were hesitant. Everyone was an experienced fisherman, so of course they knew what this scene meant. HMPH, if you're not afraid of death, just go. The captain looked at everyone coldly and didn't say much. At this moment, Luo Chen and others are also investigating in various sea areas. They first asked the responsible agencies in various places to see if there are any abnormal areas in the sea area. However, the sea area is far beyond their reach. Even if they ask many questions, they will not gain anything. You are Lord Luokan. My god, I actually met a real person. Can you sign me? A little girl appeared in Luokan's field of vision, jumping up and down, quite happy. Ah, signature. XXX. Luokan suddenly remembered his name, that is the patron saint of all mankind. Immediately, he picked up the pen and wrote the word, Luokan. Lord Luokan, are you looking for a strange sea area? The girl blinked her big eyes with an innocent look on her face. Oh, could it be that little sister knows something? Luo Chen was overjoyed, even if others were young, maybe they really knew something. Well, I don't know how far to go from here. It's called the gray area, and we fishermen dare not go there. The little girl played with the signature, sometimes on her head, sometimes on her shoulders, very lively. Yaya, why are you talking to strangers again? A voice appeared. It was a middle-aged woman. Obviously, he didn't see Luo Chen, or he didn't see clearly. Mom, that's Lord Luokan, Yaya said, holding up her signature. The woman's complexion changed instantly, and she hurried forward. The little girl doesn't know Lord Luokan, please forgive me for taking the liberty. She was in a state of unease, falling into the dust. She was a strong man who could fight against the Protoss. Once he made this guy angry, he would kill her, and no one would care. It's okay, yes, Yaya just said, there is a gray area here. What is that? Luo Chen smiled and said with a light smile. Oh. The woman responded, took out a map from her arms, and handed it to Luo Chen. I just bought this. Since the Lord needs it, just take it. The woman felt at ease, and it seemed that Lord Luokan would not be angry with herself. From the mouth of the East China Sea, 300 nautical miles from the north, there is a gray area. Those who go into fish have never come out. Gray area, Luokan murmured, by the way, when did this situation form? Or hundreds of years, thousands of years. The woman was silent for a while, and then said, it's been 2 years since this matter, and a large number of people are killed every year. Hey, they are all innocent people. Chapter 407. Is there such a thing? Luokan was stunned for a moment. If it is true, no matter the time or the seriousness of the matter, it basically matches. Thinking of this, he was very excited. You go back first and wait for me at home. You have no skills to stand by, staying with me is just a burden. Luo Chen turned to the village chief and others, and then bought a small boat, left directly from the east bank, and headed for the place marked on the map. In the gray area, there are hundreds of people at the moment, crazy on the sea. Here, it is simply a treasure for fishermen. Although the dangerous containment is unknown, there are really many fish here. The captain and others who didn't want to disembark at first also disembarked and joined this camp. Boss, do you want to do it? I'm hungry. At the bottom of the sea, the younger brother looked aggrieved. So many delicious foods, he couldn't eat them yet. Don't worry, don't you think you can eat it later when they are excited? Do you still have some flavor? The boss prides himself on being smart, with his hands on his back, and he is quite proud. Okay, the boss is worthy of being the boss. You can come up with such tricks. Ha ha ha, we will eat it when they are excited. For the Protoss, their eyes can penetrate thousands of miles, even if they are separated by a deep sea of tens of thousands of meters. This is also one of the reasons why the human elves did not completely eradicate it back then. These guys are too cunning. How about it? There is no reward without risk, do you believe it now? Zhang Laosin is quite proud. Today, he has become the protagonist of the public, and the flattery of many people makes him extremely happy. Just Zhang Laosin, a net fish, can make them a lot of money. Haha, Mr. Zhang did a really good job today. If we were still there, we probably wouldn't even have Mao. Well, so does the captain. If I had come here earlier, I'm afraid I would have gone back now. The gray area is deceptive. How can it be so dangerous? Ha 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 ha. Ellipsis. Come on, the feast prepared for you has already begun. Tilde. Under the sea, the boss suddenly opened his mouth and sucked wildly. All the water flow is automatically emptied, and a majestic airflow goes directly above. Not good. Run. The captain was the first to react. There were slight fluctuations from the bottom of the ship. This was a gray area again, and a hint of despair appeared in his heart. Ha ha ha, Captain, don't be afraid, it's just the wind. There's no reason not to blow the wind at sea. That's right, next time you come out, don't take his boat. He's too timid. The captain dismissed this, he only had one idea now. Run away. Riding a small boat, she walked towards the big boat with difficulty. Living up to his expectations, he finally boarded the giant boat. Looking at the calm down below, I couldn't help but wonder. Could it be that he was really suspicious? But at this moment, a stream of water rushed out from the bottom of everyone's boats. All the boats overturned, and the fish above were also tossed down. Zhang Laosin's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that something really happened? Ah, help, Captain, hurry up and bring the boat over. It's over. There is indeed danger here. A lot of people groaned in their hearts, but fortunately, they were all fishermen, and their water skills were pretty good. I saw everyone coming towards the giant boat like ants. How to do? The captain panicked. Save people. Or just turn around and run. Two thoughts floated by. He couldn't help biting his teeth, and directly drove the giant boat, rushing towards the gray area. Quick, get on the boat. A lifebuoy. Damn, don't push me. Go away, I'll go first. Ellipsis. A crowd of noises rang out. In this regard, the captain was helpless in addition to being helpless. It is only when it comes to life and death that the value of human beings can be reflected. Boss, we want to run away for food. At the bottom of the sea, the younger brother looked at the little man, who was constantly swimming above his head, and his heart was full of displeasure. Go and capsize that big ship. The boss said lightly. The younger brother responded, and he turned into a swimming fish and swam around the seabed excitedly. The speed increased, as if the water pressure had no effect on him at all. Boom! With a loud noise, a big hole was directly smashed into the bottom of the giant boat. Damn, what is it? The captain was so angry that he wanted to drive the giant boat directly, but now, I can't even run away. The giant boat has 3 layers. The bottom layer is where the engine is. Fortunately, these things are waterproof. Hey, this broken ship didn't sink. The younger brother was startled, and hurriedly punched again. Still in the same position, this punch will definitely blow up the engine of the giant boat. Boom. Even in the sea, the explosion of the engine still caused a lot of spray, and many people were directly blown away by the spray. Bros. The corners of the captain's mouth were full of helplessness, and this bitter smile completely explained his thoughts. What to do? What to do? Come on someone, is there anyone here to help? He roared wildly, how he hoped that someone would come and save them. Diaresis, isn't it sinking yet? The younger brother was angry. If it continued like this, the boss would definitely be unhappy. 1 punch, 2 punches, 3 punches. 3 punches fell, and the giant boat disintegrated instantly. The captain standing at the top was already full of despair. He had already tried his best. But hard work is useless, and I don't even know the reason for the sinking. Captain, the bottom layer was defeated. It should be the impact of sea creatures. The engine was blown up, the second layer was broken into pieces, only the last layer is left, which is where you are now. The ship is sinking. At the current pace, it only takes 5 minutes to get over the top. A staff member came and hurriedly said to the captain. Huh, I see. Ellipsis. Turning on the emergency rescue device, the SOS was opened, and the ships in the Champions League and the nearby waters all received this call for help. This is the Hoenn fishing team. The gray area of the East China Sea was attacked by huge fish, and 100 crew members sank. Please remember, don't come to rescue us, don't come here. To Zhao. At the risk of dying, this news was spread directly. On the boat not far away, Luo Chen was enjoying the sea breeze comfortably when he suddenly received an SOS signal. Hearing the message above, his complexion changed drastically. This is Luochen, and I'm rushing to the place of the incident. Friends, please hold on for a while. The estimated time is 3 minutes. Cracked seat, come out and take me to fly, hurry up. The situation was urgent, hundreds of lives were lost, and he didn't have the time to wait for the boat to move forward slowly. As soon as the splitting seat came out, the momentum in the air suddenly changed. Luo Chen was caught, and was thrown directly on his back. Go to the location on the map. The map was thrown in front of Rikongza, and Rikongza quickened his speed. He shot, it's okay, you can rest assured. The Elf Alliance, the leader of the alliance was slightly relieved when he saw the reaction news. Leader, do you want to start a worldwide live broadcast? Ellipsis. Chapter 408. XXX. Do you still need to ask? The leader of the alliance nodded directly. It is better to show others such important matters. Some people in the province say they are useless. The live broadcast started, and what was on the screen was Luo Chen. His feet cracked the empty seat, like a warrior riding a dragon in a fairy tale. Wow, my male god. Hush, now is a serious moment, hundreds of lives. Brother die. Oh, be serious. Ah, what is serious? There is a male god, is there anything that can't be solved? Oh, what you said makes sense. It's a false alarm. Some people laughed loudly, while others looked nervous. Everyone, hold on. Luochen is here to save us. The captain struggled desperately on the boat that had not yet sunk, while the rest of the people also grabbed the boat. With luck, the boat was even pushed upright. Boss, why don't we do it yet? The younger brother is a little unhappy. The ship has sunk, why don't we have dinner yet? Ha ha ha, don't worry, these guys are quite interesting. Juju sneered in his heart. He just seemed to hear that someone wanted to save them. Okay, let him see who it is, so arrogant. Right at this moment, there was a loud noise in the air, and the splitting seat came out of the sky, and on his back, there was a small figure. Sure enough, this is the entrance to the enchantment. It's really easy to come by. There was excitement on his face, but the top priority was to save people. Suddenly seeing a giant boat on the side, his face couldn't help but look horrified. What is the destructive power? Also, the captain said there was a guy attacking. The footsteps landed directly on the captain's body. You said something was attacking you. Did you see what it was? Luokan's voice was hurried, and after the captain heard it, he quickly said, I don't know, I didn't see what it was, but I felt a shock 5 times. 5 times. In just 5 attacks, the super large fishing boat was smashed. Little brother, let's go, this new guy is very interesting. The boss finally spoke, and the younger brother hurriedly followed. Gulu gulu, suddenly, a stormy sea broke out on the sea, and 2 figures rushed out of the sky. It's you who made this place so bloody. Luo Chen's voice was cold, and he turned to look at the captain, and said slowly, check the casualties. Raising his hands, all the small boats were directly merged together, becoming an oversized wooden boat. Lord Luokan, no one has died yet, the captain breathed a sigh of relief. These guys are just for fun. Not to kill. The eldest's eyes lit up, his size was several times bigger by Luo Chen, and now he is even more imposing. Your name is Luokan. Well, it's a good name. From today, this is your burial place. In this regard, Luokan didn't make any waves, on the contrary, he still wanted it. Why are there so many fools in this world? It's fun, right? Okay, I'll let you have enough fun. Crack the empty seat, airdrop. The airdrop technique is a flight type skill, and it is also a very strong skill of the flight type elves. Huh, what is it? What magic? Wow, your Pokemon ran away. The boss laughed, and was quite amused by Luokan's appearance. I like to laugh. It will make you unable to laugh right away. As soon as the voice fell, there was a loud noise in the air, and the 2 looked up, their expressions changed greatly. Totem. This is a totem. Heavenly dragon. Boss, what should I do? This guy is resurrected well, Hurry up and run, damn it. Is it so easy to evade the skills of the shattering seat? With just 1 blow, the 2 will be defeated directly. No scum was left. Fuck me, Luokan is so powerful. No, I've been fanned by him. Is there any shortage of people in your fan club? What a strong cracked seat. Many high-level executives in the Elf Alliance gasped. Cracked seat's attributes are ridiculously high, and now in Luokan's hands, it is even more powerful. In the hometown of Meteors, people watching TV also saw a scene, and they were all excited. Lord Tianlong is so strong. Although he killed the enemy, Luo Chen was not at all happy. These 2 people are just the vanguard. The ones who come in behind are probably getting stronger and stronger. Can Meteor Land really stop them? Or do you really want to implement your own plan? When he thought of the fate of human beings, he felt helpless for a while. Go back, it's already safe. Remember, you can't come here in the future, at least for this time. The battle is over, the live broadcast has been closed, and the Elf Alliance has also posted a corresponding announcement. What I said was just this location, so that people passing by would make a detour to avoid unnecessary losses. Dive into the bottom of the sea, the water pressure is getting bigger and bigger. Fortunately, there is a crack seat on the side, so he completely blocked the water pressure. Sure enough, in the deep water area of 10,000 meters, there is a hidden power of law that is faintly fluctuating. Although it's well hidden, how could it fall into the dust? Xanadu, it's time to eat. She called out to Shinado, and immediately, Shinado jumped out of the Pokeball. But feeling the water pressure here, she directly shrank back. PFF'd. Luokan almost burst out laughing, but Shinado was actually afraid of water. Forget it, cracked seat, you can swallow him. Following Luokan's words, the cracking seat remained unmoved. Luokan, this is the barrier they broke. Since the other party can come over, why can't you pass over? If you swallow it, a piece of land bordering the other party will be fully opened. When Lord Tianlong's voice came, Luo Chen shuddered. I see. Thank you for reminding me, Senior, but if I pass through the barrier, I'm afraid I'll encounter danger. Although the law of the splitting space is very powerful, it is as stable as a mountain in space, but what I worry about is the opposite side. I don't understand the situation on the other side at all. If I go there rashly, I might be besieged directly. Lord Tianlong was silent for a long time, and let out a suffocating breath. There are simple and easy things in the world. If you can go to the opposite side to see, it will be very beneficial to you in the whole battle situation. Luo Chen hesitated for a moment, then nodded as soon as he gritted his teeth. Okay, I'm really unwilling if I don't take a look at the risk of wealth and wealth. Lord Tianlong laughed. This is a hero. Under the space law of the cracking seat, a faint passage slowly appeared in front of him. Go in. Lord Tianlong was overjoyed and urged him immediately. Looking at this passage, Luo Chen frowned, and he actually felt a trace of threat from it. Boom. Before entering, he suddenly felt a burst of energy rushing in. At first glance, isn't this the power of the law? Oops, you might be in trouble. Lord Tianlong has a worried look on his face. It seems that this matter is really not easy to solve. How can this law be so strong? The splitting seat can't stop it. It's normal to be unstoppable. This is the law in the universe. Hey, how could I forget this? Chapter 409. It was extremely thrilling. Luokan vomited and donated blood, and even in the deep sea, blood could be seen free. Glancing behind him, he couldn't help feeling lucky. If he was hit from the front, I'm afraid he would have turned into a corpse by now. A deep groove has already appeared on the seabed, which is tens of thousands of meters on the seabed, and such shocks are enough to show the strength of the attack. Jia, is there another human being sent to death? A voice came, and Luo Chen's complexion changed greatly. Looking at his gaze, a figure appeared in the enchantment. That guy is much bigger than normal people, but he doesn't look very good. There was an emerald green mark on his forehead, and behind him, there were a pair of wings, dark green, with bursts of spiritual energy flowing. Protoss, this is the standard appearance of Protoss. The forehead heart represents his attributes, and the wings behind him are also made of his elements. The enchantment was too strong, so he could only sigh, and Luo Chen felt helpless for a while. The enchantment was found, but there was no way to break it. If you want to pass it on, it's impossible. Humans are just ants. If you are not afraid of death, you can come in. The guys inside were dancing and dancing, as if they were very happy that Luo Chen couldn't get in. Is it tolerable or unbearable? Lord Tianlong, is there any way to rush in? This guy is too arrogant. Out of anger, he actually asked such a question. With the strength of Rift Seat's body, you can rush in directly, but in this case, Rift Seat may be severely damaged. Lord Tianlong's answer is not satisfactory, but it is also a fact. The law of the universe can be said to be the strongest in the entire world. Who can fight? If you can't get in, he can come out. Aren't you curious, how did they travel through the barrier? A word to wake up the dreamer. Yes, if you can't get in by yourself, you can completely get him out. Luo Chen is really interested in these guys being able to stay in the barrier safely. Fifth, what's the matter? There is found it. Another voice came. Luo Chen's complexion finally changed. A god race, he had the confidence to settle it, but what about the two guys? Oh, let me tell you, it's just a barrier, you don't need to keep it for so long. Turning around, several figures descended. Nima. In Luokan's heart, it seems that there are 100,000 grass mud horses, a bunch of Protoss, a chicken feather. Daohuo said at the beginning that the gods were born with the strength of a third-level god. Here is the bottom of the sea, and these guys are all strong in the water element. At the bottom of the sea, their strength will probably show the original basics. XXX. This man is afraid, go and teach him to be a man. The latecomers obviously had more right to speak. After speaking, they rushed out of the barrier. In an instant, Luo Chen felt a suffocation. Powerful, too strong. Run, don't fight. This is the only voice in his heart. Now, he doesn't have any hope for himself. No, after running away, what do these guys do when they rush to the surface? Why didn't you run away? The young man smiled hee-hee, with a wretched expression on his face. Come on, isn't it just a battle? I'll accompany you. As soon as the voice fell, his body was like a swimming dragon, and he walked freely in the water. The young man looked at him coldly, his hands clasped together, and a halo emanated from the surroundings. At this moment, all the seawater seemed to condense, cracking the empty seat, the wave of the dragon. At the bottom of the sea, the combat power of the sky rift is actually suppressed, and the title of Lord of the Sky is not covered. Chi-chi. The wave of the dragon empties the water waves, and within the range of the youth, the movement is extremely slow. Seeing this scene, Luo Chen's forehead became a river, too strong. Really strong. Kaikanza is not weak, but now it is suppressed by a person. Are all human beings so weak now? Hey, it's really disappointing. The young man shook his head, very disappointed with Luochen. Hearing this, Luo Chen also felt angry. Okay, then let's see what strength is. Crackling seed is not the Xeon in his hands. It was only because of the land of meteor that he always carried it by his side. The young man glanced at Luochen vigilantly, and even had some doubts, and immediately gave a look to the group of people behind him. Seeing the boss's order, a group of gods crossed the barrier one after another, and the tyrannical aura filled the air, making Luo Chen's breathing extremely fast. It's known that humans are extremely cunning. Today, I really want to see how cunning you are. Luo Chen was secretly anxious in his heart, but what's the use? Super Dream, the battle of life and death, everything is up to you. Gritting his teeth, Luochen released Cheomeng. In his hands, Cheomeng can be said to be the top combat power. If he can't even fight against him, then it's really bad luck today. Katakana middle dot katakana middle dot katakana middle dot seeking flowers katakana middle dot 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 katakana middle dot. Huh, this guy is quite strong. Brothers, work. The boss smiled hee-hee, a different kind of light flashed on his body, and he came to Luo Chen's side in an instant. The elves can be left alone, but this human, hee-hee, can be killed first. Bastard. A loud shout came out, and Kaikan's body swelled several times, and it was directly knocked into the air. The waves emptied, and in an instant, the entire seabed seemed to be evacuated. In the gray area, thousands of giant waves swelled directly across the sea. The tsunami continued, heading towards the east coast. At this moment, in the hall of the Elf Alliance, the leader of the alliance looked nervous. The live broadcast was closed at first, but he saw it with his own eyes, and Luo Chen jumped into the sea. 0. Could something have happened? There was a trace of worry in my heart, but with limited strength, what can I do? It can be said that Luochen is the last hero of mankind. If something happens to him, mankind will directly face collapse. The underwater world fell into a short pause. The Protoss forgot to attack, and Luo Chen also forgot to defend. Thank you Lord Tianlong for your help. To be able to survive under such attacks, Luochen certainly knows the truth. In the next battle, I can't help you, young man, ha ha ha, come on. This attack can be said to have emptied all his energy. In order to achieve the void seat, he sent all the essence left in his body to the past. Luo Chen was at a loss for words, and didn't know how to respond. After this, I'm afraid I'm going to fall asleep. Hee, young man, the road ahead is still far, the Protoss. Far from being as simple as you think. Also, if you encounter a Protoss without wings, just run, not you can fight now. Maybe, in the future you can. To say it is a deep sleep, it is better to say it is a permanent sleep. Senior, I will definitely live up to your expectations for me. Time seemed to be paused, Luo Chen took a deep breath. His eyes shone brightly. The real battle is about to begin. Looking left and right, there were 5 people from the God Race powerhouse. They spread their positions, their wings swayed behind them, and the waves gradually subsided, floating on the wings behind them. Young human, although I don't know how you made such a powerful blow, I'm afraid this is a taboo method, right? 100 million. Chapter 410. Haha, isn't it? Let's try it. Now that I understand the strength of the Protoss, Luoken's smile gradually solidifies. Cheomung's strength is enough to crush them. Cheomung, don't hold back, quickly solve them. Looking at no one coldly, it was like a judgment from a god. Mind power technique. The magical effect of the spirit. Cheomung's control is incisively and vividly. The seawater seems to be specially summoned, and it is surging again, and several gods sense something is wrong and immediately start the battle. Humans are too cunning. They didn't dare to hesitate any longer. The previous powerful blow had already cast a shadow on them. Mewtwo, use mental shock to target the nearest Protoss. Mewtwo stood up immediately, and the terrifying energy ran towards the nearest person. The mayfly shaked the tree. Boom. With a loud noise, the whole world was detonated. Damn it, I was actually injured by you ants. The Protoss, that is the existence of authority, was injured by a little elf now. For him, this is an absolute shame. Kill him. Luo Chen looked at him coldly, and then saw the guy die suddenly. Super Dream, superpower is the supreme, he kills, but it is invisible. How is this possible? The other members of the Protoss looked surprised. This scene was indeed too terrifying. Merge. Don't hesitate any longer. Protoss secret method. When there are 3 or more Protoss people, they confuse, and the strength is multiplied. Seawater is their advantage. Haihu a long sword, break the edge and kill it. Cracked seat, protect Mewtwo. Risakusa itself was protecting Luoken, and when he heard Luoken's command, he immediately attacked, and every cell in his body released terrifying energy. The power of law seems to be more perfect. Luo Chen covered his mouth. Without the protection of the cracking seat, he had to bear the pressure of several atmospheres of the seabed alone, but fortunately, his physical strength was extremely tyrannical, even stronger than the physique of ordinary beasts. This enormous pressure only made his back bend a little. On the other hand, looking at the movements of the Protoss, the attack failed, and they prepared again, but Cheomung would never allow such a situation to happen. In order to block this terrifying blow, Rikong's body was already covered in scars, with visible blood stains. Damn, that guy is here again. The temporary formation was broken up, and several guys were very helpless. Prepare yourself and kill this guy. Fighting alone, the power of the gods is still tyrannical, and there is a lot of water fluctuations behind each of them. Little guy, come on, you can prepare to die. The remaining 4 launched an attack, and they came immediately. Luo Chen's complexion changed greatly. Chao Meng, absolutely unstoppable. His body was thundering, and he came behind the boss in an instant. He clenched his fists tightly, and suddenly punched. PFF'd. The raid from behind was indeed very useful. The boss's blow was crooked, and the purpose was actually his companion. Fuck, old. Before he could finish speaking, he was immediately submerged. The strength of this boss was the strongest among these people, and his blow immediately turned this guy into ashes. Fuck, boss. The gods were dumbfounded, yet they could still operate like this. One-hit kill. Cunning human beings, you should kill them. The distance is very close. If you want to hide, Luo Chen will definitely not do it, and this guy can fight against the water. Super Dream, hit him. No need for him to say more. Mewtwo and Kizakuza endured the pain and came to the boss's back. What are you waiting for? Fight, get rid of these 2 annoying guys. The 2 gods hesitated. If Kakuza and Mewtwo suddenly dodged, wouldn't the attack fall on the boss? It was their hesitation time, and the 2 attacked one after another. Pong. The attack on fallen dust was swept away again. The boss wanted to vomit blood in his heart. He was not afraid of opponents like gods, but teammates like pigs. Well, hit. Only then did the two gods react, and they attacked the two elves one after another. Retreat. Luo Chen was overjoyed. It seems that as long as this boss is solved, everything will be no problem. As for the other two guys, they are all idiots. Pung. Sure enough, this skill smashed right behind the boss. XXX. Grass mud horse. The boss immediately turned his head, furious. In an instant, another wave of power struck, and his entire body was shaking. In a hurry, he opened a shield. Do you still want to block it? From time to time, Luokan appeared behind him again and did something good, and the shield that had just formed collapsed directly. Straight to the front door. Two stupid guys, have fun. The boss felt aggrieved in his heart and walked towards the barrier. He had never seen such a stupid teammate. But when he reached the barrier, his entire body was stunned. When did this young man seal the enchantment passage? For a while, cold sweat broke out. Luokan had a deep smile in his heart, and that smile looked extremely terrifying. At the same time, Luo Chen also sighed in his heart. It must be Lord Tianlong who sealed the entrance. The boss was seriously injured, and the two Protoss were idiots. This battle was much easier. Fighting out all the gods, the front line of life and death, finally ended this battle. There was more bling on his body, and a lot of blood had already surfaced on the surface of the sea. Lord Tianlong, thank you. With a cough, he bowed deeply towards the barrier. He knew that Lord Tianlong would not fall asleep so soon. Young man, I'm not dead yet, ha ha ha, but I'll give you some advice. In the land of meteors, I left a secret. How to break this mystery is up to you. Come on, boy. The sound became smaller and smaller, and in the end, the whole thing was silent. The land of meteor, you should go back and have a look. He sighed faintly. This battle deeply made him feel terrified. The Protoss is too strong. There was a wave on the sea, and in it, there was a human being. Then, it is falling dust. I saw that he was like an immortal descended from the world, without a trace of vulgarity. Now that I'm back, I'd better go to the land of meteor to negotiate with everyone and guard the barrier. Their strength is far from enough. Moreover, Lord Tianlong also left behind an edict. For them, keeping fit is the highest destination. Fortunately, this place is not far from the land of meteors, and it is only half an hour's journey by taking the Risikuza. However, because of the injury to the split empty seat, the half-hour journey took more than 2 hours. And the village chief and others returned home as early as yesterday. With 3 poles in the sun, young people dance with knives and guns, and middle-aged people hunt for wood. As for children, of course, they are doing physical training. The village chief. When Luokan came back, he yelled at the village chief, causing a commotion in Meteor Township. Lord Luokan, you are back. Occasionally there are passers-by, and when passing by, they all greet them. In the corner, a woman is standing here, and in her hands, there are several Pokeballs. Sigana, I haven't seen you for a few days. Luo Chen smiled and smiled at Sigana. Ellipsis. Chapter 411. Well, okay, how about you? When acquaintances met, they should have been very hot, but the two of them were like blank sheets of paper, and they knew well at a glance that the elders knew that it was impossible for the two of them to succeed. It's all right, the village chief is still in the back mountain, I'll go take a look. After Luo Chen finished speaking, he opened his pace and headed towards the back mountain. The land of meteor, although it is only a small place name, the area that can be covered is quite large. In the forbidden area, that is, above the cave, it is their back mountain. Here, there are a large number of wild elves. Because the land of meteors rarely captures elves, it has become a paradise for elves. In the scorching summer, an old man was leaning on a cane, and there were sweat beads on his forehead, but he didn't feel tired at all. In his arms, he carried a few Pokeballs. Although the quality was very ordinary, it was still enough for a rookie trainer. Little Rada, it's just you. Suddenly seeing the light flashing in front of his eyes, the old man was overjoyed and hurried forward to hunt him down. But little Rada's speed was too fast, he couldn't catch up at all, and he was out of breath after chasing him. Village Chief, you can't catch the elves like this. A clear voice came, and the village chief looked happy, and quickly asked, then what should I do? Little Rada has a very docile personality. You can't use your speed to compare with him. Among your new trainers, few can catch up. So, you can completely use the trapping method. When Luo Chen's voice ended, he also jumped down from the tree. In his hand, he was holding an elf, which was Little Rada. This elf is already frightened, and you can't catch it anymore. Saying that, he released Little Rada. Only the elves caught by oneself can integrate faster and better, and can exert the strongest fighting power with the master. When Luokan came before, he saw the village chief catching the elf. He felt funny for a while, so he followed. When he saw the village chief catching the Little Rada, he couldn't help coming out. How could it possibly be caught like this? The current elves are smarter than each other, and even the lowest level elves are extremely wise. There is a haystack here, you can hide here and wait for the Little Rada to come over. As soon as he said it, the village chief collapsed on the spot. Nima, isn't this just waiting for a rabbit? Which elf is so stupid? Hee, this is not just waiting for a rabbit, catching wild elves, we can use something to tempt it, just like fishing. Luokan's words were a little vague, and the village chief couldn't accept it for a while, so he actually sat on the ground and studied it carefully. Come on, I'll teach you to catch. Luokan said, and let him sit in the haystack. Then he took out a box, got a little tree fruit, and put it in the haystack. Will the Little Rada come in the end? Why do I feel like it's impossible? The village chief shook his head, he didn't think the method of falling dust was useful at all. I have also seen videos of others catching elves, but I have never practiced or used the method of falling dust. Village chief, don't be afraid when the elves will come in a while. I can guarantee that it will definitely not be Little Rada who will come in a while. The village chief nodded. For some reason, there was a sudden expectation in his heart for Luokan. After a while, Luo Chen heard a voice. Larus. Grass-type elves, after they evolve, they have powerful attributes. I saw that Larus started to eat the fruit, completely ignorant of what was going on in the haystack. Village chief, come on, you throw the pokeball directly to her, and, no matter what attack she launches on you, don't be afraid, the pokeball can resist everything for you. It's not ideal to grab a pokeball. You can prepare to use a few more. After Luo Chen finished speaking, he disappeared. But his eyes never left the village chief. In case the village chief pulls his hand, he can't throw the sperm. What about the spirit ball? Larussi's damage is still quite high, at least not the village chief can resist. The village chief adjusted his breathing and slowly approached Larus, and this was when Larus suddenly found him. Her whole body swelled up, her eyes widened, and she locked onto the village chief. People outside the circle or people outside the circle. They said that they would throw the pokeball directly. Luokan shook his head, and was completely disappointed by the village chief's performance. Pokeball. Yes, I have a pokeball. When I was in a panic, I remembered that it might have some effect. Suddenly, a force was released from the air, trying to grab Larus forcibly. Slap. Larus now only has two skills, staring and slapping. What to do? What to do? This guy is approaching. The village chief hurriedly patted his body, as if he was trying to find a living treasure. Pokeball. Another Pokeball came out, directly scaring Larus into hiding. Take it, come on. The village chief is extremely depressed. He just wants to catch an elf. Is it really that difficult? In the blink of an eye, 5 Pokeballs were consumed, which made the village chief feel sick. I still have 3 Pokeballs on me. Be sure to catch this Larus. The 2 Pokeballs were thrown, but the village chief didn't even know the location of Larusi. Out! The village chief is overjoyed. The first 2 are decoys, and the last one is the moment of lore. When the Pokeball was thrown, it burned brightly in the air, and instantly enveloped Larus. Being hit by several Pokeballs, even he was beaten in an embarrassing manner. There is also a Pokeball above his head, he really has no strength. He had to let it absorb her in. Ha ha ha, I succeeded, I actually caught the elf. The village elder was overjoyed, smiling like a child. Congratulations to the village chief for getting a powerful elf. Luokan slowly appeared. This congratulation is not a lie, but a sincere congratulation. Ha ha ha, thanks to you, won't the sky be turned upside down in the future? The village chief is praised by others, but he is still the savior of the world. That's not true. You must regularly attend training for Larus, otherwise his special value can't keep up, and it will be useless in future battles. Luokan suddenly remembered something, and quickly reminded him. The village chief nodded. Since there are all elves, of course everything must be done well. XXX. He came to the village chief, looked at the Pokeball in his hand, and coughed dryly. Village chief, I can understand. What do you mainly want to do when you catch the elves? The suspicious voice came out, and the village chief also smiled slightly. I caught the elves, not because of you. You are too powerful. With you, I can only run errands. There is still some resentment in this sentence. It can be seen that the village chief is also dissatisfied with the old man. But the years go by all the time, and those who refuse to obey the old must obey the arrangement of fate. Lord Tianlong helped me a lot before, and the muscles in my body are unclogged, so I am in good health now, and I must become the strongest in the land of Meteor. Otherwise, everything is up to you, and I'm also very sorry. Chapter 412. Luokan sighed slightly, then shook his head. After all, a person's power is limited, even with the help of elf power. Compete with the Protoss. Think too much. He, now in the human world, can be said to be the strongest, but the battle with the unknown powerhouse of the Protoss made him feel the pressure deeply. Village chief, you can get acquainted here. Improve Larus's strength as soon as possible. I'll go to rest for a while. He was seriously injured in the first battle. Now, it is better to rest and recuperate. After all the elves were settled, he returned to the land of Meteor, and under Siana's arrangement, he found a house at will. When night falls, the entire human world seems to be shrouded in a haze. Lord Luokan, I'm here to bring you water. The door was pushed open, and Sigana came in gently, but when he saw Luokan, who had fallen into a deep sleep, there was a hint of helplessness on his face. Okay, you have a good rest. With a hint of disappointment on her face, she left the house directly. Before leaving, she did not forget to take a deep look at Luokan. She is affectionate, but he is indifferent. The identities of the two are very different, and they are destined to be passers-by only. Luokan, who was lying on the bed, didn't know this at all, but if he knew about it, he would probably be speechless. The catastrophe of human extinction is about to come. How can you tell the story with the love of children? Siana was walking on the road, in a bad mood, looking at the mist in the air. She sighed heavily. Girl, do you have a lot of troubles? A voice came, and Sigana turned back quickly, and immediately looked respectful. The village chief. By the way, why haven't you slept yet? For a while, he was speechless, and there was no other reason, and everyone knew. The village chief smiled. This girl was the one he grew up with, so how could he not know what he was thinking? Okay, I don't want to worry about your young people's affairs, and I don't have the energy, but what I want to remind you is that Luo Chen is really hard to catch. The village chief staggered away with a cane. In order to catch the elves, he was really tired. Village chief, I'm good. It seems like I understand something, but no matter how difficult it is, I want to give it a try. Isn't it the difference? I can make it up. With a firm expression on her face, she walked directly towards her hut. I already have an idea in my heart, become stronger. Only by standing side by side with Luokan can we have the opportunity to pursue love. She worked almost overnight and left with her luggage that night. Looking at the empty hut, she was a little reluctant, took out the pen and ink, and wrote a letter. Ellipsis. The sun rises, and the sun rises 3 poles. The morning glow descended, reflecting a tidal wave, and the entire sky was rendered into a new color. In Luokan Shaoyuan, a young man sat cross-legged and had a vigorous meal. Call. A long night's sleep is indeed a lot easier. Luokan let out a long breath, and then walked out of the house. Lord Tianlong left his edict, but I don't know where it is. The village chief has long since left, so he should go to the back mountain again. Luokan smiled wryly. It seems that Siana is still needed for all this. While thinking about it, he walked towards Sigana's hut. On the way, he didn't find anyone. Looking around, in Meteor Waterfall, there are several strong young people, who are standing against the waterfall and are inspiring the potential in their bodies. When he came to Siana's small courtyard, he couldn't help frowning. What about people? On weekdays, this girl has come to look for her long ago. Could it be that she changed her mind and knew that she had no results? But that's fine too. Stepping through the door, you can see a letter. He looked at the letter suspiciously and opened it casually. I'm Sigana. Humanity is in danger now. As a resident of Meteor Land, I can't be willing to fall. Don't worry about me, I will come back when I'm strong. Sigana. For a while, Luo Chen panicked. What happened to this girl? Also, if she leaves alone, nothing will happen. Forget it, since she is leaving, she must have plans. Luokan thought to himself, and then went to Meteor Falls. Since it was left by Lord Tianlong, I am afraid it has something to do with this place. The village chief was here at the beginning, and he led him to the waterfall, where he met Lord Tianlong by chance, and that was the reason for the following. Sure enough, after coming here, he saw a small button, and when he touched it lightly, a passage appeared. Taking small steps to enter, there is no longer the power of law here, and what comes into your eyes is a barren place. Not far away, there is a small pool with a complete eggshell above it, which should be left by Lord Tianlong. Will the edict be here? Doubt in his heart, he tapped lightly and jumped into the water. The depth of the water is not very high, just below his belly button. He grabbed the eggshell lightly, and a hidden power flickered from above, lacing into his arms. Luo Chen was startled, and directly released the cracking seat. An old man appeared instantly. Isn't this Lord Tianlong? Diaresis Lord Tianlong. Luo Chen was overjoyed. If he was fine, the crisis of the Protoss would be much easier. Seemingly seeing Luo Chen's thoughts, Lord Tianlong smiled wryly and shook his head before speaking. There is only a trace of energy left in the eggshell, which is far from enough to stimulate the vitality in my body. If you can make 10 super divine beasts, maybe I can still wake up. 10 supernatural beasts. What a joke. After all, he only has 2 in his hands, and he is also an ancient divine beast with excellent talent. Lord Tianlong, where is your widow? Luokan asked quickly, and then saw a shocking scene. Lord Tianlong's body flashed, and this clone turned into a long line and fell into Luokan's hands. The solution: it can transform the gods and desolation, integrate all the power of human beings, and start the ultimate battle. The winner is the king, and the loser is the bandit. Second, in order to solve it from the foundation, the Protoss was strong, and in the ancient times, with the help of time and space rules, it was possible to travel through dimensions and kill the gods' good spirits in ancient times. Everything has a cause and there is an effect. God cuts the cause and destroys the effect. There is nothing. The crisis that can be faced is also enormous. I am afraid that human beings will face a crisis. The tyranny of ancient humans is far from simple as you think. In other words, there are a total of 2 methods here. The first one is obviously not feasible, directly fighting the Protoss, life and death will be determined. But does this really work? The tyranny of the Protoss, others may not know, but who Luokan is, has already dealt with the Protoss. As for the second method, only he can do it. Travel through the dimensions, go back to the past, and annihilate it when the Protoss attacks. However, in this way, humans and elves have nothing to suppress, and will soon be in crisis. Rather than this, it is better to let it be. Well, it's about the survival of mankind, I can't just sit back and ignore it. Gritting his teeth, he rushed to the back mountain. Chapter 413. On the top of the back mountain, an old man was sweating profusely, feeling quite happy. There is still a lot of blood in him. These little elves are getting stronger and stronger, and I can't control them. Larus finally defeated an elf again, but he also suffered serious injuries. The elf is very intelligent and knows that the village chief is the trainer of the enemy. As long as it is defeated, all is not a problem. The village chief is very sturdy, but where is the opponent of the elf? He endured the pain before solving the enemy. And behind a big tree, a young man is watching this scene. Village chief, don't use your physical body to resist, you have to learn to draw the fire of war to the elves. The stronger your elves, the stronger the opponents you will encounter. Do you really think you can resist? Luokan shook his head, walked out slowly, and appeared behind the village chief. The village chief was shocked. Yes, he seemed to be particularly worried about Larus being injured, so he gritted his teeth and put all the damage on himself. But in that case, will the elf get hurt? The village chief wondered. Luo Chen was indeed an expert in this regard. This is why you worry too much. The resistance of the elf is far from what you can imagine, just like your Larus, although it is a new stage, but his resistance is very strong, even if it is tougher than he is 2 levels higher than the elf, not to mention. Of course, the premise is that the other party doesn't make a full shot. If you do it with all your strength, your little elf will not be able to stop it with all your strength. This is the difference in level. Luo Chen said with a light smile. After hearing this, the village chief shook his head secretly. It seems that he really neglected this point. He didn't have a teacher to guide him in his entry, so his lack of common sense is normal. Hey, you woke up. What happened that day? What we saw in the live broadcast was not comprehensive. The village chief was a little helpless, and this matter started because of them. It's nothing, you don't have to worry too much, but I'm here now, and I really have something I want to tell you. She struggled in her heart and hesitated whether to tell him. The village chief glanced at him suspiciously, and then said slowly, just say it directly, you don't need to hide it. The two are also old acquaintances, of course there is no need to hesitate in these aspects. Luokan hesitated for a while, then slowly said, Sigana has left, this is the last thing she has left. After saying that, she handed the letter she left to the village chief. After taking the letter and reading the contents, the village chief was a little confused. Could it be that what he said last night was too cruel? What kind of stimulation did this young girl get? Let's just leave. It's good to go out and play. If someone else finds an opportunity, it will make a great contribution to us and to mankind. Saying this, he laughed a little at himself, but what can happen now? Recover. This is absolutely impossible. XXX. Luokan nodded, and then planned to say the next thing, but what the village chief said next made him stunned. The village chief said that after he returned, he learned that there was news from the land of Meteor. In another mysterious cave, unusual fluctuations were discovered. With the help of a tyrannical body, the residents of Meteor Land went deep into it, and the energy contained in it was the same as the Tombstone Riot. The power contained in the tombstone is the power of the law, that is to say, the place they found is likely to be an enchantment. That's what I want to solve now. By the order of Lord Tianlong, I want to go back to the past and kill the Protoss in the bud. The tone is firm, and there is no quibble. Return to the past. This really made the village chief stunned. If so, wouldn't history be rewritten? Their meteor land no longer exists. Okay, go ahead, I'll leave that place for you. If it doesn't work, it's not too late for you to come back. Everything, the bigger picture is the most important. It is good. Luo Chen is overjoyed. The village chief has no opinion, that is to say, he can go to the ancient times at any time. But before that, he still has to visit someone. The leader of the Elf Alliance. He had heard about the invasion of the Protoss, and Dao Huo was the one in his hands. Tell him everything and let him be vigilant. The body is light and the speed is extremely fast, messy in the wind, making layers of sound waves. The headquarters of the Elf Alliance. The leader of the alliance is on the throne, and his heart is full of powerlessness. Could it be that human beings are really so weak? When Luochen entered the bottom of the sea, he had been paying attention until he came out. Even a strong man like Luochen will return home injured. What about them? Wouldn't it be necessary to drink hate on the spot? Leader, the clues you want have been sorted out. A voice came from outside the door. It was a guard. While speaking, he handed the document to the leader. After taking over the document, the alliance leader opened it without any hesitation. Protoss, born with luck, they are third-level gods when they are born. During the first battle in Fangnian, humans and elves had to rack their brains to defeat the extremely powerful Protoss. These documents are useless. What I want is how to deal with them. Just when he was furious, the door was quietly pushed open. He was about to swear, but when he saw someone coming, he was dying. Lord Luochen, you are here. If you can ask Luo Chen to explain this powerful Protoss, you will definitely know more. This is the information of the Protoss. I'll put it together and give it to you. Luo Chen took out a small book from his arms and handed it to the leader. Looking at this record, the alliance leader was stunned. The Protoss controls the power of heaven and earth to fight. That is to say, at the same stage, they are invincible. The alliance leader murmured. Yes, it can be said that it can be said that it is a group of elemental forces. Their battle is to fuse their own elements into the heaven and earth to form a realm. Once in this realm, your strength will be completely suppressed. Of course, these were all told to him by Lord Tianlong. There is nothing wrong with telling the ally now. The other party has already begun to build a barrier, and the time is ripe. After that, there will be a massive invasion. According to my news, there are already 3 known formations, and the only one who knows the exact location is the gray area. Luo Chen pressed his voice down and expressed his solemn tone. Then what should we do now? Also, how strong is the Protoss? Was the Dao Huo the strongest of the opponent? The alliance leader asked again. Of course not. Dao Huo's strength, in the ultimate world, is at most the mainstay, and there are people of that kind of strength. Moreover, when I was at the bottom of the sea, I met 5 Protoss. Their strength was not as strong as Dao Huo, but if I can control the element of water, I will return with a tragic victory. Luochen laughed at himself. As the strongest human being, he was so useless. What do you mean by telling me all this? Since we can't fight, what does it matter if we know or not? Chapter 414. When Luo Chen heard this, he looked at him coldly. That is to say, these guys didn't plan to resist at all. This is not a trivial matter. Can you really ignore the life and death of human beings? Your lord. The sound of falling dust penetrated the heart of the alliance leader, like an attack. It's not like you ignore it. You should know the strength of human beings now. Even if they are all up, what can they do? Besides, those guys are basically people who are greedy for life and fear of death. Let them fight with their lives. Do you think it is realistic? The alliance leader laughed at himself, but he felt a little guilty. I don't care. This time I'm here to explain to you. If you don't obey, I'll let someone take your place. Do you think it's feasible? Strength. Absolute strength. Luo Chen said that there is no other way. The alliance leader has a hunch in his heart. If he really said no, I am afraid that the next moment waiting for him is the cold sword of 030. Okay. I will definitely fight with my life. I hope you won't let me down. What Luokan was going to do, he didn't want to ask, and he didn't have the right to ask. He is a human, and all actions will not harm everyone. Remember, the hometown of meteors is the lifeblood. If you can't make reasonable use of this elbow, the demise of mankind is inevitable. Not sure whether this trip will be successful or not. In today's time and space, once things get messed up, everything has to be rewritten. The Alliance leader nodded and saw Luo Chen leaving. In the Carlos area, in the blue sky, a flash of light suddenly flashed, and no one noticed it. In the group of light, a young man galloped all the way with tight brows. Using the tyrannical space laws of the Sky Splitter, he came here very quickly. The terrain has changed a lot, and the mountains all over the place seem to be mutated at the root. Under this mountain range, is there also a barrier entrance hidden? Thinking like this, I immediately sent a message to the leader, not asking him to figure out the reality, just asking him to pay attention. Finding the top of the world, he can start planning. A mountain peak stands majestically, intricately circling with towering giant trees. This place is the highest point in the Carlos area. Standing here, he could even draw the entire Carlos into his eyes. Celebi, your mission is here, but I don't know if your small body can withstand such a big impact. The fusion of time and space, time and space. In a three-dimensional space, with time and space, even if the world can run, if it is only time or space, it will be barren. Both are indispensable. Sitting cross-legged, there was a small elf in front of him, that was Celebi, and it was quite interesting to see bursts of light blooming on the top of the little guy's head. Young man, do you want to go back to the past? A voice suddenly appeared, the space suddenly solidified, and Luo Chen only felt that his breathing became short. So strong. Who is it? Resisting the depression, Luo Chen slowly asked, who are you? Human race, Ganshi. Ganshi, why is this name so familiar? Luokan was puzzled in his heart, but he couldn't remember who it was. Humans with such tyrannical strength should not be unknown people. Ganshi. Thinking about it carefully, isn't this what Lord Tianlong told him before, the #1 powerhouse of the human race? Hiss tilde. Is this guy still not dead? Seriously terrified. Hee, I have to remind you that once you go back to the past, you will never come back. Unless. When Ganshi said this, he suddenly stopped. Unless what? If you go back to the past, will you not be able to come back? Lord Tianlong didn't seem to tell him this. You don't know, in ancient times, the power of the law was extremely powerful, but the Protoss controlled the heart of the source. If you want to come back, you must kill all the Protoss, extract the origin from their bodies, and condense the strongest elemental power. Element. Yes, these Protoss rely on elements to fight, that is to say, in ancient times, their elements were actually laws. In this way, isn't it manipulating the law to fight? Thank you Senior for telling me. However, if I don't go back, this god clan will definitely defy the sky, whether it's a human clan or an elf's clan, all will perish. Luokan shook his head helplessly. Ganzai's state was not very good, as can be seen from the expression in his eyes. Go, I followed you a long time ago, you are very good, I hope you can keep going, and, if you really have a chance to come back, help me find something, it was lost in the first battle. Quote. Ganshi blushed, this was the real purpose of his coming. What? If I can find it, I'll definitely be exhausted. Do your best to bring it back. Luokan's face was stern, it was the senior who saved him back then, and now he helps him find something, what's the matter? In the past, I made a promise with a girl that when the Protoss died, I would marry her. Alas. Unfortunately, she has already died, and even her bones have not been left behind. On the top of Soul Burial Mountain, in the Cave of Despair, the power of the 5 elements can be used to break the seal and take out the token. Ganzai's hands flickered, and he handed Luo Chen a ring. This baby, when I fought with me back then, if there is a life and death crisis, crushing the blood jade directly above will give you a different kind of surprise. The voice fell, and the person was gone. Don't worry, Senior, since I have promised you, I will definitely do it. Celebi, go ahead. Luo Chen took a deep breath and adjusted his state. Cherubi was also frightened just now. Even if she had reached the realm of a super divine beast, she still couldn't bear such a tyrannical aura. Time and space are intertwined, and day and night suddenly change. In the distance, a middle-aged man sighed. God of ancient times, hee, I hope you can surprise me. Ancient. There are as many divine beasts as dogs, and there are even more powerful Protoss living in the world. Humans can be said to be the weakest party. If he hadn't come out strong back then, I'm afraid there would be no human beings now. A haze appeared on the horizon, rising from the mountain peak and running towards all directions. Hey, why is it getting dark? A young man stepped on a bicycle with a dazed expression, and slammed into the pillar in front of him. Far away in the Elf Alliance, the leader also closed his eyes. He is well informed, and he still has some understanding of this aspect. Humans, what your status will be in the future is up to you. XXX. Perhaps, the status of human beings has changed because of Luoken's move. But they don't know that in the distant sky, the nebula of destiny has already inclined towards mankind. The Protoss also fell into panic at this moment. Damn, someone has gone back to the past. Su Kier, Meng Dai, now let you all use the altar to forcibly catch up with him. Don't miss the time with him. I hope it will come in time. Humans, human beings, they still haven't surrendered to this day. Haha, it was painful back then, but now I have to pay for it. Ellipsis. Chapter 415. All the tribes of the Protoss obey the orders and make every effort to develop the remaining 10 directions. The vanguard troop obeyed the order, directly passed through the barrier, occupied the Elf Alliances in various regions, and asked Guli to lead people to bring the hometown of meteors. Ellipsis. A series of orders came from the ultimate world, and the entire world of the Protoss became a mess. On the human world side, everyone still doesn't know all this. Including Ganshi. On the other hand, Luoken has stepped into a space vortex at this moment. Here, tyrannical energy is permeated everywhere, and it looks unusually strong. It's such a powerful energy. Luoken looked around and was quite shocked. He didn't expect that the laws contained in the space tunnel were actually several times that of the outside world. Here, there is a world of dual laws of time and space. It seems simple, but it is not. Everyone knows that the most powerful law in the world is in the endless universe. In the universe, the law combines a little prehistoric, the power of the stars, and all the energy can be added together. In the current space, there is not only space, but also the vicissitudes of life. Luo Chen could even feel that his body was constantly being filled with vitality. 22 Celebi was in front, piercing through the ancient times at a glance, and suddenly, a burst of force ripped apart, and the dust fell behind him, and he was shocked on the spot. And Celebi didn't know all of this, and was still heading forward. Celebi, stop. Hurry up, otherwise, you will be lost in the long river of time. He shouted loudly, but the little guy didn't know it yet, so he still moved forward. Luoken has been falling towards the bottom of the tunnel, and he can even see the bright green color of the ground. Hey, Celebi, I hope you are safe and sound. But where is this place? He finally landed, looking at the unfamiliar surroundings around him, his face stunned. Logically speaking, this should be the Carlos area, where he came from. Why can't I see the mountains? Instead, it is an endless plain. Sir, I found someone in front of me. Suddenly, Luoken saw several young people, dressed in golden armor and holding ancient bronze spears. Grab him, be careful not to let him run away. The leading man half squinted his eyes and looked at Luo Chen quietly, with a trace of power in his eyes. Seeing a few people coming, Luo Chen took it easy, and slowly took out a pokeball. Since the pokeball was left by the Protoss, these people must have already used it, right? In this way, it can also let him know what race the other party is. Human race. Kind of like, but not sure. He didn't know that humans were so big. Pokeball. It really is a spy of the Protoss. Get out of the way, this is a battle between trainers. The adult looked serious, jumped up, and landed before Luo Chen. Young man, I advise you not to fight, just be obedient and capture it. The Lord sneered, and a Pokeball appeared in his hand. There are some differences between the two Pokeballs. The Dusty Pokeball is a new version at first glance. On the other hand, the other party is too far behind. I am afraid that the probability of catching the spirit is less than 1%. And the loyalty of the elves is not good enough. Come on, you go first, let me see how strong you are. When I came here for the first battle, I didn't know where this place was. Hee, young man, I don't know how high the sky is. Come on, Big Rock Snake will decide it's you. Big Rock Snake. It is the same as the modern Big Rock Snake, but its size is much larger. These guys should not be bad. Yes, this guy barely has a third-level god, so he should be able to block my normal attacks. Luo Chen smiled slightly, and silently put Chao Meng into the Pokeball. Korakuza, this is your new battle, come on. Kaikanza roared, and the whole world was shocked. He seemed to be very excited, opened his mouth, swallowed for a while, and endless energy rushed towards him. In just a few breaths, Risikuza's body was several times larger. The tyrannical power of its power, the dust is also shocked. Is this the power of the whole law? On the other hand, looking at the enemy, the boss is already stunned. How do you fight this Nima? Just his momentum scared his Big Rock Snake into a daze, and he kept digging into the ground. Several, can we have a good talk? Luo Chen smiled, a smile appeared on his cheeks, that smile was amazing, and behind this, there was a hint of threat. Yes, of course. The boss has a flattering face, how dare he say more? Is this the ancient era? Also, which force is the leader now? Officials are stupid, ancient times. What it is? We don't have any ancient times, here is the earth, the current leader is the Protoss. After listening to this, Luo Chen was relieved, and it was much better. Have Ganshi heard of it? Do you recognize it? Since Ganshi is the supreme of the human race, these guys are now confirmed, so they don't necessarily know each other, but I heard it's okay, right? Senior Ganshi, do you know? Several people immediately complained, Nima, this is a ruthless character. Call the Supreme Ganshi directly by name. Take me to the city where the human race is now, it's better to take me to see Ganshi. Not sure if Ganshi recognizes him or not, he is from the future after all. The person in the lead is only a promise, where dare to say more, let everyone lead the way in front, and he is on the side to introduce the situation to Luokan. Senior, did you just come out of seclusion? Your strength is so strong. By the way, what is your elf, Senpei? It looks amazing. Why is your Pokeball different from mine? Why are your clothes different from mine? Ellipsis. In Luokan's heart, it seems that there are 100,000 grass and mud horses galloping. Who is this person? So much talk. Shut up. Say one more word and I'll kill you. Showing his sharp edge, this guy just kept his mouth shut. Senior, but the master who speaks the truth, how can you joke? Senior, I have to tell you something. The place we will go next is set up on a temporary basis, and the identity check is very strict. If your clothes are different from ours, I am afraid there will be a lot of trouble. The official's face was embarrassed, and then he said, Clothing, is that just you? These guys are quite big, even if he dresses like these people, what can he do? Forget it, they can check if they want, it doesn't matter. Luo Chen smiled and waved his hand. Now he has lost contact with Celebi, and even the Pokeball has no effect. Hey, I don't know where he went. This is time, not space. In different spaces, at different times, it is impossible to meet. At the same time, in different spaces, it is still impossible to meet. I hope Ganshi can help me find it, otherwise I really won't be able to go back. Ellipsis. Chapter 416. Turning to the temporary station, the appearance of a young man caught Luo Chen's attention. His physique seems to be similar to his own. The other party should have also seen Luo Chen and smiled slightly. In the smile, there seems to be a cold edge, making Luokan fall into an ice cave. Who is he? Fallen Chen was horrified. Although his strength was not the strongest, he could at least crush a bunch of weaklings. The officer beside him hurriedly stood in front of Luo Chen. His huge body was extremely conspicuous. Senior, he is the emissary of the elves, we can't afford to provoke him. An elf's messenger. How come this is so? However, from his body, Luo Chen seemed to feel a touch of familiarity. The little doll of the human race, Jia Jia, how are you? He walked slowly and pushed away the ancient humans standing in front of Luo Chen. Hello, I haven't asked for advice yet. Out of respect, he immediately said so. Haha, the ultimate world, dream butterfly. The aroma is fragrant, it is a very special musk, as if it can move the heartstrings of the dust. Woman. This guy is a woman, and, in the ultimate world, could it be that he is also from modern times? How is it possible, without the laws of time and space, they can't do it at all? Did something happen to Celebi? For a while, my mind panicked. If this was the case, it would be a serious matter. This person is suspected to be a Protoss spy, I took it away. Meng Dai said coldly to the people behind her, and immediately put one hand on Luo Chen's shoulder and flew towards the sky. There was not a trace of power drawn from his body, as if he had been imprisoned. You think that when you come to the ancient times, we can't do anything about you. Naive. XXX. Meng Dai looked at him coldly, not expecting the task to be completed so easily. But since it's already here, let's kill all humans. To avoid such a genius as falling dust. Protoss, what exactly do you want to do? Roaring with all his strength, the restraint in his body also loosened a little at this moment. What are you doing? Giggle, little brother, my sister suddenly thinks you are very handsome Tilda. Mendy's voice was charming, and she didn't take Luokan's resistance to heart at all. There are 100,000 grass mud horses galloping in Luokan's heart, and it's just you, an old woman, who is still acting like a motherfucker. The methods of the Protoss are also unbelievable. Now, the world has not been divided, that is to say, the entire land is boundless. How did she find herself directly? Aren't you very confused? How did my sister find you? Meng Dai smiled, then leaned down and rushed down. When she was a few meters from the ground, she threw Luo Chen directly. Put. The body hit the ground, making a dull sound. Luokan only felt his mind swell. Nima, this stupid woman, doesn't it hurt? I thought you would return to the beginning of the turmoil, but I didn't know that you actually came down in the middle of it, but it made me wait for some years. Thinking of this, Meng Dai couldn't help but grit her teeth. She traveled a few more years than Luo Chen, and when she fell, she disguised as a human man. And it is also favored by the elves. There is also a later article. She planned to go back after waiting for a while, but she ran into it directly. Luo Chen was speechless. He had seen unlucky people, but he had never seen such unlucky people. Okay, then what are you going to do with me? Won't you just kill me? Wouldn't that be a pity? Luokan shook his head, as if to justify his own name. PFF'd, are you still valuable? Why don't you tell me? Let my sister see. By the way, I heard that your elf is very powerful, why don't you lend it to my sister for a few days? She is very confident in her imprisonment, so she is not worried that Luokan will break open. Okay. As Luokan said, Mewtwo's Pokeball was slowly taken out. In the hand, it shines brightly. It's such a low-level Pokeball, it's just a waste of my skills. Mendy shook her head and was very disappointed with human technology. I got it. The Pokeball was thrown forward, and Mengdai's face became surprised. The Protoss has a means to directly erase the mark of the Pokeball. As long as it is like that, it will even directly change the owner of the Pokeball. The Pokeball was researched by them, and it's not an exaggeration to make a little trick. But at this moment, a mutation suddenly occurred, and the elf ball suddenly burst into a ray of light, which made Mengdai couldn't help but change her complexion. Super Divine Beast. Under the shocking gaze, Chao Meng's fist turned colorful and suddenly hit Mengdai. The distance was too close, and there was no resistance at all, and the dream butterfly was shot flying in an instant. Very good, you dare to plot against me, little brother is really brave. Mengdai's face was covered with clouds. Chao Meng's blow, the mountains and rivers shattered. The law here is powerful, so under one blow, it was not too much, just rolled up a burst of yellow sand. Return to the body. Mendy stared at Luokan coldly, and suddenly spread a pair of wings behind her back. The wings were gray and looked quite terrifying. Gray, what attribute is this? A crystal flickered in the forehead, and it was gray. Ghost type. Mendy's movement speed was increased by several levels, and she appeared directly behind Luokan. Diaresis, don't blame my sister for being cruel. His eyes were like clear water, and he instantly made a powerful blow. The attack seemed to have a powerful force, but before it reached Luokan, it was blocked by a force. Think the super beasts are weak. If you weren't in the water at the beginning, do you think your gods are the opponents of the super dream? Luokan sneered. Cheomung is quite powerful in this world where there are so many mythical beasts as dogs, and every attack can move mountains and rivers forcefully. Humph, you're lucky. Mengdai felt that her life could not be guaranteed, and immediately spread her wings, turning around and fleeing. Super dream, mental shock. Boom. A burst of energy suddenly appeared, and the target was the dream butterfly in midair. Damn it, the body is actually bound. With his eyes fixed on Luokan, a terrifying thought appeared in his heart. Okay, if you don't let me live in peace, I won't let you live. Shadow, destruction. Concentrate all the strength in your hands. As long as Mewtwo's mental shock hits her, it will definitely cause an explosion. Damn, this guy is really cruel. Luokan immediately took a step forward and ran towards the distance. As for Mewtwo, he didn't have to worry at all. Boom. The sound of the explosion resounded through the sky. Standing in the distance, Luo Chen has lingering fears. Nima, such a terrifying energy. Even far away, Luo Chen could feel the force that was destroying the world. Fortunately, this is the ancient times, and everything does not exist. The earth here is more than a little bit stronger than the future world. Looking at the dream butterfly that was blown to pieces, Chao Meng suddenly opened his mouth and swallowed the energy directly. I also burped. Only then did Luokan wave his hand and put it into the Pokeball. It's not easy to destroy the Protoss. If these guys desperately want to kill me, the elves won't be able to keep it. He frowned. Now his physical body is still very strong, but compared to the Protoss, it is nothing compared to the gods. Ellipsis. Chapter 417. In the previous temporary place, Luokan didn't plan to go back. The reason is very simple. Nima, Mengdai said that, why don't you go back and ask for a smoke? The most urgent task is to improve one's own strength first. Now in the dense forest, there are crises lurking everywhere, and the world here is simply as many as gods and beasts. Here, my elf can madly improve its strength. Korakuza, why are you so excited? Luokan was stunned. The Pokeball in his arms trembled wildly. That was Rikongza. I don't know why this guy is so crazy. When it was about to be released, Kokukongza took a deep look at Luokan and motioned him to go up. Without hesitation, Luo Chen landed on his generous back and ran towards the distance. It should have found some treasure. The strength of Kaikongza will be suppressed in the future world, and the resources are scarce. The realm of super divine beasts who want to improve their strength is far worse. Sure enough, in the depths of the jungle, there is a lake. In this lake, various creatures are floating, all exuding a tyrannical aura. What is this? Luokan was stunned for a while, and Kaikongzu placed him on a tree, then leaned over and rushed towards the lake. The dragon claws stretched out and suddenly pinched a creature in the river. Fuck, fossil fish. Luokan was speechless. What shocked him the most was not here, but the strength of this fossil fish. It has actually reached the strength of a third-level god. Nima, looking around, there are actually thousands of them. The companion was taken away, the fossil fish swarms boiled, and they kept jumping into the air, but the cracking seat is not a mortal person, and if these guys are hurt, it is not the cracking seat. Luokan released Mewtwo and motioned him to grab one, but he didn't know what the fossil fish had, which made Rikongza so excited. It doesn't matter if you don't know, there is no problem if there is an empty seat in front of you. Cheomung went immediately, holding a fossil fish in his hand. In his hand, the fossil fish had no hope of turning over at all. He was quickly caught and came to Luokan. This guy, there is actually a law in his body. Luo Chen was a little surprised, but still quite shocked. Didn't you say that in the ancient times, the laws were controlled by the Protoss? Well, no, the Protoss controls the elements of the law, and their elements are a little bit worse. His energy does not lack the heart of the law. What he lacks is the power of the law. Hurry up and devour it. Luokan squinted with a smirk, with a wretched expression on his face. This place is heaven. And the strength of the cracking seat has also become stronger as time goes by, getting stronger and stronger. Chao Meng stayed in place quietly, protecting Luo Chen. It's too dangerous here. Mewtwo is really worried. The power of the divine beast is far beyond what Luo Chen can block. A large eagle hovered above his head, paying attention to this scene all the time, but because of the tyrannical aura emanating from the split empty seat, it would not go down for a long time. Super dream, catch him and eat something good later. The divine beasts of the ancient times have never been eaten. When Chao Meng heard the words, his body flashed, and he appeared behind the big eagle. The eagle was frightened for a while, and immediately spread out his wings, wanting to escape, but where is Cheomung's opponent? He was immediately caught, tore off his wings and landed on the ground. He set up the stove, lit the fire and began to grill. Bursts of fragrance suddenly filled the air, and Luo Chen couldn't help swallowing a mouthful of saliva. Nima, it's really fragrant. After a long time, I took a bite, it was oily but not greasy, a trace of strength entered my body, and a warm feeling filled my body. Not bad. While watching the performance of the split empty seat, tasting the delicious food, and the supernatural beast protector, who in the world has this kind of treatment? Tasty. XXX. Saying that, he ate the last bite of meat. Fossil fish can also be eaten, right? Hope is not all stone. With a dry cough, he put up the fossil fish from before, and the fragrance was overflowing. Although it's a bit dry, overall, it's not bad. Kizukuza was in midair, and suddenly roared, making a loud noise. This guy, are you full? There are still dense fossil fish in the river. Luokan didn't want to waste it. He wanted to let Cheomung go, but he saw Rikongza glance at him from a distance. Nima, it turned out that I ate too much and wanted to rest. Hurry up, we still have work to do. Hearing this, Kaikongza's eyes froze, his body turned into a streamer, and he descended toward the ground. Boom. Falling into the water and splashing waves, it was quite shocking. Not bad, this guy is much stronger. Luokan nodded secretly, watching the growth of Kaikongza in his eyes. It took about half an hour for the cracking seat to return in good spirits, and the aura emanating from his body was actually no less than Cheomung. I'm a little surprised, Korakuza hasn't reached the super divine beast yet. Could this be the reason for talent? The rifted seat can be said to be the strongest among the elves. Of course, it is a little worse than Arceus. Touching his scales, Luokan couldn't help but marvel, the change was really big. In just this moment, the law power in his body has risen a lot. It is a gift from Lord Tianlong, the strength has risen to a higher level, and now that I have this opportunity in different time and space, of course, the strength will increase rapidly. If not, it would be a shame. Chao Meng was unconvinced, and glared at Kai Kongzhao, as if competing for favor. In response, Luo Chen shook his head, these two guys are really naughty. However, the two guys seem to have the heart to fight, and they have to decide the winner. Okay, you two go fight, but be careful, don't hurt me, well, don't hurt each other. After Luo Chen finished speaking, he walked to the side. He doesn't know who is stronger in the end. Between the two, he is more optimistic about Mewtwo. Chao Meng reached the super beast a long time ago, and Rikongza, at best, is a nouveau riche. How can the other party be strong? Sure enough, it was only the first time they faced each other, and Kaikongza was at a disadvantage. In just an instant, Kaikongza turned over again, and the aura around his body condensed, condensing a tyrannical energy. Boom! Mewtwo doesn't have any extra fancy moves, and with a single blow, it will be defeated. Clap clap clap. Applause came from Luokan. Yes, although this battle was not particularly exciting, it might fully show the strength of the two. Speaking of actual combat experience first, Mewtwo is similar to Mewtwo, but Mewtwo can be said to be invincible in terms of mental attack, while what Mewtwo can block is only physical. Come back, two naughty little guys. Cheomung took a proud look at Kaikongza, then twisted his body and returned to the Pokeball. And Kaikongzo came to Luokan in a decadent manner, as if repenting. Ha ha ha, grow up well, your realm is not as high as his, but your real combat power is higher than his. This is just a trick, not a life and death struggle. This is indeed the case. In terms of life and death, the explosive power of Rift Seed is absolutely terrifying, even Mewtwo can't stop it. Chapter 418. The slanting sun on the horizon is like a shadow, reflecting bursts of twilight, and the first night in this world is about to come. I don't know what happened to the Alliance Master. Forget it, as long as it has come, it can be settled. As long as the troubles of the ancient times are solved, what about the future? Thinking like this, Luo Chen opened his hands and found a cave under the twilight. Logically speaking, his strength does not require sleep, but the world is full of crises, and he is not sure what will happen. All the elves released, leaving only the Super Dream Protector. As for the rest of the elves, he released them all. In ancient times, gods and beasts walked everywhere, so they really shouldn't be restrained. Killing may allow them to return to their nature, devour a large number of laws, and help them grow. And the strange behavior of a little guy caught Luo Chen's attention. This guy is Shinado. Dancing her little skirt, she danced gracefully under the setting sun, but there was a hint of worry in her eyes. Could it be that there is an acquaintance of her here? Or, he was originally from the ancient era. Layers of mist piled up, and Luo Chen stretched out his arms, wanting to embrace him, but was turned away by Shinado's gaze. Nima, she was actually despised. Little guy, what is it? It's worth it. Shinade Duo's identity is mysterious, even Luo Chen doesn't know its origin. Perhaps, the secret of this little guy's identity will be solved in this world. But he didn't know that the power of the human race, the power of the elves, and the power of the gods were already paying attention to him. In today's battle, the energy impact caused by killing the Protoss Dream Butterfly can be described as magnificent. Many strong people want to come to see what kind of strong power this is. In the human race hall, a young man sat in the first place, holding a bead in his hand, and the battle scene was reflected above. If the dust is here, it will definitely be dumbfounded. Nima, how terrifying, even he was caught fighting. Huh, human, but this little guy is really small. The young man breathed a sigh of relief. As long as it wasn't from the Protoss, everything would be fine. Just seeing the target the opponent killed, his head froze. Why, This Aunt Mendy killed her. That is the messenger of the elves. Master Supreme. The news came back. It was a team leader named Qinghei who found him in the wild. He said he knew you and wanted to meet you, but he met Master Mendy at the entrance and was taken away. As for why the two fought, Qinghei doesn't know. But there is some very important news. Qinghei said it, and the envoy of Mendy said that this human is suspected of being a spy of the Protoss and wants to take it away for investigation. The young man frowned, knew himself. But in his memory, there has never been such a person. There is this dream butterfly, can't help but manage too wide. Arresting people in the territory of the human race, and taking them away directly. Don't give people face. Good to die. If you try your best to find the whereabouts of this young man, it is said that I have invited him. Follow your orders. Ellipsis. In the elves, there was also an uproar. Lord Tianlong looked bewildered. The messenger he sent out was killed. Nima, what exactly is this existence? Brother Tianlong, let's go find Ganshi. Maybe Ganshi knows this guy. An elf gritted his teeth. It was a huge person, not even inferior to Lord Tianlong. Chekram, don't be impatient. This matter should not be made public. I guess this young man is not from the Protoss either. Could it be that you didn't find out? Meng Dai, every act will be weird. If you don't teach him a lesson, how can you know? The power of my elves. Lord Tianlong looked at it, but one of the generals in his hand died. Go, he didn't feel bad at all. Hey, okay. Zekram smiled bitterly. The current elves are dominated by Lord Tianlong. His words are orders, and no one dares to resist. You guys just stay here and don't make any mistakes. I'll go to the Terran side by myself. If there is something to gain, of course it's better. The human race and the elves are already standing on the same front at this moment. The god race is too powerful and has ruled the human race and the elves for countless years. If the friendly relationship between the two is disturbed because of a mere messenger, then the gain is not worth the loss. In his heart, Meng Dai is a weak guy. If he didn't bring reliable news, he wouldn't even look at him. After speaking, he took action. His body turned into a shadow and disappeared into the night. On the other hand, the Protoss didn't look very good. What happened? Whether it is Dream Butterfly or a new human being, they don't know each other, but they both have one thing in common: they are powerful. The elves and humans may not know that the power of the law is very special, and they actually control the heart of the law in their hands. Katakana middle dot katakana middle dot katakana middle dot seeking flowers katakana middle dot 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 katakana middle dot. You know, all the stars of the law are controlled by them. Where did these two guys get it? He, now let you infiltrate the Terran base and inquire about the news. On Gonzai's side, he didn't expect anything. This guy is very powerful. If I had known that if I had directly destroyed them in the first place, I would not have had the troubles they have now. Gus was quite unhappy in his heart, but the incident had already happened, and he could only save it no matter what. Whether the rescue was successful or not is unknown. In the dense forest near the human race base, a small cave, as the client, Luo Chen knew nothing about it. With Mewtwo's protection, he is not afraid of anything at all. The strength of the super divine beast can already be said to be invincible. Except for the human race, the elves and the gods, who can compete with it? 0. At the same time, in the hall of the Protoss. Sir God, I found that human being. An exclamation resounded throughout the hall, and a middle-aged man hurried in with a flushed face. What, found it? Gus was shocked and delighted. Where is he? Gulong Mountain Range. Guston was not happy. Nima, this news is useless. The ancient Dragon Mountain Range, next to the human race base camp. Could this be a trap for the human race? Thinking like this in his heart, he immediately began to feel melancholy. Perhaps, this is a play directed and performed by the human race and the elves. To lure him to the bait. His strength is really good, even if he is against the supreme human race and Lord Tianlong, he is not afraid of everything, but after all, it is someone else's territory, and things will go wrong if you are not careful. Lord Shenzun, the gods of the past. The whole earth is our territory. How can anyone else say it? It's just a group of slaves trying to resist. The middle-aged man sighed and was very disappointed with the performance of the gods. Hee, that's fine, then you will handle this matter. God Venerable Gussie looked at him coldly, and said that, of course, it made him unhappy. Okay, I will definitely not disappoint Lord God. How smart he is, he naturally sees that the Lord God is angry, and so on, then let him see what a ridiculous act of cowardice is. 100 million. XXX. Chapter 419. He immediately acted, only carrying a dozen or so gods, and headed for the Gulong mountain range aggressively. The humans and elves encountered on the road are in awe of them. After all, these guys are the masters of this world. Who knew that his boss was planning a rebellion, but hasn't he succeeded yet? You guys keep up, if you do meritorious deeds, you will be rewarded. Before he knew it, his team had grown to 100 people, most of them were humans and elves. Looking around, they were all at the level of gods. Humans in ancient times also used Pokeballs, and this was all due to the Protoss. And those little elves were not subdued. They all know that after today's incident, wanting to live has become an extravagant hope. In the Gulong Mountains, Luokan still didn't feel anything about it. Lying quietly in the cave, quietly snoring, Zero Sansan became a perfect movement on a summer night. In the human race palace, Ganshi was lying on a chair when he suddenly heard the report from his subordinates and couldn't help but smile. The Protoss dares to come here. Haha, it's amazing. The voice disappeared, and the body also disappeared, leaving only the dumbfounded subordinates. The formation of power is not overnight, but a long-term precipitation. Humans and elves have been negotiating for more than 100 years in order to rebel, and only in recent years have they really taken action. 100 years ago, the power of the laws controlled by the Protoss was leaked, and a large number of elves were promoted, which made them regain their self-confidence. Perhaps, this is really a chance to turn around. Now, a powerful human appeared. This may be a hidden powerhouse who came out and wanted to help them. This made him move more and more towards the Gulong mountain range. Ganshi, where do you want to go in such a hurry? A voice came, and Ganshi stopped immediately and looked at the dark void in front of him. Okay, since you're here, then hide, there is a human coming, I reckon, to help us. After Ganshi finished speaking, he took the lead in running towards the Gulong Mountains. The existence of the phantom seemed to suddenly think of something, and immediately unfolded the figure and chased after it. Old guy, your speed is still so slow, come, keep up. Lord Tianlong smiled, stretched out a pair of claws, suddenly pinched Ganzai's back, and rushed forward at high speed. Stop, just in this void, just to see how the human resists. Ganshi said in his heart that he was not worried. If the other party came from GUC, it would be troublesome. The combination of the two is no match for that guy. Lord Tianlong smiled, then stayed in place, spreading a stream of energy in the space, and both of them entered hidden. There are strong people. In the cave, Luo Chen sat up suddenly, and just then suddenly felt a tyrannical breath. It was definitely a god. And I am afraid that it has reached the stage of a super beast. Super Dream, you come back first, I want to see, which guy is blind. With a sneer, he opened his eyes, pierced through the surroundings, and caught the surrounding night scene into his eyes. The breath of the Protoss, yes, I didn't expect to see the movements of these guys so quickly. How did Bencho get to see Ganshi? It seems that the meeting ceremony has come. The head of a powerful god, Ganshi should be interested, right? In the Gulong Mountains, a group of uninvited guests came, causing many elves to flee one after another. Nima, it's too terrifying. The energy released by those guys can make them feel hopeless. Luokan, it's too slow. Can't you hurry up? Don't you know it's rude to disturb others' sleep? Across the void, Lord Tianlong and Ganshi were dumbfounded. What is this? Arrogant. Just don't know how the money is. The distance is not very far, but the voice can still be heard clearly. Forget it, since I won't come, I'll go out by myself. With this thought in his heart, Luo Chen walked out with a dashing stride, with the Super Dream Pokeball in his arms, and Shinado parked on his back. Such a lineup can no longer be simply described as powerful. Elder, come out. Ellipsis. Damn it, he actually came out by himself. Could it be that he found us? Impossible, right? Ellipsis. The middle-aged man half squinted his eyes, quietly watching the falling dust under the moonlight. You are very young. The middle-aged man spit out a word, and there was a tinge of red on his forehead. The color of such flames is completely incomparable to the same fire. Well, you are also very old. Middle-aged man. Nima, be humble and die. If you want to fight, fight quickly, I have to go back to sleep. After Luo Chen finished speaking, the Pokeball was taken out of his arms and threw it fiercely forward. Super Dream, mental shock. The Pokeball collided with the middle-aged man, and suddenly a dazzling light burst out, covering the middle-aged man in an instant. At this moment, Luochen ordered, without hesitation, a wave of terrifying energy rolled up and smashed at the middle-aged man. Locking attack, the middle-aged man sucked in a breath of cold air, and lava shields slowly emerged around his body. In the next moment, the body suddenly flew into the sky, and the sky was dyed red. It's Fatty K of the Protoss. Well, this guy has good strength. It should be the strength of a first-level god. It seems that this young man is going to be in danger. You think too much. Before the words were finished, the two saw an unforgettable scene. Chow Meng flew up, stretched out her small paw, and slapped it directly on Fatty K's forehead. Boom! Fatty K hit the ground directly, and the blood in his mouth was surging. Wait, that elf is Cheomeng. Lord Tianlong was shocked. Could it be that this human even has Cheomeng with him? Activating Mewtwo's God's domain requires a destruction factor, and he remembers that the destruction factor seems to be still in his hands. Thinking about it, I was extremely afraid. This young man can't see through. Yeah, it's Cheomeng. I didn't expect it to be so strong. Where is the massacre of the Protoss in the entire audience? It is completely the enlightenment of the dust. All the people of the Protoss turned into an elemental crystal at this moment. Inside, there is a lot of law aura hidden, and Luo Chen doesn't plan to use it up. I know, you are all forced to come here, and since that's the case, it's not difficult. Looking at the hundreds of people behind him, Luo Chen smiled slightly, not planning to kill them all. In the void, Gan Shi nodded. Only in this way can he maintain his prestige among humans. You said, will he become the fourth camp? With his strength, he can completely kill you and me. Chow Meng's strength is too strong, even they are afraid. Impossible, life is a human being, and death is a human being. I believe in him, and with such strength, I am afraid he will come to save the world when he comes out of the mountains. Okay, you just have to know what you have in mind. Then don't be fooled. Anyway, I don't want any fourth camp. Ha 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 ha, wait for the good news, I'll go meet him now. Forgetting to look around, Luo Chen always felt that some power was spying on him. Ellipsis. Chapter 420. Who? Luo Chen turned his head suddenly, and suddenly saw a young man slowly coming towards him. Little friend, I don't know what the name is. The voice is clear, without a trace of procrastination, and the empty valley is secluded, quite pleasant to the ear. I don't know who the senior is. Luo Chen's body was stunned for a moment. This guy, his breath is so powerful. It should be him who spied on him just now. Hee hee, my little friend is looking for me alone. Don't you know it yet? The voice came again, and Luo Chen stopped talking. Could it be that this young man is Gan Shi? And the modern Gan Shi? Ahem, the gap is a bit big. Gan Shi. Congratulations, you got it right, but there is no reward. Ganshi smiled, and when he saw Chow Meng beside him, he couldn't help shivering. Nima, this is a super divine beast, it's quite strong. You can control such a powerful beast at such a young age. Xiao Yu is not an ordinary person. I don't know what the name is. If that's the case, this is the second time I've asked this question. Luo Chen couldn't hold back and didn't answer, so he told him his name. Ganshi was thoughtful, but never thought of who it was. Since it's a human race, my little friend and I will go back to the human race base camp. Otherwise, if the powerful gods come again, the super beasts will be useless. Ganshi smiled slightly, and a Pokeball appeared in his backhand. Flying Mantis. Damn, this guy has it too. Hey, the little mantis has been with me for more than 20 years, but he has always been a first-level god, and he has never been able to advance, and I don't know why. Besides, now the gods are in turmoil, and this old man doesn't even dare to touch the elf ball. I'm afraid there's something going on inside. The greatest worry of human beings is that there are spirits, but I dare not use them. If you ask why, it's very simple. The Pokeball is a product of the Protoss. Although the manufacturer is a human race, the technology inside is really beyond the control of humans, and it is impossible to guess what is inside. It's okay, I can help you solve this problem. For serious modern people, it is common sense to learn the structure of the Pokeball, but in ancient times, the structure of the Pokeball has not been deciphered, and everything is unknown. If that's the case, then thank you, little friend. Although this guy has always regarded himself as a young man, Luo Chen doesn't think so. Nima, to be the supreme of the human race, at least 100 years old. Needless to say, thank you, I am also a part of humanity. What a part of a human being. It's almost as if Ganzai's heart is over, and Lord Tianlong, who is not far away, is also slightly relieved. The reason why he didn't leave was because he was worried that Luo Chen would suddenly explode and attack Ganshi. If I guessed correctly, the elven powerhouse should also come, but because of my identity, I have never dared to show my face. After Luo Chen finished speaking, he pointed his finger towards the void, and in an instant, the entire space was rippling. XXX. Lord Tianlong had already planned to leave, but suddenly he felt this force and immediately fell down, making a loud noise on the ground. Nima. As the supreme god of the elves, he actually had such a day when he was stabbed with a finger by a junior. This is Lord Tianlong. The current Tianlong-sama should not be perfect. You must know that Lord Tianlong in the land of Meteor is unusually powerful. Ahem, it's Lord Tianlong to him. Ganshi forcibly held back his laughter, but that kind of laughter became stronger and stronger. No, this joke was enough to make him laugh at Tianlong for a year. Don't worry, I'm just a simple human race. Now I'm here to help you deal with the gods. Luokan's answer was very reasonable. Lord Tianlong was not angry because of what happened before, but instead looked happy. He didn't feel ashamed, he was really too weak now. The La has not been integrated, and the energy in his body is like a mess of sand. Compared with this young man, his strength is simply weak. Ha ha ha, since you're here, come to my human race as a guest. Ganshi was very happy. It was a great comfort to him that he subdued a human master. It seemed that he was a big step closer to becoming the master of the people. Of course, Lord Tianlong had no objection, so he and Luokan walked towards the Terran territory. At the same time, in the hall of the Protoss, Lord Shenzhen had an unbelievable look on his face, and he actually died like this. Judging from the video, it seems that the young man's mobilization strength is not even 1/10, so he killed a temple member so easily. Does it mean that his strength is equal to his own? This is absolutely impossible. As the leader of the Protoss, who has ruled the entire world for thousands of years, it is absolutely impossible for such a terrifying existence to appear under his nose. Come on, get me that woman. He rubbed his temples, it seemed that it was time to use his secret weapon. Not long after, a woman entered the hall under the custody of the two. Little Niangpi, tell me, what is your origin? He looked at the woman coldly with a cold expression on his face. Didn't I say it all? I came from the future, and a young man entered the current dimension. If we don't stop the Protoss, it will be completely over. Who is the woman? No two, it was Su Kie, one of the two sent by the Protoss to hunt down Luokan. Full of nonsense, call me. God Venerable Gussie was displeased, and he was immediately punished. In this life, I hated someone telling lies the most. Stop, I have the capital to make you believe in me. Su Kie felt aggrieved in her heart. She was a big man after all, yet she ended up like this. People's hearts are not ancient, the times are not fair. Oh, then tell me, how can I make me believe in you? Gus glanced at her suspiciously. Although Su Kie looked good, at his level, he probably wanted more women than the men he had ever met. It wasn't to belittle Su Kie, even if she was naked and stood in front of him, she didn't react at all. The power of the laws of the gods has leaked. As a god, you have nearly 30% of the power of the laws. You will be besieged by the human race Gus and the elf race dragon and forcibly deprived. Initiate the final battle. Humph. Full of nonsense. Gus was furious, he had never seen such a bold person. Just as he was about to shoot, he suddenly stopped. Su Kie's body emitted a burst of purple light, and a pair of deep purple wings spread out behind her back, and a purple crystal slowly appeared on her forehead. The Thunder God race. No, the Thunder royal family. For a while, he actually didn't have enough brains. There were only a few of the Lei royal family, and he knew them all. Where did this woman come from? Or, is she really from the future? What era are you from, who are your ancestors, and what are your plans for coming here? As if grasping the point, he quickly asked. Chapter 421. Only then did Su Kie take a breath. This ancient god race is really cruel, no wonder it was destroyed. I'm from modern times, anyway, it's been thousands of years from now, and you can't think of going there. But what I have to tell you is that since you, the human race and the elves have joined forces to completely suppress the gods, and they have been suppressed in a land called the Ultimate World. Recently, the Protoss is about to counterattack, capture a large number of divine beasts, and extract the laws from their bodies. Now it is close to the culmination. What is missing is the heart of the laws in your body back then, that is, Tianlong's body. Gus breathed a sigh of relief. Now, he has no reason not to believe it. Who is the human being sent? How is the strength? Gus asked again. According to the gossip, the incoming human, named Luokan, is the most powerful human being in modern society, and it is known that there is a super divine beast and an elf that is infinitely close to the super divine beast. The human who controls the elves. It doesn't look very strong, and he wants to fight with himself. You may not understand his strength. What about this person, who will break through multiple chips lurking in the human world, and also break through the barrier? Tell me, this is something that an ordinary person can do. Before she knew it, Su Kie had already controlled the right to speak. In your opinion, what should we do next? Gus asked, and his attitude was completely different from before. You should do it immediately, don't hesitate. It is good. The Protoss is already at the end of the fight, so it is better to fight the backwater. However, if we attack rashly, it will be very unfavorable to us. The supreme human race is powerful. Together with Tianlong, the strength is even more tyrannical. We should find an opportunity to defeat them one by one. Impossible, these two guys seem to have an unspeakable deal. They are in close contact every day, and a teleportation formation is built between the two, just waiting for me to go. Gus shook his head directly. If he wanted to make a move, he could only catch both sides in one go, otherwise there would be endless troubles. In this case, can we break their teleportation formation? Or, kill their members first, let them cry. Broke the teleportation array. Yup, why didn't I think of this way myself? As expected of a strong man who has passed through from the future. There's one thing I'm very sorry about. The Protoss expert who went with me, Meng Dai, died at the hands of Luo Chen. When Su Qier got this news, she was very unhappy, but it's a fact. Gus has no accident, one messenger is enough, not too much. Well, if you die, you will die. It's no big deal. Tonight, you will take it with you here. I'll go see the teleportation array. After speaking, the voice disappeared. Looking at the empty hall, Su Qier sighed, even her calf was shaking, it was terrifying. MMP, this man is probably not comparable to the super beast realm. Luokan, ruining the revival of my Protoss, I will make you regret it for the rest of your life. At this moment, in the human race hall, many people gathered around the table to wash away the dust. And Lord Tianlong also transformed into a human form and followed behind. Lord Tianlong, everyone knows him, so he didn't say much. Luokan is different. The strong people here are all hundreds of years old. How can a little baby like him be compared? Come on, let me introduce you to everyone. This person is a master of the human race. Well, his strength is a little worse than me. Ganshi smiled with neither red face nor red ears, but did not give Luo Chen any sense of existence at all. He could see that this young strong man didn't want to show too much limelight, but he still had the necessary status. In the human race, his words are authority. Although this sentence was said with a smile, no one dared to take it lightly. Lord Tianlong glanced at the supreme human race, feeling a little unhappy in his heart. This guy really wants to save face. Obviously no one is strong, so I have to say that. You must know that he was in the void just now, and was poked by this young man with one finger. After tea and dinner, the singer sang and the dancer danced. Seeing that the crowd was almost gone, Luo Chen gave them a solemn look. Is it safe here? I have an important matter to discuss. This matter will directly affect the survival of the human race and the elves. It is related to the destruction of the race, whether it is Lord Tianlong or the supreme human race, they are all in the spirit of 12 points. To my domain go in. It's absolutely safe in there, and even if Gus came, we wouldn't be able to hear a single sound from us. After Lord Tianlong finished speaking, he raised his arm and shouted, and a dark passage appeared in the room. Luo Chen and Ganshi entered one after another, and the door gradually closed. Looking at the two of them, Luo Chen was speechless, and then he shook his head. You must be very curious about my origin. I will tell you the truth now. Diaresis, my name is Luokan. I'm from the future world. I'm here today to help you and completely destroy the Protoss. Future world. Why does it sound so mysterious? Future world. Are you kidding me? Ganshi looked surprised. The future world. No way. Lord Tianlong is also confused. Is there such a fantasy? You may find it unbelievable to say it. Lord Tianlong and you will fight against the supreme god of the god race alone, to seize the power of the law in his body, and finally be absorbed by Lord Tianlong. The source of Lord Tianlong will be released, and the strength will climb to a peak state. The human race and the elf race joined forces to launch the final attack on the god race. In the end, our side ended in victory, but the god race was too strong to be wiped out. Gus used his own strength to toughen the two seniors and conquer the world. Ripped. In the end, this world has become two pieces. And the place where they live is the ultimate world. In my time, the Protoss was eager to recapture the power of the law good. And the human elves were declining and would soon face extinction. For the burning of the spark, I have to say that we traveled through dimensions and returned to the present. To solve this problem once and for all. One more thing, do you still remember the dream butterfly I killed before? Luokan looked at the two with a smile, and realized that the two of them were stunned, shook his head, and continued. That guy came with me. When I was teleporting, I had a little trouble, so I appeared a few years later than her. The words are finally finished. Next, we have to see whether the two seniors believe it or not. Lord Tianlong's face was full of astonishment. The law of seizing, this plan does exist, but they never told anyone, that is to say. 9 times out of 10, what this young man said is true. They really don't know that Mengdai is a Protoss. From this point of view, the Protoss is really cunning. Ellipsis. Chapter 422. Lord Tianlong and Ganshi looked at each other and nodded in unison. Luokan, right, you should know that now is a critical moment, and your appearance is too coincidental. The real situation of this matter needs to be verified, but you can rest assured that it is related to the survival of the human race. I will never be negligent. Well, I know, but the 2 seniors can rest assured. As for the Protoss, I don't know the specific situation. If there is a second messenger, I don't know everything. Luokan shook his head. The gods' methods were sky high, and he relied on Celebi to travel through time and return to the ancient times, and the gods didn't know how to tinker with them. You can rest assured about this, I have some eyeliner on the Protoss side. XXX. Joke, as the Zeon of the human race, how can you survive without any means at hand? Okay, everything is waiting for good news, but I have one more thing that I need the help of 2 seniors. Luokan gritted his teeth and finally spoke. It was my super beast elf, Celebi, who helped me travel through the years, but it seems that I have been lost in the years. If the 2 seniors can find it, the dust will be rewarded. Let me tell you this, forget it, I regret it. Celebi. Lord Tianlong couldn't help taking a deep breath. He had heard that Celebi was in control of the law of time, and when Luokan's words today made him even more convinced. Hey, Lord Tianlong, you are also an elf, so it should be much easier to find. Don't worry, I will definitely arrange this matter, and instruct thousands of elves to use their power to find Celebi as soon as possible. But there is one more thing that makes Luokan very sad. There is also Celebi in this time and space, right? If 2 guys meet, will something happen? Perhaps she was tired, so Luo Chen immediately followed the others and went to the guest room that Ganshi had prepared for him. On the first day, so many things happened. Quite helpless, he closed his eyes. Is it almost dawn? After closing his eyes, sleepiness still refused to come, tossing and turning, and the appearance of the 2 sides fighting appeared in his mind. There was a bright light on the horizon, and on the balcony, Luo Chen stretched out. In this ancient era, the power of the sun was stronger. It should be the reason why the power of the law is still relatively complete. A few figures quickly galloped across the horizon, and they were astonishingly his spirit. After they were released yesterday, Luokan didn't care. Unexpectedly, these guys came back in just one night. Kaikongza looked at Luokan eagerly. With those eyes, it was like acting like a spoiled child. What the hell? Cracking the empty seat to act like a spoiled child. Nima, this worldview has collapsed. Without any further action, Luokan saw that the empty seat straightened up, and motioned for Luokan to stand up. Fallen dust. On his back, Kaikongza immediately unfolded his figure and swept away into the distance. And Ganshi and Lord Tianlong in the square below are already stunned. Is this Luokan's strength? Lord Tianlong, but his little elf, why did he talk to himself? So like. Of course, this is just what I thought, and I didn't tell Ganshi. Tianlong, do you think that little elf is similar to you? Is it some kind of relative of you? Lord Tianlong. Mom's relatives. Lao Su was born from heaven and earth, without father and mother. How come the theory of brothers and sisters? The 2 suddenly thought of one thing. Could it be that Luokan has recovered the future Lord Tianlong? Damn it. Want to be so exciting. No wonder he just ran away. My condolences, Lao Long. Think about it. Luokan has such strength at such a young age. You are very happy. Ganshi persuaded him earnestly to let him accept this reality. Lord Tianlong was at a loss for words, and he didn't know what to say, but can he really live to the so-called future? It might be a little difficult. Forget it, let's discuss how to defeat the Protoss. After being reminded by Luokan last night, Ganshi sent someone to the Protoss. Sure enough, there was a mysterious woman on the Protoss side, which won the hearts of the people. According to the intelligence of the spies, the woman claimed to be from the future, but Gus never believed it and abused him for several years. Lord Tianlong's mouth twitched. How many years ago? Dream Butterfly came to him a few years ago. But why did she win the hearts of the people? Lord Tianlong asked curiously. The reason is very simple. He showed his bloodline. He is a member of the Thunder God clan. He possesses the purest lightning power in his body, which is what we call the Pure Blood God clan. Although he didn't want to believe this fact, he had no choice but to believe this reality. It's going to be difficult to do things right now. The members of the God race with the Thunder attribute must have amazing strength. Moreover, Luokan also explained that there are other messengers coming together. It's okay, everything will be discussed after Luo Chen comes back, and the law will be forced, and this plan can be cancelled directly. Lord Tianlong sighed, although he really wanted to get the origin of GUC, but his strength is not enough, he is not qualified to fight. At this moment, Luokan left the palace long ago and went to a strange place. Here, there are cliffs, and strange rocks are everywhere. I don't know what Kaikongza was thinking, so he threw Luokan from midair. Nima, this little elf isn't his own, is he? Fortunately, his physical strength is not weak, so he jumped from here. It's not a big problem. But at this moment, the mountain wind was blowing, the strange rock suddenly disappeared, and a green pool appeared. Could it be an illusion? He couldn't help rubbing his eyes. He was quite shocked. The masterpieces of the ancients are truly majestic. Seeing this, Kaikongza also leaned down and rushed down. In the pool, bursts of waves were set off. To Luo Chen's surprise, there was actually a lot of spiritual energy in the water. Could it be Dongtian? Shocked in his heart, he took a breath on the water and dived straight away. The underground palace. Under the water, is there a magnificent palace? With his realm, he could turn his breath into an inner breath, but here, the water seems to be 1,000 times heavier, making it extremely difficult for him to breathe. Immediately floated towards the water. Kaikongza looked at him, a little reluctant, but sighed. What secrets are hidden here? Looking at the appearance of the cracked empty seat, Luokan knew that this matter was definitely unusual. Gritting his teeth, he dived again. This time, he absorbed far more air than the last time, enough for him to stay in the water for about 5 minutes. He kept running towards the underwater palace, and on top of this palace, there was an aura of vicissitudes. At the entrance of the palace, there is also a huge statue erected. Judging from the traces of corruption, it must have been at least a few hundred years. The sculpture is an exotic beast. From the appearance, it is somewhat similar to Hoopa in fighting form, but it is not like it, so I can't tell it for a while. Chapter 423. The 5 minutes were about to pass, and Luo Chen, unwilling to do so, suddenly blasted forward with a force. The palace is still as peaceful as Mount Tai. This thing is weird. The doubts in his heart have not been eliminated, and Luo Chen did not dare to stay any longer, so he floated toward the water. But at this moment, a huge tear came from the palace, making it difficult for his body to move, even a little bit. Gollum. Drowning. As a strong man of this level, how could he actually drown? Nima, what are you kidding? But this thing happened. Little friend, since you're here, why don't you come in and have a look? A voice came, making Luo Chen horrified. Is there anyone else in the palace? Kizukuzuo, you have done me a lot of harm. Right at this moment, the split empty seat directly broke through the water and came before the underground palace. To Luo Chen's surprise, Kaikong's seat was not affected by heavy water. Space-type elf. Yes, but he has talent. I'm short of mounts like this. A voice came from the palace again, and Luo Chen was stunned for a moment. This guy, what a big tone. Kaikong's body twisted, and a burst of energy was ejected directly, wrapping the falling dust. Go, just break in. Luo Chen just doesn't believe in this evil. Could it be that there is someone stronger than him in this world? He firmly believed that there was nothing he couldn't deal with, except for the Lord God of the Protoss. Boom! The body of the cracking seat skyrocketed, so that the bottom of the water was directly empty, and the palace was completely exposed. So big. Smash the dust, smash your mouth, the palace's wall should be able to block the diffusion of breath. Otherwise, how could this guy dare to speak madly? Looking at the tightly closed gate of the palace, Kaikongza didn't hesitate and waved his claws suddenly. With that grasping force, Ling's palace shook directly, but it did not damage it in the slightest. What kind of material is this, the hardness of Juntama? Lu Chen thought to himself. Ha ha ha, stop dreaming, this thing is just you. It can't be broken at all. The power of observation is amazing. Luochen captured a detail in an instant, this thing. In other words, is he a latecomer? Forced possession of the palace. I can't help but stop, others can enter, it proves that there is a way to enter this place. With a glance from the corner of his eye, he immediately saw the rays of light around Rikongza. Perhaps, this is the breakthrough point. Space energy. Following the vine, he really found something wrong. This place contains a lot of space particles, and the density is far beyond his understanding. A large number of space particles condensed together to form today's small pool. Indeed it is. There are so many spatial elements in the small pool. It seems that I was negligent. Thinking like this in my heart, I then looked at the empty seat. Around him, the light seemed to be more powerful. Crack the empty seat, use the space shock. Kaikongza didn't hesitate, his body flashed gray light, and the elements that were still wandering around him escaped one after another, just like worshipping. XXX. Boom boom boom. The voice resounded, and Kaikongza was stunned when he looked at the palace. The statue was broken, and there was a button below it. Luo Chen cautiously stepped forward and squeezed it in his hand. Immediately, he felt a trance. Cracked seat, catch it. Kaikongza nodded, the dragon's claws instantly became longer, and he grabbed the inconspicuous button. It's the key to the palace. Luochen was overjoyed, there is such a secret hidden under this sculpture. In the palace, the man was completely dumbfounded. Why is it so pitiful? Isn't it good that there is only one key? Looking at the key in his hand, he was quite unhappy. Fortunately, the formation of the palace is under my control. Thinking of this, I feel a lot of peace of mind. The wall does have a shielding effect, but from the inside, it is transparent, including every move of the other party. That guy should be a first-level god, right? It seems that this time is a lot of trouble. A first-level god, he can still deal with it if he tries hard. The most important thing is that the human beside him, and I don't know what honor guard he used to find here. Absorb all the space energy here, don't waste it. Space energy, to put it bluntly, is the second form of the law. Kaikongza had wanted to do this for a long time, but was worried about the situation in the palace, so he never dared to do it. Until now, he opened his mouth and swallowed the sea for a while. All the space particles directly enter his lower abdomen. Energy is energy. When it enters the abdomen, it travels in the limbs and strengthens the body. Rikoza could even feel that the energy in his body became purer. Katakana middle dot katakana middle dot katakana middle dot seeking flowers katakana middle dot 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 katakana middle dot. At this moment, the mutation suddenly appeared. 4 energies spurted out from the bottom of the palace, rushing to the front of the cracking seat. Looking at this scene, Luo Chen was immediately stunned. What was this operation? Perhaps, this is the opportunity of the split empty seat. If you can take this opportunity to break through to the super beast, then this battle of killing the gods will be much easier. When the door was opened, Luo Chen immediately felt the quaintness rushing towards his face. The laws of space were purer than any laws he had encountered. Of course, compared with the laws of the universe, it is far inferior. Little friend, since you're here, why don't you come in and take a look? Seeing that Luokan refused to come in, the guy inside became anxious. What if this guy exposed the palace? Well, when they come in, they will close the door and beat the dogs. The palace formation, even if it is a super divine beast, may not be able to escape. 0. When Luo Chen heard this, he smiled. Okay, didn't he just come into play? He was very interested. He probably didn't know what the sky-slitting seat had just obtained. Not to mention controlling the entire palace, but a small formation is still no problem. Sure enough, as soon as the two entered, the door was slammed shut. Brother, what does this mean? At this moment, Luo Chen saw the guy inside clearly. Hee, don't tell me you still don't understand. The Sea God Palace can only be mine. In his eyes, this thing is already his thing, and the pretender, hee, just kill it. I'd like to see, where did you come from? Luo Chen looked at him coldly, like looking at a clown. Aren't you afraid? At this moment, a trace of gray energy appeared in his hand, lacing on the surrounding walls. In an instant, a terrifying pressure appeared, chasing the top of Luo Chen's head. Kaikongza glanced at this guy. Everything here is his final say. I saw multiple rays of light from his body, instantly wrapping the young man. Little guy, do you want to know why he can control it? Luokan laughed, and then glanced at Kaikongza. The youth is already stunned. Nima, his control is not working. The cracking seat swelled up the energy around him. It was a group of extremely dense space laws. The rule. The young man grumbled, feeling his throat rolling. Nima, so terrifying. Is this the power of the law in the legend? Really strong. 100 million. Chapter 424. The young man has collapsed. The opponent he encountered this time is a tough one. He controls the power of the law. It is no wonder that the palace does not obey him. Tell me about everything about this palace. Luo Chen glanced at him. The deep meaning in his eyes was self-evident. This guy came a long time before me and Keizuka, and it must be much more convenient to do things if someone familiar with him introduced him. The young man sighed, thinking that he would have no worries if he found this sea god palace. This is the palace of the sea god. When the sea god fell, he slept here forever. This place contains almost all of his lifelong collections. Lord Sea God. Deja vu, is it human, elves, or gods? Who is Lord Sea God? With the doubt in his heart, Luo Chen looked around the palace. The wall here is a special material. What surprised him the most was the energy emitted by the wall. 037. The law of pure space. Sea God, that is the supreme being. When the god race came, he transformed into the ocean, making the entire god race unable to absorb the elements of the ocean. Falling dust is clear, no wonder. In the ancient times, the position of controlling the water element among the Protoss was humble. It turned out to be because of the sea god. However, Luokan still has doubts. Since Lord Sea God governs the law of water, where does the space energy come from? The predecessor of Lord Sea God was actually the ocean. In the end, he got an opportunity in an unknown space and was swallowed by him, so he had a terrifying space law. Even the current senior Tianlong is inferior to him in this respect. The young man smiled, as if he was talking about something incredible. On the other hand, Luo Chen was in shock and doubt. How powerful is the space law that even Lord Tianlong is afraid of? You may not believe me when I say it. I have been in this space for 50 years. The young man looked helpless, guarding a treasure mountain, but he was not qualified to mine. This is a very painful thing. 50 years. But this guy is well maintained, with fine skin and tender meat. 50 years, I have lived here like a year, and I have always wanted to decipher the true meaning of it, and I have not achieved nothing. In the main hall of the palace, there is a spar, and that spar contains terrifying energy. And the key to opening this place is that crystal. The young man sighed. He knew that he could no longer keep this treasure. The most important thing is whether to survive. Luokan glanced at him. The little juju in this guy's heart, why didn't he know? Please stay here, I will let you go when I come back. There was a hint of playfulness on the corner of his mouth, and a force burst out from his body instantly, locking all the muscles and veins in his body. The young man was not unhappy, but secretly rejoiced. This senior should not kill himself, and he will not let him leave because he is worried that he will reveal the news. Thank you. The sound disappeared, and the people disappeared. This place is a treasure for Rikongza. Whether it can break through the super beast, it is in this move. Walking slowly, all the buildings were caught in the eyes along the way. I have to say, Lord Sea God, is a sullen person. Why do you say this? It can be seen from the decoration alone. Nima, as a strong man, she actually turned pink. Speechless, there are only speechless words to describe the thoughts in my heart. I don't know how long it took to advance. Luo Chen looked at the front, secretly relieved in his heart. The so-called mysterious crystal is just a piece of pure power composed of the laws of space. This law, different from the other laws, seems to be the existence of a king. Korakuza, swallow it all, this thing is quite delicious. Looking at this scene, Shinedo's appearance appeared in his mind. This little guy, something seemed wrong. What is the specific problem? Luo Chen doesn't know. Leaving everything behind, the top priority is still on Risikuza. Although Kakuza is the master of the sky and has a natural ability to devour the laws of space, the laws here are from ancient times. He was worried that the split empty seat would eat a bad stomach. After all, there are still situations where people are not acclimatized. Just like him, after breathing here, he obviously felt that his body was dying. The majestic law burst out, and Kaikonzo immediately enlarged his body and swallowed one mouthful to prevent it from spreading. And his complexion changed at this moment. Fear. It can only be described as horror. The heart seems to be burning with flames, and the heart is completely burned. Logically speaking, Lord Sea God controlled the water element, but then by chance, he abandoned the water element and merged with the laws of space. The power of fire should not exist. Korakuza, cheer up. Luo Chen looked worried. At this moment, the surface of the cracking seat was burning with terrifying flames, as if it was going to burn the world. On the other hand, Luo Chen, who was on the side, didn't feel it at all, and the temperature here did not rise. Could it be an inner demon? Damn it, the elf also has demons. What are you kidding? The growth of inner demons can be said to be caused by the unstable mind of the Tao, or because the foundation is not firm, and it is formed when one wants to forcibly break free from the shackles. Hoa ho ho. Kaikonza roared again and again, and flames spewed out of his mouth. Damn, it's actually a demon. Heart robbery. Outsiders can't interfere, only they can spend it by themselves. Without a strong inner world, if you want to live, chances are slim. In addition, the meaning of the existence of the inner demon is to kill the body and occupy the sovereignty by oneself. Chao Meng twisted his body and jumped out of the pokeball, watching this scene quietly, without any waves in his heart. Turning to look at the dust. What, do you have a solution? XXX. Luo Chen was stunned for a moment. Chao Meng is the supreme of the superpower system, maybe there is really a way to restrain it. Sure enough, Mewtwo nodded, closed his eyes, and the Korakuza was quiet. In front of Luo Chen, a dark and faint passage suddenly appeared, but I don't know where it leads. Chao Meng gave him a look. Luo Chen was in shock, and then he gritted his teeth. Chao Meng will not harm himself. As he took a step in, he suddenly felt the world spinning, and a force in his mind pulled him towards the front. After an unknown amount of time, Luo Chen opened his eyes and saw the surrounding environment. It was a lake, and on the lake, the split empty seat floated quietly. Lord Tianlong, or Kakuzuo. Surprised, this guy is somewhat similar to Kizukuza and Lord Tianlong, so who is it? Little friend Luokan, stay safe. I didn't expect you to really go to the ancient times. The giant dragon in the sky opened his eyes and stared at Luo Chen. It turned out to be Lord Tianlong. Hey, it's hard to say anything about this matter. It seems that Korakuza is in crisis now, and he has a demon in his heart. What should I do? Luo Chen hurriedly asked. Zhikangzhou, Lord Tianlong, both of them are the masters of the sky, why don't you think that the so-called inner demon is me? Chapter 425. When the voice fell, Luo Chen was stunned. The inner demon is Lord Tianlong. What are you kidding? Could it be that he wants to fight for sovereignty? For a moment, he was speechless. Haha, little friend, don't worry too much, you might as well say it bluntly. When I passed the law to the Sky Splitter, I left an obsession in his body, that is to destroy the Protoss. Now, you have come to the ancient world and met Lord Tianlong in the ancient era. This history has been tampered with directly. It can be said that the demon of the split sky now is you. Heart demon, what's going on? Is it Lord Tianlong, or himself? He didn't feel like he was caught in a mystery. It's true to change history, but Kaikongza is a junior, so how did he learn about ancient times? Luo Chen asked in surprise. This matter is indeed your ignorance, and it was created by heaven and earth. When you were born, you were invincible in the world, and the latter, when the gods came, and gathered the power of the law with thunderous means, I also miscalculated this time. For the sake of to save the Tianlong clan, I have to leave a rift seat in my bloodline. Of course, according to your human understanding, I am the father of the rift seat, or, the mother. 22 Damn it. What is the logic? That is to say, the current split sky seat is the heir of Lord Tianlong, forcibly shaped by the power of the source. But there is a lack of laws in the body. My Tianlong clan has a line in the blood. With the increase of age, the seal of the mind can be lifted, or in other words, it is the memory that is sealed. Fallen dust. Then how should it be solved? Knowing the reason for the growth of inner demons, Luo Chen didn't stop, and only now did he get to the point. It's very simple, enter his dream space, defeat the demon, and everything will be fine. Lord Tianlong said calmly, as if he was talking about something irrelevant. The strength of the cracking seat is infinitely close to that of the super beast. I estimate that the strength of the inner demon is a few points stronger than his deity. Can he really win? Luoken was a little helpless. You're stupid, let Cheomung go. Cheomung is a super powerhouse, and it has a natural restraint effect on demons. Fallen dust. Luoken didn't hesitate, and immediately left with Cheomung, while Cheomung's eyes were blurred, and he took a deep look at Lord Tianlong. In the dream of the cracked empty seat, Luoken can come and go at will, and the two have signed a contract, so there is a great relationship in this regard. But Cheomung is a little unhappy. Okay, after all, you are the master, you have the final say, the solution has been given to you, you don't cherish it yourself. Stepping into the void seat's dream, Luo Chen saw the two void seats scrambling together. Among them, the image of one is actually Lord Tianlong. Lord Tianlong, offended. Super dream, mental shock. Luo Chen shouted loudly, and the superpower was instantly in a trance, running towards the air. But as soon as he saw this scene in the air, he actually stopped. He disobeyed Fallen Chen's order. Luoken, don't hesitate, I can't hold it anymore. Rikongza spat out a mouthful of blood, and his entire body was shaking. Mewtwo actually disobeyed her orders. This is the first time ever. What happened? Could there be a clue to this? Inadvertently, Kaikongza took another blow and fell directly from the sky, smashing a deep pit on the ground. Super dream. What are you hesitating? Hurry up. Watching Kakuroza being suppressed, don't mention how irritable he is. Cheomung took a deep look at Luoken and took a deep breath. He immediately raised the energy of his whole body, and his target was actually the Korakuza that fell to the ground. Super dream, are you crazy? Fall Chen was horrified. Could it be because of the previous one-on-one fight that made Cheomung grumpy? Disobeying the order, Mewtwo was under enormous pressure, but he had to endure it. Boom. A deep pit appeared on the ground, and Koroku's body turned into endless fragments. Here is the dream space, and what is destroyed is the soul. Super dream. You. Luokan was furious, and there was an indescribable anger on his face. Okay, you're strong enough, get the hell out of here. I don't lack you, elf. Fallen dust directly took out the pokeball. The contract collapsed in an instant. He vomited blood, the backlash against the contract. You're free, get out. Staring with anger, Cheomung took a deep look at Luokan, respectfully saluted him, and his body slowly dissipated. Devil, I have fought with you. Looking at the stunned Lord Tianlong, Luokan directly released a few other little elves. Go on, even if all of them are killed, I will kill this demon. The head of King Ho was among them, and his body released a hot flame, and the violent attack came in an instant. The elves in the back did not hesitate and rushed towards Lord Tianlong. Kaikongzo, I will avenge you. Super Dream, when the Protoss is over, I will make you pay a painful price. In his heart, all elves are his friends. Whether it's Mewtwo or Kazakh, it's important in his heart. But just before that, Mewtwo was completely dead. Died in the heart of falling dust. Shinado appeared, looking at the battle scene ahead. He couldn't help shaking his head. Human beings are such emotional animals. Ho-a-ho-ho. Lord Tianlong roared in the air, and suddenly spit out a mouthful of pure energy, blocking all the elves. Super Divine Beast. Luokan became sluggish. This guy has actually reached the level of a Super Divine Beast. There is no Super Beast available in hand. Mewtwo left, and Celebi disappeared. He suddenly felt helpless and troubled in his heart. Why do you have to love each other and kill each other? Haha, the so-called harmony is like this. But Lord Tianlong's next actions made Luokan stunned. At the same time that wave blocked the elves, it began to nourish their bodies. No, since they are demons, why do you want to help them? Could it be? At the thought of this, Luo Chen was stunned. Misunderstood. That's Super Dream. Shinado looked at Luokan with contempt. This man, finally got it, but Chao Meng has already left and wants him to come back. Dream. The damage caused by the contract cannot be recovered without 10 days and a half months. What exactly happened? What happened to Lord Tianlong that I saw before? Perhaps, this mystery will be solved in the future, and the most urgent task is to wake the Rift Seat first. After exiting the dream space, Luokan held a broken Pokeball. You are affectionate and refuse to give up. Righteous, irresistible. If you have hatred, smile away your hatred and hatred. After waiting for a long time, the split empty seat woke up. Looking at this space, he felt that his heart was empty. Cheomung is for himself. Hey, maybe, this is the so-called fate. Okay, keep going in. As long as you keep strengthening yourself, you will have the capital to fight against the Protoss. Chapter 426. Although the real treasure house was opened, Luo Chen had no interest at all. Rikongza has become a little decadent, it must have something to do with Mewtwo. If it's not me, Mewtwo won't leave either. Don't think too much. If you want to come back, you will come back. Let's go to work first. Reluctantly squeezed out a smile, Luokan seemed to have experienced several times of vicissitudes, and even had a few more white hairs on his head. I have to say that there is a wide collection of Poseidon's palaces, most of which are personal preferences. The most important thing, Nima, this guy is so sassy. He even collected women's leotards. Devouring all that can be swallowed, and leaving what cannot be swallowed. Leaving an acre of fertile land, waiting for the next person to come. XXX. What if Chao Meng came back to find him? By the way, let's leave in a while, let's build a small house here. Kaikongzo was silent, and he had already recognized it in his heart. Speed up, and Rift Seat will soon swallow everything here. The rest, are the lewd things. One can imagine how arrogant the sea god was back then. When he came to the entrance, the young man was still squatting honestly, like that, as funny as he wanted. Luokan learned that the biggest treasure here is actually that crystal. The energy contained in it is enough to push Rikongza up to the super beast. Don't be too greedy, stay aligned in everything, it's good. When the seal was about to be lifted, he patted his shoulder and Luo Chen left. Senior, I don't know what to call. The young man knew that his question might make him unhappy. The last name is Luo, a single word as a dust. Ellipsis. The sound disappeared and the figure disappeared. On an unknown mountain top, Chao Meng stood at the top, blowing the cold wind, quietly feeling the beauty of the ancient world. On the opposite side of him, there was a Mewtwo. The two Mewtwo are facing each other, and they all look exactly the same. You came. Future Mewtwo looked at Mewtwo in front and said slowly. You're back, how can I not come tilde? In the ancient times, the Super Dream is only a first-level god, and the threshold of the Super Beast has not been touched. Perhaps, this is because of the law. Moreover, after the First World War, the vitality of the whole world will be greatly damaged, and the strength of the elves and the human race will be greatly reduced. The prophecy of the year is still to be fulfilled. Future Mewtwo carries his hands on his back, and his body is surrounded by bursts of breath. You are me, I am you, do you think it is necessary for me to stay? The ancient Cheomung looked ahead, his eyes blank. No, you are me, and I am you. If I die, you will be fine, but if you die, there will be no me. Causation is inevitable, there is no past, how come the past? Just like in the human world, if there is no love, how can we break up? What about reunion? Everyone in the family knows that you are back, are you really not going to see it? The Cheomung family is not the Cheomung bloodline, but a tribe composed of a large group of super elves. No need, your worries now are not what I want to consider. Future Mewtwo said slowly. The contract on you has disappeared. Could it be that he really abandoned you? Ancient Chaos was puzzled and sighed. It doesn't matter, he will understand eventually. In the past, the space that Luo Chen went to was actually the inner demon space, but Luo Chen took the lead. As for why Kaikongza appeared in the form of Lord Tianlong in the dream, everything has something to do with the original inheritance. Forget it, you know what I want to say. By the way, I'll give you a piece of news. God Clan Gussie has come to the Elf Clan to kill Lord Tianlong. Today's Gussie's strength has surpassed that of super divine beasts, while Lord Tianlong is only the pinnacle of super divine beasts. There is a slight difference in strength, but the real combat power is 108,000 miles away. Future Mewtwo nodded and left. My future me, maybe this is your chance to prove yourself. He smiled slightly and disappeared immediately. In the forbidden area of the elves, Zhongling is beautiful and permeated with strong laws all the year round. Anyone who enters it can enjoy a different kind of treatment. And at this moment, a dark shadow suddenly descended, and he looked around vigilantly and breathed a sigh of relief. Tianlong, I want to see, there is no teleportation formation, how can you ask for help? Come on, it's Gus. With his strength, sneaking in quietly, there is no problem. Just as he was about to make a move, he felt a crisis in an instant. Who is it? With a loud shout, the surrounding birds were frightened and flew up one after another. Oops. You actually forgot a big thing, Nima, this is the territory of the elves. The elves have a huge heritage, even he can't guarantee that he can be vertical and horizontal in the opponent's base camp. Haha, since you're here, don't leave. A voice came, and in an instant it was a terrifying shock attack. Super Energy System. GUC was shocked, why is there a super power system here? Gussie, I didn't expect that I could kill you myself. Chao Meng uttered, holding 2 balls of energy in his hands. Super Dream. No, you are not Super Dream. Who are you? He knew almost all the details of the elves. Cheomung is only a first-level god, and the guy in front of him is definitely a super divine beast. Mewtwo from The future. Boom. The voice resounded in the sky. Located in the main hall, Lord Tianlong's complexion changed greatly, and someone fought in the forbidden area. Quickly prepare for the battle. With a loud shout, he rushed to the forbidden area. Damn, there is a giant teleportation formation hidden in the forbidden area, and there is a huge secret in it. News about the creator god Arceus. Have the strength of a super divine beast, so what? I can't even break my body protection. Guc looked at Chao Meng coldly, feeling impatient in his heart. The Tianlong guy is definitely coming. He must run out beforehand, otherwise the consequences will be unimaginable. Crazy. I'll settle accounts with you later. Thinking of this, he brought up the elements of his body and spread his wings behind him. 9 colors. His wings are 9 colors. Doesn't that mean that he has 9 laws of elements? Really worthy of the Lord of the Gods. PFF'd. Before leaving, Gus did not forget to surprise Mewtwo. Nima, how could Cheomong get it? He directly resisted this blow. Beyond the super beast, what position is that? A single blow can seriously injure him. You need to know that his realm has long reached the peak of the super divine beast, and he only needs an opportunity to break through to the next realm. Lord Tianlong arrived late, and after seeing Cheomong, he was immediately stunned. Super Dream, are you the beast next to little friend Luo Chen? Lord Tianlong had seen Mewtwo before, so it was no accident that he recognized it now. Gussie wants to destroy the formation. His purpose is to destroy them one by one. I'll go first. The injured posture, Chao Meng didn't want to show it to others. He is a dignified beast. Chapter 427. Looking at the back of Cheomong leaving, Lord Tianlong fell into deep thought. Perhaps this is his pride. But since Cheomong is here, what about Luoken? Looking left and right, he couldn't see Luoken's figure, so he couldn't help shaking his head. Luoken is a human race, and is not very close to the elves. What if the purpose of others is to protect the human race? At this moment, far away from the elves, a young man staggered and looked at the surrounding plants with a hint of doubt, cannot help but rise. It's strange, could it be that there is something wrong with the sense? The young man murmured, then opened his eyes and gathered all the surroundings into his eyes. This. The young man was stunned, this place is so terrifying. Under the bright and gorgeous appearance, there are actually corpses everywhere. Shinado, are you sure it's this place? Luoken held up Shinado with both hands and let her see the surroundings clearly. The little guy nodded hurriedly with an excited look on his face. Before Shinado behaved abnormally, Luo Chen felt strange, so he let him lead him forward. Shinado has always been a mystery in his heart. If the fog can be unraveled here, it must be a good ending for Luo Chen. Shinado stood on the ground and stomped his feet, causing a commotion around him, endless energy gushing out, and actually forming a huge head in the air. Super Divine Beast. No, Super Divine Beast doesn't have such power. Suddenly there was something wrong in my heart, this guy may have surpassed the Super Beast. Who the hell is Shinado that has caused so much terror? But the next scene made Luoken go crazy. The light on this guy's body gradually became weak, and his knees slammed into the ground, as if a servant met his master. Lord, you are finally back. I'll swear to wait for you to the death. At this moment, sounds came from all directions, and every breath made Luoken's scalp tingle. At first glance, there are more than 30 people who just caught the eye. Except for the leader, the rest of the elves are actually super divine beasts. Damn it, is this world crazy? Shinado, who are you? With such a tyrannical existence, it is impossible for the decision to be driven by him at ease, maybe. What kind of conspiracy is? Lord, what is this human doing here? Shall we take care of him? XXX. The guy in the lead glanced at Luoken, and made a gesture of wiping his neck in his hand. Luoken's heart tightened. Nima, Shinado wouldn't really kill him, right? With so many little brothers, just pulling one or two ends can traverse the world. Shinedo's face instantly turned gloomy, and a power burst out from his eyes, and he went straight to the little brother who was talking. Chi-chi. This guy's body actually disintegrated in an instant. Too horrible. Fallen Chen is cowardly. Nima, if Kaikongza were to fight that little brother, I'm afraid they would be instantly killed, but such a powerful person could not stop a blow in Shinedo's hands. What is the logic? See the Lord. All the beasts surrendered, all knelt on the ground and apologized for Luokan. Luokan glanced at Shinedo in disbelief, and found that she had a calm expression and couldn't help twitching. Shinedo's strength is probably not as simple as a super beast. Even the Lord of the God race is almost the same. No, it should be an existence that can crush God Venerable. My mission. Shinedo's eyes were blurred, and she was a little reluctant. This might be the last time she saw Luokan. Shinedo has spoken. What is her mission? A series of problems appeared. Luokan rubbed his head. What was going on? I saw the surrounding younger brothers disappeared in an instant, turning into colorful rays of light, rushing towards Shinedo. The law. The power of the law. Luo Chen was startled. No wonder he felt the familiar power. These guys who dare to love are made up of laws. It is precisely because of this that Luo Chen has more doubts about Shinedo. Little brother composed of laws. I like to devour the law, and I am not afraid of the coercion of all laws. With all the phenomena listed, Luo Chen had a bold idea in his heart. Could it be that Shinedo is the law itself? Not to mention, this is indeed possible. Between the law and the law, there can only be two situations, swallowing and coexisting. Devour, forcibly devour the rest of the law to strengthen oneself, thus condensing the heart of the law. Coexistence, the strong side has good intentions, and in order to consolidate the world's perfection, it has to set aside a place for the rest of the laws to survive. Of course, there are also equal forces. The situation of Shinedo is obviously not swallowing or coexisting, just like the ancient kings. When the officials saw him, they all fell to the ground, and no one dared to resist. Shinedo's body became several times bigger in an instant, and it was no longer the weak look before. In this regard, Luokan is only amazed. Everyone has a chance. Careful perception, Shinedo's strength has actually reached the stage of a super divine beast. This can be said to be a surprise. It's just that she doesn't know how she fights. Is it directly crushed by the law? Some are impossible. However, Luokan could never make a conclusion about Shinedo's identity. Maybe time will tell him. Suddenly, a terrifying force appeared, and Shinedo had entered dormancy at this moment, and he didn't know when he would be able to wake up. Luokan is sure that this guy is definitely the most terrifying elf he has encountered in the ancient times. Kaikongzo, go and meet him. Luo Chen looked at the front coldly, threw the pokeball in his hand, and Kizukuza appeared with a roar. Suppressed. Fallen was shocked. The strength of the cracking seat has already reached the super divine beast, and he is considered a top generation. He never thought that he would encounter someone who could suppress him. That's not right, the rock attribute, how could it be possible to suppress the rift seat? I felt confused for a while, but couldn't find the reason. On the field, the two have already fallen into battle. Kaikongza has obtained the inheritance of the sea god, and the attack is indeed a lot stronger, but the guy on the opposite side is not weak. It can always frustrate the rift seat. The rule. It's the rule. The laws in this guy's body have been formed, but unlike the previous elves were completely condensed by the laws, and now this guy is merging step by step with his powerful strength. There's trouble with the rift seat. It is indeed a bit appalling that the super divine beast is suppressed to a first-level god. Korakuza, flying art. Luo Chen shouted loudly. At this moment, the cracking seat has been being pressed and beaten all the time. If there is no way to break through, I am afraid that something will really happen. Just as he was about to use his skills, Rikongza suddenly felt a tingling in his scalp, and the space above his head didn't obey him. In the dojo of the Lord of the Sky, is it possible to suppress the law? What the hell is this? PFF'd. Turning around, he saw a punch fall, and Kakukong's body fell at an extremely fast speed, hitting the ground, and throwing up bursts of dust. Damn, not an opponent at all. Luokan felt uneasy. Is this the true strength of the ancient elves? Ellipsis. Chapter 428. After just a few confrontations, Korakuza was seriously injured. The terrifying and violent attributes make it dizzying. In short, there is already panic about the ancient gods in my heart. It seems that none of the Lord Tianlong I met before was like this. Turning to think about it, Lord Tianlong didn't do anything to him, that's why he did this. Even so, Luokan had to admit that the ancient elves were too strong. And as far as he knows, in the ancient times, the elves were not the strongest, and there was a god clan on top of them. The elves easily crushed the super divine beasts, that is to say, I am afraid that there is a super powerhouse beyond the realm of the super divine beasts. At least there are quite a few super beasts. Crack the empty seat, come back, we lost this battle. Cracked seat is dying, if he doesn't call it back, he will probably die here. Kaikongza didn't care about Luokan, he knew that this was because he was worried about his own accident. But once he goes back, Luokan will face terrifying energy. Rather than this, it is better to fight to the death. The laws of the body are suppressed, and the ones that can be used are only some physical strength. When Luokan saw this, he was furious, and Kaikongzu would also disobey the order. I'll let you back. There was a trembling in his voice, because he saw with his own eyes that the scales of the Korakuza were torn off. Kaikongza still ignored it, opened his mouth wide, and abruptly walked towards the elf in front of him. Dark Lugia. After some entanglement, Luo Chen gradually saw who was on the opposite side, but isn't Dark Lugia a water attribute? Why did the rock appear before? Kaikongzo, don't entangle with him, you are not his opponent. A disadvantage, an absolute disadvantage. Kizanaza has absolutely no resistance, not even the qualifications to hurt the opponent. Dark Lugia glanced at Luokan, and those deep eyes instantly made Luokan sweat. Is this coercion? My god, so strong. If only Chao Meng was here. He couldn't help muttering at the corners of his mouth, thinking of the super dream that he had driven away. He must still be blaming himself in his heart. In fact, the battle is no longer necessary. Risikuza has no resistance at all. Boom tilde. Another force. Luo Chen's complexion changed in shock. Kai Kongzhao's luck was not very good, and this blow actually cut him in the middle. Crack the empty seat. Fallen Chen couldn't help being stunned. Kakutaku suffered this blow and was completely stunned. Dark Lugia stared at the group in front of her, her eyes flickering with fear. Luokan followed his gaze, and it was Shinado. This guy was brought in by Shinado. Shinado, you're finally here. Diablo Lugia uttered words, coldly speaking to the energy group. Luo Chen was startled. Do these two guys still know each other? Sure enough, it's closed, hee. Dark Lugia roared excitedly and ran towards Luokan. The scarlet eyes shone with dazzling light, causing Luokan's body to retreat again and again. A gray force surged out from the ground, and in the blink of an eye, it came to Luokan. This is the end. Luo Chen's face showed despair. The strongest under his command could not fight against this guy. What's the use of releasing the rest of the elves? At this moment, he gave up escaping. All the pokeballs were taken out by him, and the power of the contract dissipated. He actually cancelled all contracts. This human is a bit interesting. Dark Lugia stopped suddenly, and looked at Luo Chen playfully. This guy is better than any human he has ever seen. Ordinary people will try their best to avoid the crisis of life and death. But this guy actually broke the elf's contract right away. It's no wonder that Shinado has taken a fancy to him, he really has some ability. Boom. All the elves are crazy at this moment. Luokan is in adversity, he did not choose to let the elves die, such a dignified and righteous wind really makes them excited. Humph. Ants. Dark Lugia looked at these guys coldly, and with a flick of their wings, they all flew away. XXX. People who get in the way. Dark Lugia finally turned his gaze to Luokan. All his elves lost their fighting power. The most tragic battle in history has never experienced such a tragic event. Is it in the way? Luo Chen was stunned, finally knowing the purpose of this guy. It turned out that he wanted to devour Shinado. Boom. A huge burst of energy poured out, and Luo Chen closed his eyes helplessly. After so long, what awaited him was death after all. Katakana middle dot katakana middle dot katakana middle dot seeking flowers katakana middle dot 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 katakana middle dot. Right at this moment, an even more terrifying force surged out, and Luo Chen was overjoyed, and Shinado actually woke up at a critical moment. Damn. Dark Rocky Adam immediately stepped forward and ran away. Against Shinado, he has no confidence at all. Shinado, don't let him go. I don't know about Shinado's fighting strength, nor his fighting style. This may be an opportunity. I saw an extremely dazzling ray of light from all over Shinado, and in an instant, a net of heaven and earth was set up in the surrounding space. Shinado, don't go too far. Dark Lugia stared at Shinado. His body was imprisoned in place, and it was difficult to move. Shinado didn't seem to hear it, staring at him, his eyes filled with murderous aura. At this moment, Dark Lugia felt a surge of energy pouring into his mind, and instantly defeated the last line of defense in his mind. 0. The body began to shatter and disintegrate directly. Killing with eyes. Luokan was horrified, knowing that Shinado was powerful, but he didn't expect to be so powerful. Turning around, he saw the elves approaching him. Luokan shook his head, took out a few pokeballs again, and put them in. Shinado stretched and landed on Luokan's shoulder. Looking at this little guy, Luo Chen shook his head. I don't know if this is good or bad. There is an endless desert in front of it, and there are all kinds of divine beasts living in it. Luokan has a bold idea in his heart. Does this ancient elves really suppress him? Anyway, with Shinado there, I'm not afraid to try. Along the way, you will encounter all kinds of elves on the way. As long as the elves reach the first level of gods, they can suppress the empty seat. This made Luo Chen's eyes wide open. And King Ho is even worse. An ordinary second-level god can actually bring him strong suppression. But these guys all have one thing in common. As soon as Shinado appears, he can suppress them all. Even if you don't make a move, just one look can make the other party collapse. However, this only has an effect on the gods, and if the elves are lower than the gods, they will lose their effect. According to various circumstances, Luo Chen summarized it. Shinado is formed by the law, and these guys who have achieved the status of gods have laws in their bodies. It is reasonable that Shinado can suppress them. 100 million. Chapter 429. Shinado's troubles were finally resolved. Luokan had nothing to worry about, and instead headed towards the elf clan's territory. Chao Meng is an elves, will he go to Lord Tianlong? Just go and see. Celebi didn't find it, and Mewtwo left first. Perhaps, this is the destiny. Luokan shook his head, full of deep self-blame for this. At this moment, he suddenly felt a throbbing, as if it came from the deepest part of his body. What happened? How could he still feel restless in this realm? Could it be that someone has an accident? Mewtwo, Celebi. Celebi controls the law of time, and it is not easy for ordinary guys to deal with it. If that's the case, then the accident could only be Cheomong. Cracking the empty seat, hurry up and go to the elves. This matter cannot be delayed. Kizukuza knew that the situation was serious, and the speed was increased to the extreme, but it was quite a distance from the elves here. Even if it flew at full speed, it would take more than 5 hours. After so much time, I don't know what will happen. Korakuza, can you be faster? Luokan gritted his teeth, Feeling helpless, the current speed was the fastest he had ever seen. The cracking seat roared, tore open a space crack, and instantly disappeared with Luo Chen in the deserted land. The next moment it appeared, it was still an endless desert, which made Luokan feel a headache. Could it be that something else happened? Shinado jumped out of the pokeball and glanced around. The little skirt swayed, and a green light rushed in all directions. Under this aura, Kai Kongzai was even breathing quickly. Horrible. Shinado's strength can only be described as strong. After that, the desert changed its appearance, and at the very front, a passage was formed. Taking a look at Shinado, she noticed that she was nodding, and Luo Chen directly instructed the Korakuza to fly forward. This space is much more powerful than the space-time channel formed by Celebi before, and the surrounding barriers are extremely stable, and there is no flaw at all. There was a gleam of clarity ahead, and Luokan and Kaikongza were thrown out. The eye is a green, presumably this is the base camp of the elves. Korakuza, say hello to them. Luokan smiled slightly, and then ordered Kaikongza to act. Kaikongza roared in the sky, making a dull sound. Inside the jungle, the sky has exploded. What kind of spirit is outside? It's so strong. I think it's somewhat similar to Lord Tianlong. Like, cough cough, will it be? Before the guy finished speaking, he felt a murderous aura around him. In their minds, Lord Tianlong is the supreme existence, and there is no room for provocation. Far away in the forbidden area, Lord Tianlong suddenly heard this roar, and immediately his body swayed and headed down the mountain. It's already here, just wait a moment. This is a friendly army, there is no such thing as a courtesy before a soldier, but others are seniors, so you still have to have basic face. Even though it was far away, Luokan could feel that power, although it was a little worse than Shinado, but it was not bad. Finally, after a few breaths, Lord Tianlong came. He glanced at Luokan, and then set his eyes on Shinado. For a while, I was horrified, this breath, so powerful. Little friend Luokan is visiting today, what's the matter? After all, it was the elf of Luokan. Although Lord Tianlong was curious, he didn't ask any further questions. Just as Luokan was about to speak, he saw Lord Tianlong transformed into a human form. Isn't that what he saw in Meteor Land before? The visitor is a guest, little friend Luokan, please don't dislike it. After taking a deep look at Kakongza, Lord Tianlong said directly. Luokan didn't refuse. This is a bit outrageous, and I can't explain it in a few words. It's better to go in and talk to him. Entering the elf clan, Luokan was shocked by the unparalleled beauty. Here, not only elves, but also many human races survived, and they lived a peaceful life. This city was jointly built by Ganshi, and there is also such a city on the side of the human race, which is conducive to the cultural integration of the elves and the human race. At the same time, it provides convenience for humans and can tame elves faster. They have no objection to the human race capturing elves, and only in this way can they release the most powerful fighting power in their bodies. Seated in the hall, Luokan looked left and right, and found that the surrounding buildings were full of magnificent buildings. Although they were not as good as the human race, they still looked pleasing to the eye. The elves don't like noise, so the theme of the entire hall is mainly plants. Lord Tianlong, have you seen Chao Meng during this time? Lord Tianlong has seen Chao Meng before, so he must have an impression of him. When Lord Tianlong heard this, he couldn't help frowning and asked, could it be that something happened? Luo Chen nodded, very melancholy. To tell you the truth, Chao Meng really came to me before, and it saved my life. This statement is true. When Mewtwo came, it prevented Gus from destroying the teleportation formation. If the teleportation formation is destroyed, the human race and the elves will lose contact, and if they are broken one by one, they will soon fall. Saved your life. Luokan was surprised. Cheomeng is a super beast, can he save Lord Tianlong? What a joke. Lord Tianlong smiled. He saw what Luokan was thinking, so he told Luokan what happened at the beginning. Knowing the cause and effect, Luo Chen was sighed, and Chao Meng actually did such a big thing here. Then where did he go after that? Luokan asked again. Here, it didn't say Chao Meng's whereabouts, just that he just disappeared. As for where it went, I really don't know, but if you are worried about Chao Meng, you can go to the Chao Meng family, which is a large tribe composed of a large group of superpower elves. There should be a way for Chao Meng in this era. After getting this answer, Luo Chen ran towards the Chao Meng family almost non-stop, but at this moment, he suddenly stopped. Nima, where is his family? Let's go together, this super family is not peaceful. Lord Tianlong let out a wry smile, then watched Luo Chen put away the crackling seat and set foot on his back. There was a roar on the ground, and the whole body rose up. The superpower family, located behind the elves, can be said to be the safest places for the elves. Chao Meng was sitting on a tree when he suddenly felt a power and was overjoyed. If it wasn't for the fate of the family, he would have left long ago. Looking at the buildings below, the eyes are stunned, these elves will enjoy it too much. This is the superpower family. After Lord Tianlong finished speaking, he walked towards the ground and landed on the ground, his body releasing bursts of light. I don't know if the leader of the Tianlong is coming, and the superpower family can't welcome it far away, and I hope to forgive. As soon as they landed, an old man turned into a human figure and came to them. Chapter 430. It's okay, come today, and deal with some trivial matters. Lord Tianlong smiled slightly and looked at the little elves behind him. What surprised him was that Chao Meng didn't come. I don't know what happened to Lord Tianlong. The patriarch said with a smile. Let Chao Meng come to the main hall to see me. XXX. After speaking, Lord Tianlong left with Luokan. Along the way, Luokan always felt very surprised. He couldn't tell what was wrong. The old man from before gave him a very strange feeling. Does it feel strange? Lord Tianlong smiled and looked at Luokan. Luokan nodded immediately. Lord Tianlong must have his own reasons for doing so. You don't know, as long as I found out that something was wrong many years ago, that superpower family actually had an affair with the gods. Luokan's complexion changed drastically, and he had an affair with the god race. Do you think it's weird that I don't care? Lord Tianlong's expression turned cold, and he was quite unhappy about it. Really, in this way, Lord Tianlong has full strength and can directly eradicate the superpower family, so why is there a scourge? Hey, the elves, it's not as united as you think, secretly intriguing, just like me. In our elves, there are a few guys with the same strength as me, such as Dark Lugia, that guy is a superpower. Compared with him, we are only half a catty, let alone the elves, he is not the only one. Dark Lugia. What are you kidding? That guy's grave is a foot deep. Lord Tianlong, cough, Dark Lugia, he is dead. Luokan coughed dryly. Before Shinado was not careful, he killed him. Lord Tianlong didn't pay attention at first, but when he heard it, he immediately became sluggish. What the hell? Died? Damn, are you kidding me? What did you do? He was dumbfounded. It seemed that Luo Chen's strength had to be re-evaluated. Judging from his appearance, he was not injured. So, wouldn't he be just like him and could be easily killed? It's Shinado. He pointed to the little guy on his shoulder, and Luo Chen smiled. The silence speaks. Okay, let's go back first, it's so fucking exciting. Lord Tianlong was greatly stimulated. The enemy who had troubled him for many years was killed with ease. After a long time, Super Dream came. In the main hall, he looked up and down at Luo Chen. You finally came to me. Chao Meng breathed a sigh of relief, and slumped on the ground. You know. Luokan looked at him in astonishment. There was some difference in body size between Chao Meng in the ancient times and Chao Meng now. This Chao Meng's body is obviously bigger than his own Chao Meng, but he just doesn't know what his true fighting power is. I am him, and he is me, so now that something happened to him, I know it too. Chow Meng shook his head, not as excited as he imagined. Looking at you, Chow Meng should be fine now, right? Don't worry, he was caught by Gus, but he will be safe for a while. Gus doesn't dare to do anything to him for the time being. The ancient Cheomung held his chest out, and he didn't know where this courage came from. Captured by Gus. That is to say, their purpose is to extract the laws within Mewtwo, and by the way, to suppress your morale. As expected of Lord Tianlong, he analyzed the matter in a straightforward manner, and at this moment, he thoroughly analyzed the ins and outs of this matter. Isn't Mewtwo very dangerous? Luo Chen was shocked. If this is the case, then there will be no delay. No, you should have misunderstood what I meant. Mewtwo is safe now. What's the meaning of this? Luo Chen was dumbfounded. At this point, what misunderstandings still exist? The strength of Cheomung should be the peak of the superhero beast, right? Let's bluntly say that your elf, in this land, is to be suppressed by the law, and the other party wants to devour the law of Cheomung. He needs to help him familiarize himself with the law here. Over time, he can't do it without a month. Moreover, maybe a month later, we will rescue Chow Meng, and what he is doing now is completely ruining himself. After listening to Lord Tianlong's words, Luoken was slightly relieved. His little elf must be suppressed by the law. Lord Luoken, this thing is for you. I think it should be a good treasure for you. Cheomung listened to the conversation between the two, and finally interjected, and directly handed a stone to Luoken. Taking advantage of the situation, he was instantly shocked by the energy inside. The same energy as the writing wheel. Could it be that his Sharingan is about to be promoted here? Thinking of this, he was secretly excited. What it is? Lord Tianlong was puzzled and asked in surprise. Cheomung shook his head, saying that it was given to him in the future, and that if he met Luoken, he would give it to him. Now it looks like it's really useful. Hey, I really wronged him. Even if he was driven out by himself, Chow Meng still remembered himself and gave him the treasure he found. Since Mewtwo is fine for the time being, let me absorb this stone first. Strength is 1 point, and if you can step up, you will be strong, which is the most important thing. When Lord Tianlong heard the words, he hurriedly prepared a secret room for him and fell into a closed state. You don't have to go back for the time being. Some things still have to be dealt with. Lord Tianlong has a fierce look on his face. He used to be afraid of Dark Lugia, but now this guy is dead. What are you afraid of? And with Luoken, the sky-defying human being, there is no trouble at the end. Chow Meng seemed to understand something, and under his arrangement, he moved into a guest room. Luoken fell into a state of closed-door seclusion. He couldn't hear his surroundings, his eyes couldn't see all directions, and everything had nothing to do with him. He seemed to have fallen into a dream. There were 3 waves of people fighting on the field. The writing wheel opened instantly, and the entire battlefield was caught in his eyes. This is actually a battle between the gods, the humans, and the elves. Moreover, it is still the decisive stage. Lord Tianlong and Ganshi have joined forces, and standing opposite them is a young man. He had 9 colored wings hanging on his body, which looked extremely eye-catching. This guy is the god of the god race. Sure enough, he is strong enough, but I don't know who is stronger or weaker than me. With firmness in his heart, the writing wheel eyes suddenly shone on him, and everything was shattered. Luoken, what are you still hesitating about? We can't hold it anymore. Ganshi gritting his teeth, he suddenly received a heavy blow, his body flew upside down, and he gave blood in his mouth. Fuck, why is this fantasy so real? Luo Chen was shocked, and immediately came to the front and exhaled with a palm. The energy core that hits his forehead. That's his weakness. With a few words to wake up the dreamer, Lord Tianlong and Ganshi gritted their teeth and attacked frantically towards the top. Chapter 431. Boom tilde. There was a tyrannical airflow flying in front of him, and Luoken had a premonition that as long as he was hit, he would definitely be beaten into scum. The elf ball flew out instantly, but no matter how he summoned it, he could never let the elf come out. Damn it! Go to hell! A loud shout, mixed with Jutian's anger. A thunderous blast of light filled the sky and landed around Luokan. Seeing this, Guc had to put away his attack. Humph! Do you think this will hold up? Guc stared at the thunderstorm coldly, and immediately released a thunderbolt, which directly absorbed the thunder light around Luokan. This guy also has the thunder attribute. It was the first time I saw the nine-colored god, and Luo Chen finally knew this guy's tyranny. Writing round eyes. Sharanyan once again showed his domineering power. This force appeared, making Guc's body sluggish and his movement directly reduced by several percentages. Good chance. Lord Tianlong was overjoyed, released a space cut, and went straight to Guc's head. Time and space transfer. Guc was under pressure from both sides, and he still seemed to be able to handle it with ease. Moreover, he was thinking of attacking Luokan. This time, no one can save you. Guc said what he said, he did what he said, his body flashed, and the violent power instantly enveloped the dust. Before even resisting, Luokan was strangled. In the secret room, Luo Chen's eyes narrowed a little, and then he opened his eyes, sweating profusely on his body. Is this what death feels like? Really scary. His face was horrified, and he had lingering fears in his heart. In life, there are not many opportunities to experience death. In dreams, maybe you can taste one or two. Luokan was lucky, this time he actually tasted it. But this time, he was quite frightened, especially when Guc suddenly appeared and fell down with a violent blow. My writing wheel eye. It's actually already 6 go jade. Is this a surprise? Holding the stone in his hand, it merged into his pupils. Cheomong, don't worry, I will definitely come to save you. Luo Chen looked at the front coldly, and a chilling air appeared. Those who knew him would definitely know that he was angry. After breaking through, almost the entire elves felt this violent energy. Is it so easy to become stronger? Lord Tianlong shook his head helplessly. Luokan's strength is strong in itself, so wouldn't it be stronger? Humans and humans, no, the gap between humans and beasts is really big. It's not easy to become stronger, but if you have a strong heart, you can become so strong very quickly. A hearty voice came. It was actually the supreme human race Ganshi. This guy actually came. What, were you scared by the Fallout Boy? Ganshi smiled and was very happy that Lord Tianlong was deflated. Yeah, this kid is too god-defying. If everyone is like this, what kind of gods are they afraid of? They should be afraid of gods. Ellipsis. After a period of silence, the two finally saw Luo Chen, and he successfully broke through the barrier with a trace of exhaustion on his face. Two seniors, the super dream thing is imminent. I must go to the land of the gods now. Isn't it Duanungshan? I have never been afraid of falling dust. Luokan clenched his fists tightly, and was not afraid of them at all. XXX. Mewtwo. Ganshi was silent for a while, then turned to look at Lord Tianlong. Let me tell you directly, do you know what state Guc is in now? Ganshi looked at Luo Chen seriously, and the meaning behind it was obvious. You're just a rookie. You have nothing to do when you are idle, and you run to find trouble with others. Well, that's what it means. Gussie's strength should surpass that of super divine beasts, and as far as I know, among the powers of the Protoss, he is not the only one who surpasses super divine beasts. There are countless Protoss in the super divine beast realm. You know you're still going. Do you want to die? If you don't say too much, your laws will be suppressed. Even if you have the same level as him, you will be suppressed forever. Lord Tianlong looked like he hated iron but not steel, and he almost lost his temper. I don't want to die. I know what it means, so I want to go. Mewtwo can't wait for a moment in such a crisis. Luokan gritted his teeth. Even if the two seniors would definitely stop him, he would still go. I really can't do anything about you. Well, we still have a secret realm here. When you come out of it, the two of us will accompany you there. Besides, the law on that guy has been coveted by Tianlong for a long time. Hearing this, Luokan was almost crying with gratitude. Knowing that there were tigers in the mountains, he was inclined to walk in the mountains. However, what is the secret realm they are talking about? Luo Chen is really interested. After all, these two people represent the most powerful forces in ancient times. After all, they are definitely not simple things. This secret realm was jointly developed by the human race and the elf god race. In the past, endless resources were invested in it. However, due to time constraints, the laws are somewhat unstable, and if the strength reaches the gods, you will not be able to enter. Your physical strength it's not strong. It's still no problem to enter it. Your elf with the poke ball to guard, and the hidden sky of Tianlong, this ban really can't find you. After Luo Chen heard it, he almost vomited. Nima, it turned out to be an expired thing, but something from many years ago. With the input of the Protoss, I am afraid there is really something good. Okay, let's just consider myself a swindler. What Ganshi said before made Luokan feel a little unhappy. In his time, he could even be tough on the gods. However, in this place where there are so many mythical beasts as dogs, I still think it's really not that good. The opening of the secret realm is not very easy. The two seniors cast spells with all their strength, and it takes 2 full days to open, so it can be seen that this secret realm is against the sky. Because there is a problem with the law, no one has entered the secret realm. Many guys who entered in the past have not come out. Perhaps, this is also a chance. Far away in Duanhang Mountain, a middle-aged man's eyes narrowed slightly. Suddenly felt something. Diaresis, is there any effect on Mewtwo? He rubbed his temples, feeling a little helpless. Your Majesty, Cheomung has never given up on his own laws. The person below stepped forward and said respectfully. HMPH, who do you really think you are? Go and prepare for it. After 3 days, you will start the 99 returns for a while. As soon as the people below heard the 99 return to 1, they immediately broke into a cold sweat. Sir Shenzun, don't you think about it anymore. Once the 99 returns is activated, it will not stop. Moreover, if the other party is strong-willed, I am afraid that the 9 elements will be absorbed. Towel. Someone couldn't help reminding. Gus gave a few people a cold look. That look was like a summer stove, making them horrified. There is no doubt that this deity does things. Follow the orders of the Lord God. After everyone left, Ji Yusi's face gradually showed a radiance. Su Kier, do you want to meet Luo Chen? Chapter 432. After a long time, a voice came from the hall. Lord Shenzun, please don't break me. Luokan has at least 2 super divine beasts in his hands. With my strength, where is his opponent? Su Kier appeared slowly, and her life can be described as nourishing. Since she proved her identity, the entire Protoss has respected her very much. You can rest assured that Luokan has entered the secret realm that the 3 clans used back then. There are many powerful gods, and among them, there is an existence that is no less powerful than me. Su Kier was shocked. Her strength is no less than GUC. What are you kidding? Is it not recorded in history? My junior brother, Chongming. You just need to hold my hand oracle and find him at the hip bone. Su Kier breathed a sigh of relief. Okay, I will definitely live up to the expectations of Lord God and kill this annoying thing. After receiving the letter, Su Kier immediately returned to her room and packed her things. Luokan, you also have this day. You always have to pay back when you come out to hang out. After Su Kier finished packing her things, she found that Lord God Zun had opened the space tunnel. She didn't hesitate and went in. It only takes a few breaths to activate the Protoss, but for Luokan, it takes 2 full days. Perhaps, this is the difference in strength. 2 days ahead of the other party, Su Kier has a good chance of winning. As long as she finds Chongming, nothing will be a problem. The land of the hip bone, that is a Jedi, or in other words, this is a place that the gods cannot touch. Holding the map, Sukir easily found the place of the hip bone. In the blink of an eye, 2 days have passed, and Lord Tianlong finally opened the transmission channel, and Luo Chen got in right away. This time, it may not be so smooth. Lord Tianlong looked at the gradually disappearing space inside. The Protoss is also open. I guess who will be sent in? Ganshi and the others are open, the Protoss knows, and the Protoss is open, so Ganshi naturally understands. Have you heard of a person? No, a god. Lord Tianlong said with a serious face. Who? Ji Yu's younger brother, Chongming. Ganshi sucked in a breath of cold air. Back then, Ganshi fought him, and it was dark, and the whole world was tilted. In the end, Arceus, the creator god, appeared, and the battle subsided. Chongming was seriously injured and was sent to the secret space by Ji Yu. After 1,000 years, he didn't know whether the guy was dead or alive. I hope he died long ago, otherwise Luokan would be in danger. I hope so. Ellipsis. Entering the secret realm space, Luokan was shocked by the scenery in front of him. This is a prosperous space. In the dense forest, the trees are thicker and taller. Looking around, there are mountains and mountains. Taking a deep breath, Luo Chen felt much better. This place is really good, at least the spiritual energy of heaven and earth is more intense. There was a commotion in the Pokeball in his arms, and he was shocked. Could it be that there is really a chance here? Coming here is all about luck. But this time, the one who moved the Pokeball was actually the Kurama. What the Kurama devoured was the law of time. Could there be a law of time here? It's just a pity that Celebi is not here. Otherwise he must be very happy. He took out the Pokeball and dragged it in his hand. Kurama jumped out, looking at the surrounding environment with a pair of eyes. Go, where there is something good, just go by yourself. Unleash all the Pokeballs. I don't know how big the secret realm is, but there are definitely many opportunities. Instead of letting them follow him, it is better to go out and find opportunities by himself. What made him strange was that Shinado didn't go out and stayed by his side all the time. It should be that he is worried that he is in danger, or that he simply despises the so-called opportunity. No matter what he said, Luo Chen was very moved by this. Walking forward slowly, Luokan came to a small pool. According to the records on the map, there was a first-level god guarding here. Ganshi told him that if he wanted to truly prove himself, he had to use his physical strength to fight against a first-level god. That's the real power. I have no concept of myself in my heart, so I might as well take a real challenge. Pick up a stone and throw it directly into the water. The water surface splashed with ripples, and waves rolled up. But after a long time, there was no response at all. Nima, look down on it. The writing wheel eye spurted out a ray of light, making a huge movement in the water. Hoa ho ho tilde. After a roar, someone finally emerged from the water. Tyrannosaurus. Barely enough. Luo Chen he rushed up directly, his body volleyed into the air, he exhaled a fist, and smashed it hard on the head of the carp dragon. The tyrannical carp dragon glanced at Luokan, and was extremely contemptuous in his heart. Is this only the strength? What are you doing? Don't you know that Grandpa is very angry when he is disturbed in his sleep? The body vacated, and a water-on protruded from the mouth. Resolve. Luokan looked flustered, and then took a deep breath. The terrifying energy is recklessly permeating, and Luokan has tried his best to resist it, but it still doesn't help. Is this the gap? The corners of his mouth were bitter. The first-level gods of the ancient times could no longer be described by common sense. At this moment, Luo Chen felt another force appear. He couldn't help shaking his head. Shinado couldn't stand it anymore. Nima, what a shame. Actually, this is not to blame for falling dust. Compared with the ancient gods, he is indeed too weak. Shinado and Luo Chen are different. If they don't make a move, it's already gone. Seeing the tyrannical carp dragon fall, Luo Chen coughed dryly. It was really powerful. It was indeed the body of the law. A look was thrown at Luochen, and Luochen was complaining in his heart, who would let him eat? Don't be in a hurry next time, what if I can solve it? Looking at Luochen, whose face was neither blushing nor panting, Shinado despised him again and again. No, I have to make excuses for myself. I have never seen such a brazen person. This was the end of the matter. Luochen yawned, and followed the guidance of the Pokeball to go to the Kurama's retreat. At this moment, just behind him, there are two sneaky guys. One of them exudes a cold aura, and wherever he passes, the plants will wither directly. Just him. Gus's brain is broken. This guy can't handle it. It's a goddamn shame. There was a black cloth on the man's face, which completely covered his face, so he couldn't see the reality. He is the junior brother of the god race Gussie, also known as Chongming. The woman glanced at him helplessly, and couldn't help but be frightened by the breath on his body. The ancient gods were really strong. He is the person we are going to deal with. We also ask the seniors not to be careless. This person is extremely cunning, and he is an excellent trainer with at least 2 super divine beasts in his hands. Hee, I am that weak. In the face of absolute strength, any conspiracy and tricks will be impossible to hide. XXX. Chapter 433. With the contract still in place, with the guidance of the elf, Luochen traveled freely in the secret space, and soon, he came to a mysterious place. Here, there are a lot of time laws, even Shinado, they all look at it. 365 times faster. It was rare for Shinado to speak, but this time, just above Luochen's head, she was heard by Luochen exactly. 365 times faster. Isn't that a day outside, a year inside? Sure enough, the law of time is the most miraculous law in the world, no one. His eyes stared straight at the space, but here, there is an obscure force permeating the air, and the entrance has been sealed. Shinado jumped up and spit out a strange energy, and in an instant, the force blocking the entrance disappeared directly. Luo Chen slapped his brain. How could he forget the great god Shinado? Shinado looked at Luo Chen, who was stunned, with an unhappy expression on her face. How did she meet such a mentally handicapped master? Hey, it's really nerve-wracking. After hesitating for a moment, he was actually despised again, and Luo Chen was so upset in his heart. Damn, who is the protagonist? This idea was quickly picked up, because the channel had begun to shrink. He stepped in one step, and the passage was immediately closed. For some reason, Shinado looked back and smiled evilly at a hidden place. He found us. Tsukio's complexion changed greatly, but when she saw Chongming's calm face, she breathed a sigh of relief. You're right, this guy did find us, but why don't you tell the humans? HMPH, it must be their fault. Chongming said coldly. Smelly problem. Tsukio looked confused. What is this operation? Yes, the elves pride themselves on being strong, and they want to capture the enemy and claim credit from the master. Chongming doesn't seem to be surprised by this. Shinado is not afraid of better, so as not to startle the snake. In a while Yugohei let out. Chongming's words seemed irresistible. Tsukio gritted her teeth. Okay, isn't it just a bait? At the same time, he was full of resentment towards Gus. Where is revenge? He was clearly here to suffer, and he was the kind of master who said nothing. Leaning forward, he moved cautiously, looking around from time to time. Sure enough, here, there is a mysterious fluctuation. Tsukio was startled and suddenly felt a throbbing. Little girl, go back and tell the old dog to let him do it himself. In a word, as if with great power, Tsukio's body began to tremble instantly, and the energy in her body flowed wildly towards the outside world. This. Tsukio looked around, but she didn't find any figure of the other party, which made her feel really hopeless. The body quickly retreated and returned to Chongming's side. How is it? Did you find anything? Sure enough, The more cunning people get when they get old, this old guy is really afraid of death. There is a passage there, you can go indirectly. If that's the case, don't blame her for being ruthless. Chongming was overjoyed. The opponent was very strong. I felt it before. It must be good for them to be interested. You, wait here. Good things are best enjoyed alone. Moved quietly, approaching the place where the space fluctuated. Strange, where is the passage? For some reason, he suddenly had a bad premonition in his heart. No, there is an ambush. The crisis that passed by, his intuition over the years, has told him that there is something hidden here that can make him disappear. Old dog, do you want to run now? A voice sounded. It was an extremely immature existence. With a glance, he saw Shinado, floating leisurely in the air. What? Chongming turned pale in shock, and immediately spread his wings behind him. Those are 5 colored wings. 5 colors. Yes, there is actually a hint of green, and life is really hard to live without a little green. The old guy was frightened, his body could hardly move at all, and he didn't even have the qualifications to open his mouth to speak. What the hell are you? Elves. The elves could not have such a powerful existence. According to outside rumors, his strength is almost the same as Guc, but in reality, there is still a big gap between himself and Chongming. Want to know? Shinado made a serious gesture, and then saw Chongming nodded. Hey, I won't tell you. Shinado made a face, and that scene was as funny as it could be. Poof tilde. Chongming's grievance in his heart, for so many years, he has never received such grievance. Katakana middle dot katakana middle dot katakana middle dot seeking flowers katakana middle dot 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 katakana middle dot. Hey, don't be angry, I'll tell you, it's not enough to tell you. Shinado's eyes drooped, as if he had made a mistake. But the terrifying aura still exists. No matter how Chongming resisted, it was of no avail. I don't want to know. Kill me quickly. Kill you. That's boring, let's play a game. Chongming. Still playing games. What a god to play games. Is it okay? If it doesn't work, I'll send you there. Well, I'm very kind. Shinado blinked innocently. Like that, it was creepy. Chongming's body trembled, so terrifying. He couldn't imagine what would happen next if he refused. 0. Okay, what are you playing? Chongming gritted his teeth. Didn't he just go for it? He died horizontally and vertically, and he could live for a while longer. It's very simple. You suppress your strength, to the same level as that woman, and then go head to head with my master. When dealing with the tyrannical carp dragon before, Shinado could see that Luokan wanted to exercise his physical strength to deal with gods. The gods, for Luokan, are still too powerful. It is better to deal with the gods, and there are more practical things to come. Okay, how far can I suppress it? Chongming gritted his teeth, thinking that he was also at the super divine beast stage, yet he was so aggrieved. 2nd level god, if you can't beat it, you can be promoted to 1st level god, but you can't use a little power of super god beast, otherwise, you will know the consequences. After Shinado finished speaking, he disappeared. Chongming sighed helplessly. Nima, why is such a powerful elf not his own? 2nd level god, enough to crush you. He was angry, and he suppressed him with a 2nd level god, which was no problem. Just now, he had seen Luo Chen's shot. His strength was poor, and without the help of divine beasts, he was a prime minister who was slaughtered by others. At this moment, in the secret realm, the law of time is extremely strong. In the blink of an eye, Luokan stayed inside for half a day, which is half a year after the acceleration. In the past 6 months, his Lugo Jade writing wheel has become more solid and powerful. The development of Kurama was also very smooth. There were bursts of gray power around his body, similar to the laws of space, but not like them. In the future, the combat power will be strengthened again. 100 million. Chapter 434. Time is green, disappearing at the fingertips. A young man is sitting on the bluestone, and a lot of dust has been stained on his body. 10 years, only 10 days outside the world. In the past 10 days, Luokan has completely controlled the 6-go jade writing wheel eye, and even said that it is incisively and vividly, so he just waited to go out and give the Protoss a painful blow. He opened his eyes gently, and suddenly he saw a pair of big eyes, staring straight at himself. Isn't this exactly Shinado? I don't know what happened to this guy in 10 years. She is the incarnation of the law, and in this space, it is not even affected by time. This time, it really made you wait for a long time. He let out a mouthful of turbid air, and Luo Chen said slowly. With a simple and honest smile on her face, Shinado glanced at the Kurama and found that the guy hadn't woken up yet, so he couldn't help stamping his feet. The Kurama, who was intoxicated by the laws, suddenly felt a terrifying 040 power, and instantly opened his eyes. That breath is extremely terrifying. The pinnacle of super beasts. Luo Chen was shocked. The strength of the Kurama was directly pushed to the peak. In this way, he has 3 heads in his hands with the highest combat power. Rikakuza, Kurama, and the tingling Shinado. Little guy, you are very good. Luo Chen smiled slightly, and the expression on his face gradually eased. Kurama glanced at Luokan arrogantly, then glanced at Shinado, and immediately disappeared. Nima, I have never seen such a terrifying aura. In this regard, Luokan is not surprised. The stronger Shinado is, the more beneficial it is to him. The peak strength of the super beast can't stop Shinado's eyes. It's quite strong. Under the leadership of Shinado, Luo Chen walked out of the secret realm with her. For some reason, at the entrance, Luokan always felt strange. As for what was wrong, he couldn't tell. He glanced at Kurama in amazement, and found that this guy didn't respond, and Luo Chen was extremely puzzled. Junior, you finally came out. With a loud shout, a black claw popped out directly from the void. That power is extremely terrifying. Who is it? XXX. Luokan's body turned abruptly, and Shinado, who had funny ly hugged his arms, climbed up the tree. This guy. Luokan shook his head, probably because he wanted to see how he had changed during this period. In 10 years, his wheel-writing eyes have been strengthened to a terrifying level. The one who will kill you. The visitor is Chongming. He was enveloped in a black mist, and he could not see the reality. But judging from the aura flickering on his body, he should be a second-level god. A human who majors in the flesh. This guy's fighting style is somewhat different from that of humans. Humans are good at controlling elves to fight, and this guy is just like the Protoss. Haha, remember, I am the Zeon of the god race. Chongming felt aggrieved. He just wanted to move out of his name, but when he saw the smiling Shinado, he was dying. Protoss Zeon is just like you. Luokan sneered unadorned, not afraid of the other party at all, but he wanted to see what was different about this guy. For some reason, he felt something wrong with this guy. He couldn't tell what was wrong. Oh, young man. This sentence hides countless sadness. Nima, where have you ever suffered such humiliation in this life? At this moment, Luo Chen attacked at an extreme speed, and a faint light flickered between his brows, and in an instant, he wrapped Chongming. Go to hell. Don't play cards according to the formula at all. Chongming complained incessantly. In his heart, he always thought that he was a powerhouse at the super divine beast stage. Speed and thinking are not proportional at all. At this moment, Luo Chen's fist came before his face. Okay, you're very good, forcing me to use all my strength to fight against you. I just wanted to say that it was 50%, but when I saw Shinado's look, I immediately froze. Luo Chen. This guy, is he stupid? Is he really a god? However, it is not bad to be able to reach a first-level god with physical strength. When the fist fell, there was not much turbulence. At the same time, he also had a new judgment of his own strength in his heart. For a second-level god, he can completely suppress it, but once the opponent is a first-level god, it will not work. It's the same as the previous fight against the Tyrannosaurus carp dragon. "Where's your writing wheel eye?" Shinado glanced at Luokan, and then spit out a few words. "Luokan, blame me. The Lugo Jade writing wheel eye already has powerful lethality. If it collided head-on, a first-level god might not be able to stop it. It's just that this guy is too cunning to give him a chance to confront him head-on." His body was thundering, and the moment he moved, a terrifying power erupted, and there were countless gray fluctuations in the places he passed by. The law of time. Humans control the laws of time. What, are you kidding? Indeed, Luokan did not control the law of time, just because the Kurama had assimilated it a little. Just a little bit can make the falling dust walk on thin ice in space. The law of time is almost connected with space, because if you want to build the law of time, you must have the support of space. Luokan looked at the guy on the other side, and he had a certain idea in his heart. He used the weak time law on his body to slow him down. On the contrary, he added time to speed up himself. In this way, he added a violent output, and then added the fatal blow of the wheel eye. Changming gritted his teeth and put multiple shields on his body. He didn't dare to output directly, for fear of killing Luo Chen with one blow. On Luokan's body, a faint light suddenly appeared, landing directly on the top of his head. Tisk tisk, the law of time will be used so soon. However, it didn't work. Changming is the junior brother of Gussie, the first powerful man of the god race. Will his strength be weak? Moreover, he controls the law himself, and the law of falling dust is useless to him. But at this moment, another ray of light descended, and that was Shinado's gaze. And Changming was suddenly desperate. The laws of the body were emptied, and there was nothing left. Changming has hardships that he can't tell, only the time rule to endure falling dust. The action slows down, and the thinking slows down at this moment. And at this moment, he saw Luokan coming. His speed was astonishing, his body was mixed with a terrifying aura, his fist was the size of a mountain peak, and it exploded abruptly on top of his head. PFF'd. Changming vomited out a mouthful of old blood, and the laws in his body were taken out of time, which is almost the same. Now he has suffered another blow. Nima, this is completely abuse. So weak. It shouldn't be. Luokan frowned. How could a first-level god be so weak? What a joke. Weak. If there was a piece of tofu here, Changming would even kill himself by hitting the tofu. Forget it, this game is boring. Luokan shook his head. He had already made up his mind. Shinado was making trouble. Shiranyan released endless power, and Changming's body was shocked. Such a terrifying power. Boom. A generation of supreme powerhouse Changming has fallen. Chapter 435. The battle came to an end, and Luo Chen looked at Shinado with an unhappy expression. And Shinado seemed to realize his mistake, and bowed his head aggrievedly. Seeing her like this, Luo Chen can't blame her anymore. Okay, let's go out first. Chao Meng has been arrested for so long, it's time to save him. Go out along the way. At the entrance, there is a small crack. As long as you output a law power, you can open the space and shuttle out. Shinado was lying on his shoulder, as if she understood, but at the same time, she didn't seem to understand. In the dark, a woman stomped her feet in anger. Unexpectedly, Changming shot and failed to kill Luokan. Well, let's go back first. Su Qier shook her head and returned to her starting point. Just like Luo Chen, she traveled through space and left the secret realm. Ellipsis. The ancient world was full of vitality, birds chirping and flowers fragrant. A young man was standing on the bridge, looking at the clouds in the sky, not knowing what he was thinking. This catastrophe, how to get through it? He walked away without a trace of ripples. Old guy, are you feeling melancholy again? 22 inches. Another voice came, and it was also a young man. These two, not the others, are Ganshi and Lord Tianlong. Since Luokan entered the secret space, everything has been put aside. It's been 12 days since he went in, and I don't know how long it will take him to come back. Lord Tianlong took a sigh of relief, turned and walked towards the river, his feet rubbing against the bottom of the water. He couldn't help feeling the beauty of the world. Super Dream can't hold it anymore. Tomorrow, if he doesn't come back tomorrow, we'll go to the Protoss. This, isn't it a bit too bold? Tianlong was shocked and shocked. Who would have thought that this human would have such an idea? Ganshi nodded, then looked at Tianlong seriously. His breathing became rapid. We must go. His super dream is the super beast stage. If it is absorbed by Gus, we are definitely not his opponents. Lord Tianlong fell into silence. This matter is too important. Perhaps, this is the only way to try it. The rippling blue water pool suddenly burst into a burst of water. I'm sorry to worry about the two seniors. Luokan is back. He is in high spirits, and the characteristics of Luguyu's riding wheel eyes are vividly expressed by him. I'm back. It's good to be back. There was a trace of exhaustion in the joy, and Lord Tianlong was also full of tears. He came back. Nima finally came back. Little friend Luokan, I don't know what to gain. Ben was still worried about Chongming, but now that he has returned safely, he is still worried. Well, to be specific, there is nothing to gain. My elf has been promoted to a super divine beast, and the rest are fine, each has its own spring and autumn. Luokan is more modest, and then said. Super divine beast. How many super divine beasts does little friend Luokan have? The first level gods will be the main combat power on the battlefield, and the super divine beasts are the ones that really decide the outcome. As for the super divine beast, that has completely surpassed the battle. With Mewtwo, there are 4 heads. Mewtwo, Kurama, Kaikongza, Shinado. As for the divine beasts such as Hu, they wanted to break through to the super divine beast, but they had to stop their practice due to lack of energy. Such a luxurious lineup is enough to crush the Protoss. Speaking of which, little friend Luokan, have you met any strange person, such as the powerhouse of the Protoss? Tianlong suddenly became serious, like that is extremely rare. Luokan immediately saw that this was not easy, and then began to recall. I don't know if the guy who claims to be the strongest of the god race is considered. Well, when it comes to this, there is really one. That guy has good strength, and only physical strength is a first-level god. Luokan smiled. He was only a first-level god. Before his 6 goose jade riding round eyes, they were all ants. Hey, everything is still strength. Luokan shook his head, and he no longer wanted to care about these things. What does he look like? Has he introduced himself? Ganshi immediately asked. Long, with an evil and charming black breath. As for the name, he really didn't say it. No, he was a little stupid, and actually said that he was the #1 powerhouse of the Protoss. Ellipsis. XXX. Nima, Lord Tianlong and Ganshi are already going crazy. Who are these people? And after. Although they had already guessed the ending, they still wanted to hear what Luo Chen said. Dead, god race, don't kill it and keep it for the new year. Lord Tianlong. Ganshi. Forget it, let it die, it's just a dead guy, it doesn't matter about us. This sentence is too far-fetched. According to Luokan's words, when he met Chongming, he immediately killed the opposite side. By the way, what are your plans next? Lord Tianlong smiled slightly. Since Luokan has returned, everything must be dominated by him. Go to the Protoss base camp and save Chao Meng. As the plan unfolded, the 3 quickly packed up their things, and disappeared in an instant in the space crack. Protoss base camp. Broken Hengshan. A middle-aged man has a serious face and a look of disbelief. You said that a little elf in Luokan made Chongming lose his ability to resist. Under the steps, is Su Kier. After she came back, she went straight to this place and reported the matter to GUC. Yes, Senior Chongming asked me to do routines before, and then I was thrown back. Senior Chongming didn't believe in evil, so he stepped forward and was controlled. Gus rubbed his temples, feeling quite strange. This guy, so careless, was killed by an elf. Have you seen Luo Chen? He asked in a deep voice. If necessary, he even wanted to rush over and kill Luo Chen with one blow. But Lord Tianlong has always been by his side, so there is no chance for him to resist. Luokan, I saw it. During the battle, Senior Chongming didn't kill him. He was killed by Luokan's eyes. After listening carefully, Guc fell into complete silence. Who was his junior brother? He fought with Ganshi back then, and he was the ruler of heaven and earth. Later, he was seriously injured by Ganshi and was thrown into the secret realm. Okay, you go down to recover. Come here, increase the ban on the suppression of Chao Meng by 5 times, and arrange 10 times the number of troops around. Remember, you must obey my orders. After Gus finished speaking, he ordered to go down and watched his subordinates operate. Su Qier was wronged. There is no credit or hard work, but she got such a miserable achievement. Luokan, Luokan, who exactly are you? Hey, no matter what, we'll find out in a decisive battle. I thought I wanted to see that time was very tight, but I didn't expect you to chase after me so desperately and kill my junior brother. Even if you die, I want you to be buried for him. Don't think that if the two guys are separated, the relationship is not good. On the contrary, the two guys have always been very good, but they have never been in contact. Chapter 436. In Duanungshan, a group of people are waiting in battle, each of them is fierce and evil, and the leader is Guc. At the center of his eyebrows, the crystals flickered strangely, and the breath released was extremely terrifying. Standing behind him was a girl. Where have they been? Gus asked in a deep voice. Broken Soul Valley, we will reach Broken Hengshan in 2 hours. If you use space jump, you will still have 20 breaths. Get ready for battle. Tianlong is very cunning, and Gus has a deep feeling. In this battle, there are future people to join, he can't figure it out. Gus. There was a loud shout, and it was the sound of Ganshi. Before anyone arrived, the sound came first, and it was bombarded with a thunderous bombardment, causing Guc and the latter to retreat again and again. You came. Gus was very calm, seeing that there were only 3 people here, he was not curious. His eyes fell on Luo Chen, and a mysterious aura instantly got into Luo Chen's body. Luokan Xiamei smiled, and the power immediately disappeared. How is that possible? Gus was shocked. Nima, this guy is very resistant. Don't be stupid, don't say it's you, even if the 3 of us add up, it won't hurt him by a single point. Tianlong laughed wildly, he had never seen Guc shriveled before, but now that he came, it was really heartwarming. Gus. And this suffocating operation. Let's hand over the super dream. Luokan slowly moved forward, and his faint voice made him look calm. Super dream. Hee, that guy is dead. If you don't believe me, feel it. Gus sneered and gave Su Qier a look behind him. Su Qier understood, carefully took out a fruit from her bosom and threw it into her mouth. Luo Chen was startled, and immediately opened his backpack. Sure enough, the Mewtwo Pokeball has been completely shattered. Although there is no contractual connection between the two, there is still the vitality left by Mewtwo above it, and now there is nothing left. His head seemed to be blank, he was about to lose control. Calm down Tilda. Ganshi shouted loudly, and a majestic force descended instantly, landing on the top of Luo Chen's head. It was a chill that reached the soles of my feet. In just a split second, Luokan was awake, but then, he felt an even more terrifying power erupt from within his body. That is anger. Real outrage. Don't block me. He roared, and his strength rose to its peak at this moment. Hurry up and stop him. Ganshi looked anxious and rushed forward immediately, as did Tianlong. The two joined forces, the pressure exerted directly surpassed the super divine beast. Luokan wasn't afraid at all, and the Sherinian burst out at this moment, breaking the shield directly. The powerful backlash made Lord Tianlong and Ganshi pale and vomited blood. Is this his strength? No wonder he can kill Chongming. Wiping away the blood from the corner of his mouth, Ganshi still had lingering fears. That backlash not only included the coercion of himself and Lord Tianlong, but also contained the terrifying blow of Luokan. Humph! Courting death. Guc coldly looked at Luo Chen, who rushed over, with a playful expression on the corner of his mouth. Superior. A word came out of her mouth, and Su Qier rushed out. Humph! Protoss, don't stop me. Although Luokan fell into a frenzy, his instinct was still there. La, open. Su Qier opened her teeth lightly, and her bright eyes flashed with a different kind of light. In just this moment, she completed her battle form transformation. A god clan of thunder and lightning elements, I want your heart of law. Arrogant, domineering words made Su Qier angry and funny. Is this man stupid? The current she is not the previous her. Heartless punishment. Incarnate into the sky, thunder sounded dull in the air. Rumbling. Inciting the thunder to fill the body, this is the cultivation method of the Protoss. And ordinary people, once they come into contact with thunder, there is only one consequence, death. Boom. There was a huge thunderbolt on the ground. Luokan stood in the thunder, and slowly closed his eyes. Ganshi and Tianlong, who were standing in the back, were already stunned. How could someone be able to resist the god race Tianlei? What kind of shit is this? Thank you for the baptism you gave me. I have a baby I want to give to you. I wonder if you can bear it. After he finished speaking, his eyes opened, and at that moment, the sky tilted and the ground trembled. Be careful. Gus couldn't help reminding him, and then he laughed at himself, worrying about a fart when he had his baby there. Luokan ignored Gus. His eyes shot out two strange rays of light, which were constantly intertwined in the air. Space is chaotic, time is accelerating. With the blessing of two laws, the energy has been completely transformed. Humans control the law. Ganshi looked horrified. How could it be possible? How could anyone control the law? No, he has studied for hundreds of years, but nothing has been gained. Fortunately, I found a set of tailor-made body refining methods, which abruptly increased the body's resistance by several grades and extended the lifespan. What a fuss, that's falling dust, what else can't be done? Tianlong glanced at Guc and thought he was very embarrassing. Gus, diaresis, is there such a thing as hurting people? What about the most basic trust between people? With the blessing of two laws, the speed of falling dust has increased by more than a star and a half. Above the sky, Su Qier turned into a thundercloud and released several lightning bolts. Before the thundercloud, a huge storm vortex was formed. Who would have thought that when the falling dust attack came, as if he had not encountered anything, he directly passed through the shield and hit the main body. Su Qier screamed, and the scene before her eyes actually changed. The two sides seemed to have switched positions. She rubbed her eyes and found that it was true. If I can't deal with you, those two old guys are still fine. Luokan laughed and returned to Lord Tianlong. Wait and watch the play. Luo Chen smiled strangely. Would he not be awake? What are you kidding? It's just that he doesn't want to come back. Lord Tianlong. Ganshi. For the people around them, they were all very helpless, and they didn't know the strength of the other party at all. XXX. As for what drama to watch, they looked at Leian, and they had a certain idea in their hearts. Sure enough, in the next moment, they would know. Leian actually changed direction and headed towards the Protoss camp, with bursts of thunder, and many Protoss died directly. Su Qier, what are you doing? Gus was furious, but fortunately, the Protoss were all familiar with thunder, so it didn't help much. However, after all, they are not the Protoss with thunder and lightning attributes, and they are still injured to some extent. In the air, Su Qier was furious. In her field of vision, Luo Chen was yelling at him. Thunder was not strong enough. Towel. You forced me. Su Qier calmed down a bit, then took out the beads from her bosom and put them on her chest. Go to hell. Ellipsis. Guc was stunned. She actually used herself for his ultimate treasure. Or to myself. Damn it. Guc felt as if there were 100,000 grass and mud horses galloping in his heart. Chapter 437. Boom. That's the treasure from Guc, how can it be blocked by salted fish? Of course, these salted fish refer to the combat power of a first-level god. After this blow, there were ashes all over the place, and the Protoss' vitality was severely damaged. Even Guc couldn't help but close his eyes. You are very good. Guc looked at Luochen coldly, without a trace of emotion. If eyes can kill, well, eyes can indeed kill, but his eyes are not enough. Luochen glanced at him, and another strange light appeared, directly above the thundercloud. In midair, Su Qier was in the midst of a violent slaughter, and Luo Chen seemed to have been saying that her strength was not strong enough, but it made her angry. But as this energy came, two words came to mind. It's over. Nima, myself, what did you do? She actually killed the powerhouse of the Protoss, and used it as the finale baby given to her by Senior Gussie. Luochen, I'm going to kill you. It's not too late to make amends, and what we do now is just to make up for it. Luochen raised his brows. Now that Lugoyu's writing wheel has merged to its peak, would you still be afraid of this little girl? Kill me. As long as you have the ability, feel free to come. Unvarnished mockery. Ganshi, don't lose face to others. You can't have any good morals. You. Su Qier's eyes flashed with anger, and at this moment, a suffocating breath erupted. How many years, how many years? She had never been treated like this. God's punishment comes to the world. Thunder, circling in the air, instantly turned into a powerful force, madly running towards the dust. She smiled and looked at Lord Tianlong and Ganshi, leaving only that Lei Ting's back. Get out of the way, lest I hurt you. Because of Mewtwo, he is in a particularly bad mood right now. It is good. The two looked at each other and smiled, because before the dust was hard and the thunder was so hard, they could be considered long-sighted, and they also had weird pupil skills, and that was a law that defied the sky. Boom tilde. Wanjun divine punishment was swept away, and wrapped him in an instant. The posture was quite shocking. From a distance, Luochen seemed to have turned into a thunder man, locked by layers of thunder, unable to move. Break. Lightly spit out a word, the 10,000 thunder shackles directly announced that they were broken, and the terrifying power made Guc stunned. Is this really human? Nima, what are you kidding? Others didn't understand how he broke open, but Gus knew it. Luochen was locked just now, and he didn't panic. He let Lei Ting roam in his body. When his strength reached saturation, he directly absorbed the energy in his body and forcibly broke through the shackles of the periphery. How is that possible? Su Qier was stunned. She thought she could knead him at will, but she didn't expect such a result. Girl, nothing is impossible. Tell me, you are living well, you have to come with me, and now you can suffer. Luochen shook his head with a look of compassion. But the other party doesn't seem to eat this. Su Qier, can you blame me? She seemed to be wronged, extremely helpless. Okay, since you're here, don't go back. Going back is dead anyway, right? Luochen smiled evilly and slowly released the power in his body. Quick, abandon Thundercloud. Guston became anxious. Su Qier still had her own baby on her body. If it were gone like this, I don't know how painful it would be. Give up. Su Qier smiled miserably. She knew that Guc couldn't rest assured of the elemental heart in her body. Rather than that, it would be better to be destroyed. Boom. The seemingly gentle blow contained terrifying power. At this moment, the thundercloud was scattered, and a woman slowly fell from above. Died like this. Ganshi was shocked. This woman's strength should have reached the category of super divine beast, and Luo Chen could actually kill her with her own strength. Doesn't it mean that his strength has reached the pinnacle of a super divine beast? Or even stronger? Thinking of this, he couldn't help choking. Luokan is very young. It is not easy to make a difference at such an age. Old man, is your heart hurting? As Luokan spoke, he played with a ball of light in his hand, the thunder attribute. Who should it be given to? It seems that there is no one who is good at controlling thunder and lightning properties. Shinado, eat it. Glancing at Shinado, he threw the elemental heart to Shinado. Gussie's eyes were about to burst into flames. The priceless heart of the element was just fed to the elf. But he didn't dare to move at all, for fear that he would be caught by Luo Chen and hurt him with that terrifying gaze. Yes, he was afraid. Falling dust method is too terrifying, even he is afraid of it. I'm just wasting, what the hell? Guc was stunned, he had never seen such a brazen person. Little friend Luokan, what should I do with these guys? Lord Tianlong looked at him with a smile on his face, looking at Guc from time to time with a playful look on his face. Ridicule, this is naked. Naked sarcasm. Well, let me think about it. Luokan looked like she was thinking, as if she really didn't take it seriously. Hand over Mewtwo first, everything is easy to say. Luokan looked at him and said slowly. Gus gritted his teeth, analyzed the gains and losses, and nodded helplessly. You guys, go and get Chao Meng over here, pay attention, be sure to treat him well. While speaking, he deliberately made his life aggravating, and he didn't know why. I know what you're thinking, as long as Chao Meng is back in your hands, you can kill unscrupulously, but what I want to say is, you are too naive. Chao Meng has been manipulated for a long time. The moment he was caught, the seeds of the Protoss were planted in his body. If you count the time, they should all take root and sprout now. For some reason, Luo Chen had a bad premonition in his heart. Two seniors, stand back a little. Luo Chen said with a frown. Ganshi shook his head and said, we two old fellows still have strength. Besides, aren't we here to save him? The same is true of Lord Tianlong. He didn't have any intention of retreating, but instead reborn with endless fighting intentions. That it is the feeling of playing against your opponent. History has been tampered with, and Luo Chen doesn't know what will happen next. Just look at it. Luokan, can you tell me what position the Protoss was in your era? Gus smiled slightly, as if the two were close friends. In front of him, there was a table, and on Luokan's side, 3 chairs were parked steadily. Luo Chen was not afraid, went directly to the chair, and sat down. Lord Tianlong opened his mouth, he wanted to say something, but he stopped talking and wanted to, and whispered in his ear, be careful, Guc is a sinister person. Chapter 438. If Brother Tianlong is worried, you can leave. Guc was displeased. Is he that kind of villain? Well, actually he always thought he was. Haha, since the Gussie brothers have been kindly invited, there is no reason for the two of us not to sit down, right? Ganshi came and patted Tianlong on the shoulder, motioning him to sit down. Lord Tianlong was a little angry. What he said was the truth, can he point it out? Makes him not human on both sides. In this regard, Luo Chen didn't take it up, it was their senior's business. If he went to pick up a few more words, it would seem that he was too comfortable. This is my God clan's unique immortal tea. It is priceless in the God clan. I think these two have heard of it. Gus smiled, like conjuring a trick. A teapot and a few wine glasses appeared on the table. Tisk tisk, the gods are really generous. I remember that only the nobles are eligible to enjoy the gods' tea. Ganshi laughed, took the immortal tea, poured a cup for himself, and drank it all in one go before filling it up for Lord Tianlong and Luokan. Luokan's heart warmed, presumably because Ganshi was worried that there was a problem with the tea, so he drank a cup in advance. How about it? I remember you bought 1 or 2 from Guishan back then. and it still tasted the same, right? A long time ago, when humans, elves, and gods all developed naturally, Ganshi did buy tea from the gods. I have to say, that thing tastes really good. Taking a sip can increase your strength a bit. Seeing that these two guys were so happy drinking, Luo Chen also picked up the cup and drank it all in one go. The tea water rushed into the body, like a fire burning, and in an instant, Luo Chen felt satisfied. XXX. How is it, little friend Luoken? Isn't this thing good? If you like it, how many pounds will I give you when you leave? Luo Chen shook his head and refused directly. Master Gussie has heard of it. You won't get paid without merit, and I haven't done anything for you. How dare you ask for such a valuable thing? Guc secretly turned around. Yes, no wonder he can compete with himself. This kind of concentration is not something ordinary people can have. In this way, I can save the fairy tea, ha ha ha. Ellipsis. Here, outside of Duanheng Mountain, it is a little far from the Protoss headquarters, so the detainee of Chao Meng is still on the way. There is a stone table, several people are sitting, all with smiles on their faces. Where is there any anger? By the way, I lied to you before that Chao Meng was dead. Don't worry about it, I'm also angry. Gus said with a smile. It's okay, I don't believe it at all. Ganshi. Lord Tianlong. It's really a showman. And just as a few people were talking, the four god race powerhouses came with a huge black box. I'm sorry, Cheomeng has been wrong during this time, and my subordinates are ignorant. I must discipline me more. The black pot was thrown in seconds. Even his four guards were speechless. I'll take a look first. For some reason, the bad premonition became more and more intense, and he couldn't even suppress it. Open the box. Gus said lightly. The four of them looked embarrassed. There should be something to hide. What are you afraid of? It won't get out of control. I'm talking about Brother Luoken. Only then did the four lift the black cloth. Immediately, Luo Chen's complexion changed greatly. Cheomeng is indeed Cheomeng, but the color of the skin on his body has been completely changed. How can he still look like before? Too much. Luo Chen's face was ashen, and he punched out directly, smashing the box hard. The sound of shattering resounded. The box was directly declared broken. Cheomeng screamed in the sky, probably suffering huge pain. And at this moment, the color of his eyes turned red, and the terrifying thought force lifted Luo Chen up high. Super Dream. I'm Luoken. Luoken exclaimed in surprise, but he didn't dare to shoot, for fear of being hurt. Go! Guc shouted loudly, his fingers turned into sharp claws, the 9-colored wings spread out on his back, and his forehead shone with evil light. Just guard against your hand. Ganzai's body retreated violently, and he stood directly with Lord Tianlong, and the two joined together. The momentum is rising. Think you can fight against me with this little strength? Naive. Gus sneered. The place where the claws went, all turned into desolation. Substitute. The body of Lord Tianlong disappeared directly, and what appeared was actually a mountain peak. Ganshi stood on the top of the mountain and overlooked everything. Thunder God Punishment. Same skill, different power. What he has is at least 30% of the world's heart of law. With one blow, the mountains and rivers are shattered, and the mountain peaks are directly shattered. Lord Tianlong vomited blood, with a horrified look on his face. Katakana middle dot katakana middle dot katakana middle dot seeking flowers katakana middle dot 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 katakana middle dot. How? Poof. His strength has risen again. Even if he is a substitute, he will be seriously injured. Unbelievable. Let me tell you, Su Kier, in your words, like Luo Chen, she brought me a treasure. Although it's not very strong, it's enough to deal with you. Ganzai's eyes were blurred. He was on a par with Tianlong. If Lord Long had a substitute today, he couldn't stop a single blow. How could he be able to stop him? Ganshi, you seriously injured my junior brother back then. Haha, this account can be settled. When Guc thought of the name, he became angry, his eyes turned to Luo Chen, and his murderous intent was revealed. I'll take care of you later. You and I are both ancient supreme, do you think we have no means of finalizing? 0. Huh, then you use it. Although Gus was a little surprised, it didn't make much of a fuss. Who doesn't have a family background? You must know that the treasures of the Protoss are still there. Destroying the world is as easy as the palm of your hand. Ganshi was at a loss for words, she really didn't bring her when she went out today. Lord Tianlong was silent for a long time, and spit out a bead from his mouth. Is that a Dragon Ball? Tianlong, you are crazy. Ganshi was shocked. Once the Dragon Ball was shattered, he would never be able to resurrect. There is not much to say, Ganshi, you and I are brothers. If the elves are in trouble, please help me. After being seriously injured, he seemed to understand a truth. Fighting is never ending, it is better to completely defeat the opponent. Suddenly, a bright light flickered, followed by the fluctuation of the laws of space. Where's the Dragon Ball? Ganzai's complexion changed greatly, but on the other hand, Guc was playing with a bead, shining brightly in his hand. Oh, I didn't expect that the #1 powerhouse of the elves was actually playing with his core. Gussie, if something happens to the cracking seat, Ganshi, will go to the end of the world, and I will kill you too. Ganzai's eyes were scarlet, and he was about to lose control. The brothers who were born and died must not fall like this. You are right, if you are desperate, you will also die. Another voice came, and waves of waves rolled up in the air. Kai Kongzao, Kurama, here's your chance to test you. Kai Kongzao looked at the bead, trembling in his heart, the source of power was very familiar. 100 million. Chapter 439. Tisk tisk, thought 2 super divine beasts could stop me. Naive. As he said that, a pure force poured out, tightly wrapping Lord Tianlong's Dragon Ball. On the other side, Kai Kongzao directly felt a heart-wrenching pain in his body. Damn it, Shinado, rob the Dragon Ball. Once Lord Tianlong dies, there will be no Kakuza. Crackling seat was created by Lord Tianlong. If Lord Tianlong died in the ancient times, how could there be a reason for the existence of Krakongzu? This is also the reason why he is now uncomfortable. Shinado finally became serious, and his body burst out with infinite energy, slowly falling and appearing on the top of Gussie's head. Hand over the Dragon Balls, or die. Her voice is little Lolita. Gus's complexion changed greatly. At this moment, he felt the energy in his body collapse. His strength was forcibly lowered by 2, and now he actually only looks like 043 entering the Super Divine Beast for the first time. Seeing this, the Kurama quickly attacked, and the vines intertwined everywhere, wrapping the Dragon Ball, and tearing it violently. Kurama, time slows down. For Gus, time slowing down has no effect, but something is better than nothing. In any case, the Dragon Ball must be snatched up. Damn. Shinado was so weak that she fell directly into Luokan's arms. It seems that in the next battle, she will not be able to help. On the Gus side, the sealed power has been released. Luokan looked at this scene, and said lightly, Lord Tianlong, you must think carefully about what you do. If you die, my Korakuza will also die one after another. After he finished speaking, he asked Kurama to return the Dragon Ball. Ganshi smiled slightly, and was very pleased with Luo Chen's actions. In this way, it can appease the heart of Tianlong-sama. I see, I won't be impulsive anymore. Lord Tianlong lowered his head, and then handed his fierce gaze to the God Race Supreme. I wanted to die with you directly, but I can't just die like this, it's unfair to me. Guc was taken aback, obviously someone else saved you, okay, so shameless. If that's the case, then both of you should die. Gus was speechless, these 2 guys are just living treasures. You sure? There was another sound in the air, and it was the calm voice of Luo Chen, as if Gussie had never been in his eyes. Kill Mewtwo. Guc snorted coldly. Luo Chen is now controlled by the Super Dream Power, and he is only qualified to speak. Do you really think I can't get out? He didn't force his way through, but he was worried about Cheomeng being hurt. Now this guy humiliates himself so much, he doesn't give face at all. Break. One word, the control formed by Luoken's thought force was directly shattered, and Luoken slowly fell to the ground. Die. Another word. Wherever the eyes went, the four powerful gods died directly. Where is the qualification to resist? Super Dream, do you still remember this? If you really don't want to wake up, I'm not forcing it, but I can't let any crazy super beast run around. With those broken elf balls in his hands, looking at him quietly, that faint connection should be able to awaken his heart. But after some attempts, Chaomeng still showed no sign of waking up. Hey, I've wronged you. He took out an ordinary pokeball and smashed it directly on Mewtwo's head. XXX. He didn't resist at all right now, and was immediately held back by Luoken. And Gus was stunned. So simple. Why didn't he think of it? If this was done earlier, wouldn't Cheomeng already be in the bag? Now, it's your turn. Luoken looked at Guc quietly, with murderous intent in his eyes. Humph. Gus snorted coldly. A pill appeared in his hand, crushed it directly, and threw it in the air. Poisoning. Could it be that you don't know that the flesh is a god and is not afraid of all poisons? Luoken mocked slightly, and then felt dizzy. He used all his strength to block the sudden exhaustion. PFF'd. The whole person fell down. Drinking the fairy tea, I thought it would be fine. Let you become a fairy, and you will really become. Gus started it when he was preparing the immortal tea. He knew that with Tianlong's vigilance, he would definitely check if the tea was poisonous. Now the result is out, no. And his poison, it can be said that it is not poisonous. The reason is simple. This is synthesis. As long as he does not activate it, the toxin will not be activated. You two are not down yet. Guc looked at Tianlong and Ganshi, and the countdown was already in his heart. Fall. Puff tilde. The two immediately fell down. Bind them, seal them, and bring them back. Yes. But they didn't know that. Luo Chen's eyes moved slightly, and there was a playful smile on the corner of his mouth. Die. At this moment, Gus turned his head. Luoken stood up immediately, and the terrifying energy of the wheel shaker appeared directly, bombarding Gus's back. PFF'd. It's not easy to focus on Gussie from the front. If you attack him, the chances are great. And Ganshi and Lord Tianlong also slowly got up. None of the three were actually poisoned. In fact, the reason is very simple. At the beginning, Luoken asked Shinado to set up a small purification array in the body of himself and the two seniors. As long as the poisonous things entered, they would spit out. Where can something go wrong? Gussie, the rule of your Protoss is over. Boom. Terrifying energy appeared, and Gus rolled out on the ground for a long distance. Little friend Luoken, how do you deal with it? Ganshi glanced at Luoken. Now everything is dominated by him. Kill it, so as to avoid future troubles, so as not to have many dreams at night. He didn't want to follow suit. Ganshi rolled up a force all over his body and landed directly on the half-dead Gussie. Boy, what kind of pupil technique is this? Gus asked in horror. A single blow could make him lose his resistance, and that terrifying power was simply not something his domain could block. Want to know? Guess what? Luoken laughed, and then a ripple appeared from his body and hit him. Out of breath, dead. See. A generation of gods, the strongest, has fallen. Luoken sat on the ground. The biggest task of coming here was finally solved, and now the only person to look for is Celebi, and I don't know where this guy is. To completely destroy the Protoss, I'll leave for a while, and I'll be back in a few days. I don't know where Celebi is. Is little friend Luokan going to find your elf? Lord Tianlong asked suspiciously. Well, I don't know where it is. You can go to Gula Mountain to see. There is a terrifying time rule there. There should be hope in it. However, it is too dangerous there, and time often reverses. I didn't want to say it, but I couldn't bear it. Ganshi sighed and said lightly, this place is very strange. That's how my white hair came from. As he spoke, he showed the white hair at the back of his head. Fallen Dust. Chapter 440. All the problems are solved, what is there to worry about? In the Gula Mountains, there is thick snow all year round, and there is an ancient temple on the top of the mountain. This place is the most mysterious place in the whole world. At the same time, it is also a forbidden place recognized by humans, elves, and gods. A young man, slowly soaring in the air, a weak light from the cracking seat below him, covering his body. He looked extremely weak, and the reason for it was very clear. Because after Lord Tianlong devoured the heart of Law in Gus's body, it also caused changes in Risiku's body. According to the map, the Gula Mountains should be in front. Luokan rubbed his temples and said slowly. Looking around, there is a haze ahead, layers of fog wrap the mountain top, and at the top, there is a tall tower, I don't know what it is. It is said that Ganshi swam around the edge for a while and turned into white hair. Xanadu, wrap my body. His face was grim, and he had already seen the seriousness of this matter. If the law of time here is really so strong, then Celebi is very likely to be here. He came from a different dimension, and now he should have gone through the wind and frost. When they separated, they were 22 years apart for at least 10 years. If Celebi didn't find him in time, I'm afraid he would run farther. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but secretly rejoice that his luck was not bad. After landing, the place where he appeared was actually a battle previous preparations. When he first set the time, he estimated the wrong position. Feeling the energy on the surface of the body, Luo Chen slowly raised his head, a trace of seriousness appeared, and he walked towards the mountain step by step. Although it is called a mountain range, it is not the case. There is only one mountain, far less than the vastness of the mountain range. As soon as he stepped down, a bottomless ravine appeared on the ground. Below, there is actually a tingling energy roaming the scalp. Chi-chi tilde. A piercing sound rang out, and Luokan could smell a smell that could corrode the sense of smell. The shield that Shinado gave him was only to resist the passage of time. Boom. The shield in front of him was torn apart at this moment, and Luo Chen's complexion changed greatly, because he felt that the vitality in his body was rapidly decreasing. This. Shinado. He hurriedly called out, but Shinado was in the air the whole time, without any response, as if he was imprisoned. What kind of power is this? Fallen Chen is horrified, even Shinado can be sealed. The vitality in the body is rapidly decreasing. In the blink of an eye, only the slightest gray hair appeared on his temples. You know, he is very young now. The vicissitudes of time, without strength, don't get involved easily. Years are long, only strength can write a chapter. You, do it yourself. After releasing all the elves last time, Luokan understood a truth. They were all willing to follow him. Unlike some trainers, they were forced to coerce them. The Pokeball in their arms trembled violently. Even with the protection of the Pokeball, they couldn't resist this fatal injury. Boom. A Pokeball shattered directly, and Chao Meng's black skin was immediately exposed to the aura of terrifying years. And on his body, traces of blood gradually appeared. Mewtwo. Luokan knew that the super dream would be shared with himself. But this is no longer possible. The corrosion of the years has completely wiped out the vitality in his body. I am afraid that after a few more breaths, he will need a dog. Fallen dust is about to fall here. The corners of his mouth were bitter, but helpless. Once upon a time, he questioned himself whether he had made the wrong decision. After a while, he strengthened his beliefs. But in the face of death, he still chose to be afraid. He was afraid that without him, the world would be in complete chaos. Without the restraint of the Protoss, the human race and the elves might also fight. God created a way for humans to train elves. It can be said that everything in Luokan is given by the Protoss. Of course, the writing wheel does not count. But now, God is buried in his hands. Without him, God will still live well, while humans and elves will be in panic for eternity, and they will intensively improve their strength. Don't dare to relax for a moment. You're giving up so soon. You promised me back then that you would help me find the token. Have you forgotten? Luokan, you destroyed the gods, but the gods have not yet perished. Many gods have fled into the void after hearing the news. After you left, they returned to the world to make waves, and Lord Tianlong couldn't stop them. Luokan, you have hurt us badly, and the Elf Alliance has been completely destroyed. Revenge from the Elf clan. Luokan, come back soon. We need you. Roaring kept coming from his mind. Luokan's thoughts became more and more disordered, and he didn't know what to do. A ray of dawn rose in my heart, and a huge bridge appeared in front of me. In front of the bridge, several bloody characters were written upside down. Nehi Bridge. A smile but nothing, a lifetime of nothing, but nothing. XXX. Master, I'm sorry, I hurt you. Celebi's figure became smaller and smaller, and gradually moved to Nehi Bridge. With both feet on the ground, the speed has increased to the extreme. Celebi, that's Nehi Bridge. Wake up, you've been sleeping for a long time. His mind was like the ringing of an ancient bell, and Luo Chen was stunned for a moment, and he actually watched Celebi disappear. You can't go back. Celebi glared at Luo Chen with resentful eyes. He simply closed his eyes, and Luo Chen ignored everything. Boom. The Gyula Mountains burst out with the power of the sky, breaking through the clouds, and countless powers swarmed. Across the distant Duanheng Mountain, the eyes of the two middle-aged men narrowed slightly. What kind of power does this have? Ganshi pinched a cold sweat and couldn't help soaking her back. Old guy, have you forgotten? What realm are we in? Tianlong smiled and dismissed Ganzai's question. Ganshi smiled bitterly, he knew that he had completely lost. I never imagined that in this world, there are people who really understand the truth. Knowing yin and yang, they are the real super gods. We are just lingering on the threshold. Ellipsis. Gyula Mountains, a soft and comfortable meadow. Luokan lay quietly and closed his eyes gently, nothing was wrong. Gently twisting his body, Luo Chen let out a long breath. I'm still alive. Where is this place? He looked around dumbly, and suddenly saw birds in the sky, and his doubts became more serious. Since this place is the Gyula Mountains, there should be no birds. Welcome little friend, you are the second one to Sealgula's top generation. I don't know whether to say you are lucky or sad. Right at this moment, an old man suddenly appeared without any turbulence, as if it originally existed. Chapter 441. Who are you? Luokan exclaimed, this place is very strange, but now there is another strange old man. How can you not let Luokan be surprised? Don't be surprised, little friend, since you're here, I'll tell you a story. The old man didn't care whether Luo Chen wanted to listen or not, he just sat cross-legged and closed his eyes gently, and a futon appeared under him. Forcibly suppressing the shock in his heart, Luo Chen imitated his posture and sat on the ground. There is a mysterious country called Gyula, where there lives a group of wonderful elves. All of them are proficient in the laws of the ground system, and the laws in their bodies are 100% pure. At that time, almost no one knows it. And they also have a title, the Monsters of the Earth. Earth Monsters, Gulatin. Luo Chen was surprised and couldn't help pinching the poke ball in his arms. Gulatin, he has it, who knows what this old guy wants to do. The old man seemed to see what Luokan was thinking, he shook his head slowly, and then said, you don't have to worry, little friend, now the Gyula clan has declined, the patriarch defected back then, and the so-called tree fell and Hosen scattered. And in the Gyula family, there was a young monster from the earth. He tossed and turned and came to a planet called Earth. He found that the resources here are very scarce, and he didn't want to cause harm to them, so he planned to leave, but on the way out, he encountered a group of guys with colorful wings, and he forced them back. 10 colored wings. Damn, are you sure you didn't lie? Or a group? With 9 colored wings, he knew that Gus, the god of the Protoss, was. But what are these 10 colors? Looking at the old man's appearance, it shouldn't be a lie, right? They are the gods. Luokan asked with a shy face, not knowing what the realm of the goddess was. Well, they do call themselves Protoss, but they are too weak. Young Gyula didn't want to cause trouble, so he left. I don't know who is stronger than this little Gyula and the 10-color Protoss tilde. Luokan asked cautiously. The Gyula family comes from the vast universe. You can't guess the strength, but it is also an ancient thing. I have to tell you that, when a group of gods dealt with the little Gyula, they may not be able to take it down. You should know difference. Luokan couldn't help taking a deep breath. Couldn't a group of 10 colored gods take down the young Gulatin? How tyrannical should the ancient Gulatin be? Well, he is in ancient times now. But it was also for the sake of his time. Don't interrupt. Listen to my story. By the way, where did I tell you? The old man was not angry and arrogant, so that Luo Chen was embarrassed, scratched his head, and then said, Senior said that the young Gyula didn't want to cause trouble, so he returned to Earth. The old man nodded, and then continued with satisfaction. Under the leadership of several 10-color Protoss, the Earth was directly breached, and there was no resistance at all, and the little Gyula back then, in order to prevent himself from being hurt, publicly declared war on the whole. Declaring war on the world. Damn it, is it too crazy? And the request made by the little Gyula is very simple. He wants this place, and the Protoss and human beings will never set foot in this place. Many guys sneered at him, and little Gyula also proved everything with his strength. With the passage of time, the Gyula family gradually declined, or the laws in his body disappeared and were absorbed by this world. You can understand that all the laws of this world were left by the little Gyula back then. Luo Chen choked his breath, and the laws in his body began to fluctuate. No wonder the laws here are so tyrannical, and emotions are the source of the laws of the world. Senior, I don't know what you mean by telling me this. What's the meaning? Luokan didn't think that this old guy would say something irrelevant to him for no reason. Please don't interrupt. Where did I say? The old man glared at Luokan fiercely, but he forgot to say where he was, so he was in a hurry. Fallen dust. Senior, when it comes to the laws of this world, it all comes from little Gyula. The old man nodded, then a little energy appeared in his hand, and at the tip of his finger, it fell to the ground. Celebi. Luo Chen's eyes widened. Celebi was actually here. And also imprisoned. You recognize. The old man looked at Luokan in amazement, with a playful look on his face. Luo Chen nodded quickly. Celebi was actually caught. It's no wonder that this little guy has been moving around and is not restless at all. Ellipsis. The old man looked at Cheomeng behind Luo Chen, suddenly waved his hand, and immediately tore him to his side. Little guy, you have grown up well, and you have actually reached the realm of pseudo-respect. Pseudo-respect. Could it be that the new term is the realm above the superheroic beast? You may not know. Of course, this division of strength is for our Gyula clan. Well, those 10 color gods should all be at the peak of pseudo-exaltation. Fallen dust. Diaresis. Nima, Cheomeng should have broken through when he was in a coma, and then rescued him and threw him above. In other words, Mewtwo has surpassed the shackles of the super beast. Don't always put your face on. Let me tell you, I'm already here for tens of thousands of years. Hey, no one has ever spoken to me. The old man shook his head helplessly. 10,000 years. It seems that this old guy is quite old, It is enough to be his ancestor. Senior, can you return my friend to me? Luokan gritted his teeth, looked at Celebi, who was motionless on the ground, and said daringly. Oh, okay, but I have a small condition. The old man smiled wickedly, looking at Luo Chen's appearance, extremely wretched. Luo Chen quickly covered his lower body. Senior, I'm not good at that. Uncle, God thinks so much about that. Tell me, young man, can't you put something pure in your head? Hey, it looks like I'm really old. Is it okay? The old guy said with a wry smile. Senior, what conditions do you have? Tell me, as long as I can accept it, I will definitely satisfy you. Luokan gritted his teeth, and then said. Don't worry, you can definitely accept it, and as long as you accept it, I will give you a big opportunity, your Gulatin, and I will make him grow a lot. Lure, naked temptation. MMP, is it so shameless to beg? Okay, the deal. Chat with me here, just 100 years, not too long. The old man smiled slightly, as if he was talking about something normal. Luokan was dumbfounded. 100 years. 100 years, what is not much? What God told you, not more than 100 years. It seems to be the same. Compared with him, a 10,000-year-old dog, 100 years is really nothing. Don't worry, there is a time rule here, which is equivalent to 10 days when you are outside. Chapter 442. XXX. 10 days. That's still feasible, in exchange for 10 days of freedom, Celebi's freedom. Okay, I promise you. Luo Chen looked at the old man and said slightly. That's right, this is the spirit a young man should have. The old man said slowly with half-squinted eyes. Immediately, Luo Chen saw the old man take out a table, and above the table, there were more than a dozen strange stones. The old man looked at him with a smile, and then said, Don't worry, the old man will not be wronged by you. Among these dozen or so stones, there is a chance hidden, if you can guess, I will give it to you. Choose one out of a dozen stones. It's a bit of a challenge indeed. These stones all look the same, and the breath is all disguised. If you don't check carefully, you can't really see any clues. Senior, can you tell me, what exactly is this so-called opportunity? Luo Chen took a closer look and couldn't figure it out, so he judged from the old guy's words and deeds. Haha, it's very simple. You close your eyes and you will definitely find something. The old man seemed to be determined to send things out, so he said this. Luo Chen was stunned for a moment, then closed his eyes and quietly felt all the changes around him. All of a sudden, waves of waves swelled up in the sky, sometimes roaring, sometimes galloping, making him unpredictable. He opened his eyes in confusion, but his eyes had changed. It was a vast starry sky. In the starry sky, he was like a lonely boat, drifting slowly with the current. CC Dust wandered away. He couldn't help reaching out his hand, wanting to find out, but was bounced back by a soft energy. What exactly is this? Luo Chen was greatly surprised. There was no one around, even the old senior disappeared. The Pokeball in his arms was dead silent, with no life at all. Could it be an illusion? He vaguely remembered that when Korakuza was in the inner demon space, he entered by himself, and the Pokeball appeared like this. However, when it comes to fantasy, it is somewhat uncertain. After all, he had never seen the environment here, nor had he longed for it. The so-called inner demon space breeds the purest thoughts in the heart, and it is impossible for an unfamiliar environment to appear. With an uneasy heart, he approached the front step by step without stopping. He seemed to see that there was a dazzling light in front of him, as if he wanted to break through the seal. In my heart, there is a greed. I want to own this thing. Needless to say, it is definitely a good thing that can make my heart waver. As the distance got closer and closer, layers of sweat appeared on his head, falling drop by drop. He didn't want to give up, and he didn't want to give up. The speed gradually became faster. That is the sun. Fallen Chen was horrified. This dazzling thing is actually the sun that can be seen every day, but why is he so hungry for the sun? Those thoughts like a wolf like a tiger can't be born out of thin air. Little friend, do you want to occupy this planet? A familiar voice suddenly came from the ear. It was the old man. Immediately, he nodded subconsciously. His throat was already dry. Do you think it's strange that you are so close that the sun doesn't burn you to death? He asked again. Yes, since you are so close to the sun, why don't you burn it to death? Not to mention being burned to death, at least seriously injured. Don't be surprised, this sun is fake. The voice of the senior seemed to contain the unpredictable power of gods and demons, and the sun was immediately torn apart and turned into pieces after another. The rest of the sun gradually began to evolve into a bird. No, it should be said to be a crow, but this crow's feathers are pure gold. In other words, that is the golden crow. The golden crow incarnates into the fierce sun. It should be, there is no doubt about its authenticity. In ancient times, there was the god Huyi, who felt the scorching heat of Yang, took the 9 swords of true Yang, and shot down the 9 Yang, only to know that this Yang was transformed by the golden crow. In order to maintain world peace and to maintain the desire to survive, Huyi kept the last golden crow. He, incarnated as the sun, guards the whole world. This golden crow belongs to you now. You can tame it and turn it into your little elf. You can describe his strength as an emperor. Not to mention the 10-color god clan, even the 12-color god clan, he will do his part to attack him. Kill. Luokan's throat is dry. This guy should be still young, right? You have such strength at a young age. How can you still get it when you are an adult? Of course, you can choose to give up this opportunity. This golden crow is the lifeblood of the entire world, or in other words, the lifeblood of the entire world. Back then, when the 15-colored powerhouses of the Protoss descended, and if they wanted to discipline them, they could show pity for the common people. Release it, and add a shield to it. Let's smash the dust, smash the mouth. There are such characters in the Protoss. As expected of a powerful race that occupies the entire Earth. Such an open-mindedness makes him admirable. In another way of thinking, if you are in that level, you will definitely use the strongest strength to take down the golden crow and make it yours. The so-called Earth is just an abandoned planet. Senior, if I subdue this golden crow, won't the world turn into a haze? There's no anger at all. Theoretically, it's true. Of course, you can let it leave a trace of fire. Well, it should be reluctant to mate your Ho-Wang to him. Fallen dust almost sprayed out. Nima, 2 different races, you let them mate. What an international joke. This kind of joke is not funny at all. Forget it, the role of the golden crow is too great to tolerate any negligence, so I don't want it. If it's just for this, I'd rather give up the so-called opportunity. The destruction of the world. He didn't want to see it. The reason why I came here is because I want peace in the world, and the Protoss are ignorant, so let them be completely sensible. Thinking of this, killing intent leaked from the body's surface, releasing bursts of terror around him. The old man in the dark was relieved that he finally met someone who could be entrusted to him. This guy, except for being a little stupid, the rest is okay. Okay. As expected of someone who has done this, I appreciate your decision. Of course, you can still regret it now. The golden crow is rare. If you give up just like this, the Protoss will come to you, and you will be doomed. The old man spoke in a serious tone, and said that the impact of this incident was the greatest. Through the void, Luo Chen could feel his grim expression. Luo Chen took a deep breath and said slowly, Senior, I have made up my mind. This golden crow has the power to suppress the heaven and the earth. If I tame it, the heaven and earth will probably turn into a pot of porridge, and I am strong alone, so what is there to do? What is the use? Her face has turned white, her relatives are separated, everything is gone, what's the point of living? Perhaps, they are all passers-by in life, they come and go in a hurry. I hate to have to meet, but their meeting is inevitable. Chapter 443. Well said. After hearing this, The old man was silent for a while, but he just didn't answer. It took a long time before he uttered these 3 words. Just because of this reason, Luo Chen can roughly infer that this old guy must be absolutely powerful, and he is so powerful that he is desperate. Watching his brothers fall one by one, watching beautiful women turn into Lois, and watching relatives leave this world, all of this stimulated him so much. He was unwilling to accept the fact that the blood was dripping. But this is the reality. Being too strong may not be a good thing, but it is definitely not a bad thing. He can do whatever he wants, except accompany the people around him for the rest of his life. Senior, you are a person with a story. Luo Chen frowned, but he didn't expect to keep the old guy silent for so long because of his emotions. After a long time, the voice of vicissitudes finally came. You are right, I am a person with a story. I wonder if you would like to listen to my story. Luo Chen nodded, expressing his willingness to listen. Before that, you should come back first. Without my protection, the temperature of the golden crow's body is enough to melt you. With a wry smile, the old man released a force that wrapped Luo Chen and threw it into the real world. Luochen raised his brows, and he saw that the stone on the table had actually turned into a piece. You're right, life is short, like a white horse passing through a gap. If you can grasp it, you are the real strong. It's useless to have all the strength in the sky. If you can't even protect the person you love, then you still deserve to be called a man. Senior, this. Luochen looked at the stones on the table and asked. The old man thought for a while, and then said, this thing, the life stone, I just made it. As for the rest, I took it back. What kind of shit is this? Can such a baby still do it? I don't know how to use this thing. Luochen asked again. The same life stone, as the name suggests, you can tie your lifeline to the life of another person, and if one of them leaves this world, you will also leave. Of course, you can force you to be the master, but it may destroy the soul of the other party. In this way, if you die, he will die, and he will live with you forever. The old man said seriously. Luochen smiled bitterly, then took it back, the same life stone. Maybe, it will be useful. At some point in his life, he might meet the right person. Since your matter is over, I'll tell you my story. The old man couldn't wait, and urged him quickly. Luochen nodded and made a respectful appearance. The old man then began to narrate. From his words, Luo Chen knew that he had it in his heart. This senior, named Jiyu Yushi, is the son of destiny. Born with tyrannical strength, he is almost invincible in the world. But he was defeated in the hands of an elf. Jiyu Yushi was defeated by Gulatin, a family of monsters from the earth. He lost miserably. If he were to describe it in terms of the Protoss, the opponent's strength would be at least in 20-colored Yuya. That is the real powerhouse. With the click of a finger, the whole world can collapse, the universe can be shattered by a wave of sleeves, and the galaxy can be shattered. However, it was precisely because of this that he met a girl named Alaldo, who was the favored son of the monsters of the earth. He is the son of destiny. He cannot be said to be a human race, nor can he be said to be a god race. He has a respectable title. Celestial Clan. He was born up to the sky, the way of heaven collapsed, and he died. This is almost the same as the Stone of Fate, no wonder he can squeeze out a Stone of Fate with his hands. The monsters of the earth did not allow such emotions to appear, so they ordered Alaldo to be executed. Jiyu Yushi was furious, his terrifying power exploded, and Tiandao supported him. He destroyed the environment in which the monsters of the earth lived, and the weak were turned into ashes. The patriarch of the monsters of the earth, it was the strong man who defeated him before that shot again. With the blessing of heaven, Jiyu Yushi forcibly killed the chief of the monster clan of the earth. And he, too, was cursed by the heavens. For destroying ecological peace, even if he is a celestial clan, he will be punished. He was sentenced to 100,000 years in prison, and the destination was the Gula Mountains. Moreover, there is a prohibition strictly binding it, that is, during the seal period, no power is allowed to be used. Now, 10,000 years have passed, and there are still 90,000 years before he can go out again. What made Luokan surprised was that Gyuyushi should have used his power before, why he was not punished. XXX. As soon as this question was asked, Gyuyushi immediately gave him the answer. It was very simple. Katakana middle dot katakana middle dot katakana middle dot seeking flowers katakana middle dot 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 katakana middle dot. The power he used was less than 1,000th of the heyday. Luokan, I crossed that circle. Nima, less than 1,000th. Brother Dai, can you stop joking? I have a small heart and can't stand it. Wow. After all, he is a member of the Celestial clan. Even if he uses a little power, the Celestial will not care about him. And he was here, witnessing the arrival of the little Beulah, turning the whole body into pure power. After so many years, Gyuyushi was most worried about Readaloud. What a good girl she is, understanding and obedient to Dongshi. The abominable monsters of the earth, for the so-called survival law, are not allowed to have any contact with the sky. 0. After Luokan learned all this, he was silent. He didn't know how to comfort this senior, and he didn't know where to start. Everyone is at fault for this. But there is something wrong with the monsters of the earth. Senior, you are the Celestial clan, and they are the Elf clan. There is an insurmountable gap between the two. Perhaps, this is the reason why they refuse to recognize you. You are born with no need to cultivate, and you have the strength of a lifetime. Where can you find these benefits? Really, do you think so too? In front of me, the so-called rules are meant to be broken. The monsters of the earth are afraid, and they are afraid of the day on my head. The more Gyuyushi spoke, the more excited he became. If it weren't for the strong laws of heaven and earth, the world would collapse. Senior, I think sometimes, calm down, it's not a bad thing. You think about it in a four-dimensional way. If you are the patriarch of the monster family of the earth, for the sake of the friendship between the two of you, you will put Readaloud betrothed to the other party, and your own family will always be related to the sky. Are you willing? Luokan said bitterly. This guy turned out to be the real reason for the demise of the Gulatin clan. Yes, why not? With the blessing of God, everything will become much easier, don't you think so? It seems that Gyuyushi doesn't have any pressure in his heart. Not everyone can get along well with the sky. The monsters of the earth are the elves. They are powerful and the enemy of the sky. As for him, he was chosen by God. Who is he helping? 100 million. Chapter 444. Gyuyushi, Luokan has already analyzed his personality. In other words, he is selfish. As the chosen one, there are some things he doesn't understand at all. Maybe, he doesn't even know what love is. Boy, do you think I'm particularly selfish? Gyuyushi didn't even need to guess, he guessed Luokan's thoughts. Being guessed on the spot, Luo Chen was also embarrassed and nodded. Hee, yes, in your eyes, I am a selfish person. Speaking of this, his tone suddenly changed and became extremely serious. But you never know how much I have contributed to the earth. 50,000 years ago, the earth was facing a crisis of destruction. Heaven wanted to destroy all of this. Haha, it was me who prevented this catastrophe. 50,000 years ago, in so-called ancient times 50,000 years ago. How old is that? Senior 047, how do you talk about this? Luo Chen thought about it for a while, and then asked. Perhaps you don't know that many years ago, the earth was a barren land. In this world, there was a giant, we called him Chaos, who opened up the world and truly evolved the earth. At that time, the earth, totally guilty. In other words, I was born to kill them. However, I went against the will of God and prevented this crisis of destruction from coming. Fallen dust. Nima, this is the primordial era, what does he know? Okay, Senior is indeed a meritorious person on earth, but this world is not as simple as you think. To love someone, you don't have to be nice to her. Luo Chen smiled. Although he didn't have a family, he still understood some things. Changguan's anger into a red face is not what a gentleman does. The so-called gentleman is not too late to take revenge for 10 years. The subtext of this is to let it lurch, and only with strength can it really make a difference. For Ji Yushi, this kind of argument does not exist, because his strength can be said to be the best in the world. However, he should not have destroyed the monsters of the earth. Oh, well, you young people, you don't understand at all. Ji Yushi shook his head, feeling a touch of melancholy out of thin air. I don't know where this melancholy came from. Luokan was speechless. Maybe, some things, he was really too young. Luokan didn't dare to continue talking about this matter, for fear that Ji Yushi would be unhappy and slap him to death with a slap. Not to mention, Ji Yushi really has this strength. Celebi, the superheroic beast, can knead at will, and to deal with him is completely crushing. Senior, you talked about chatting for 100 years. Cough, it's only one day now. Will there be any lack of topics? I can reduce you by more than 90 years. Luo Chen quickly changed the subject, and then said. Ji Yushi glanced at Luokan. What was this kid thinking? Let alone 100 years, even 1,000 years, 10,000 years would not finish his story. In terms of age, Ji Yushi should be around 10 or 20,000 years old. Don't worry, I'll never be short of topics. By the way, if you're bored, I can have some fun for you. After so many years, Luokan was the second one to break into the Gyula Mountains. Who is the first? Of course, Little Gyula. And this mountain is named after him. Thinking of this, Luokan couldn't help feeling sympathy for the Little Gyula, not knowing how he was treated here. Let me tell you the history of human evolution. Fallen dust. But the head nodded, he dared not refuse. Let's talk about it. It doesn't matter, he doesn't know much about human beings anyway. Many years ago, there was a strong man named Nirvana. After he landed on the earth, he saw that the place was too barren, so he found some soil here, kneaded it at will, and kneaded it into a small baby. Well, that little doll named Nirvana, if it were defined by the god race, it should have 25 pairs of wings as powerful. Fallen dust. Can we not talk about our strength? Nima, my heart cramps. It's too strong. Gussie's 9-colored wings make him feel difficult, and the existence of nearly 3 times the color is completely incomparable. Moreover, Luo Chen still has some numbers in his heart. The number and strength of this wing attribute are not very linked. It is not as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. It's like a god race with 1 element and 2 elements. In the same realm, the difference in combat power is nearly 5 times. Nima, there are 25 attributes. I am afraid there are many more. Luokan has never heard of it. By the way, when their strength reaches 20 colors, their strength cannot be described by elements. They have touched the great Tao of heaven and earth. You can convert it. 20 elements are equivalent to 1 law of heaven. Every person in the whole world has a maximum of 3,000. If you calculate it carefully, it should be 60,000 pairs of wings. Fallen dust. Are you thinking, how can a person be so small in size? How can he fit such a pair of wings? The corners of Luokan's mouth twitched. How could this guy guess what he wanted? Do you still want to live? Let me tell you, after possessing the law of heaven for 1 day, he will be able to evolve the law, heaven and earth. Although the volume is not comparable to the sky, there should be hundreds of thousands of them as big as you. Fallen dust. And let no one live. MMP, so exciting. No, he couldn't bear this grievance. Forget it, it's too far away to tell you this. Let me continue to tell you about the evolution of mankind. The first human race was the ruler of the whole world. At that time, he made a total of 300 clay figurines. However, none of them had gender, and there was no so-called lifespan restriction. There was no birth, old age, sickness or death. As time passed, Nirvana discovered the problem. If it goes on like this, isn't this world unable to hold it? So he changed the rules. Human lifespan is only 100 years. In order to reproduce, he divided the gender. When the opposite sex copulates, a new life can be born. As for the gender, it is random. The first humans were like this. Does the underworld also exist? If everything exists, so many incredible things in the world will be solved. Humans can increase their lifespan by strengthening their bodies. Rather than cherish those who have their own lives will also pay the price for this, and their lifespan will be reduced. The first human beings were very timid. They explored step by step. In order to seek the way of immortality, they began to break the shackles sealed within their bodies. Luo Chen was shocked. Does he also have shackles in his body? If there is conflict, wouldn't he be able to achieve eternal life? It's true that you are young. Do you think it's so good to be back to the original? Everything you have now will disappear, and, ahem, you will become neither male nor female. Chapter 445. Not male or female, forget it. Luokan has no idea in this regard. If there is no way out one day, you can think about it. But when he thought that he was neither a man nor a woman, he shuddered. MMP, do you want to be so scary? By the way, little brother, let me tell you, human beings have the greatest potential, do you know that? Ji Yushi smiled mysteriously without explaining. Luo Chen was startled and shook his head quickly. Now is a good time to learn knowledge. What potential? He asked almost conditioned reflexively, without even hesitating. Human beings are clay figurines, and the biggest feature of clay is that it has a strong moldability. If you can grasp this, it is not a luxury to become a top powerhouse in the future. If that's the case, that's not bad. Thank you for your enlightenment, senior. This junior has been taught. Luo Chen bowed respectfully and looked humble. Well, Ruzi can be taught. If you are so talented, if you don't become a top powerhouse, that's a waste of your talent. The people of the Celestial Clan are still very vicious. If they can come to the Gula mountain range, it proves their strength. Moreover, no matter what happens, Luokan can easily solve it. All of a sudden, Ji Yushi stared straight at Luo Chen, and this gaze made Luo Chen sweat. This old man, what does 22 mean? Your eyes are amazing. There is a power in them, very strong. Even me, I can feel the fear. Ji Yushi racked his brains to guess the origin of this thing, but after so long, there was still no progress. Asked helplessly. This thing, maybe it's my secret. No one is to blame, and Luokan understands that Wei Bai is guilty, but does Ji Yushi know these things? He doesn't care at all. Your secret? Well, yes, every strong man has his own secret. Since that's the case, I won't ask more. Ji Yushi was in a good mood and said directly. Senior, if you really want to know, it's fine for me to tell you. Without waiting for Ji Yushi's answer, Luokan said directly, my eyes, after passing through a treasure, immediately turned into writing wheels. Writing wheel eye, what is that? XXX. Ji Yushi was taken aback for a moment, he had never heard of this. Sharing wheel eye, as the name suggests, if the enemy is not paying attention, it is 2 levels higher than me, and it can even be killed instantly. Besides, my eyes have another function, and that is perspective. Damn it, it would be great if this talent was given to me. Ji Yushi shouted that it was unfair. Why did this guy get all the good stuff out? How do you live by yourself? Ahem, how difficult is it to spy on a person's true attributes with the strength of the predecessors? Luo Chen coughed dryly, thinking that this old guy must be showing off. Powerful to despair, still can't see through. What a joke. Well, you're right, I'll try it another day. Ji Yushi laughed, not knowing what he was thinking. This topic finally ended, and Luo Chen let out a long sigh. Fortunately, this guy didn't close his eyes. Well, with his strength, it's still easy to do such trivial things. Why don't I tell you about the origin of the elves? The old man didn't know what to say for a while, so he asked casually. To talk about the elves for the disrespectful guy. This is very good, I am very interested in the dust. To master a little more knowledge of elves, for him, is to gain a unique skill. The so-called elves are actually a matter of fruit. At first, a strange fruit appeared on the tree of raising spirits. It actually contains a Tao tire. In other words, the elves are also a product of heaven. Their ancestors were born from heaven and earth. Among them, the Lord of the Sky, the Lord of the Sky, the Supreme King of the Ground, Bangira, the Lord of the Ocean, Lugia, and the three sacred beasts of Kanto, as well as the god of creation above everything, Arceus. In this regard, there is still a lot of controversy. Who created this world, Arceus? Or human beings, or the natural formation of heaven and earth? After listening to Jiyu Yushi's words, Luokan had a one-sided understanding of this. The so-called earth was actually developed by the Chaos race, and later by the Elf race. As for humans, it is to enjoy. It is precisely because of the participation of the Protoss that the three parties stand together. The birth of the Pokeball makes human beings seem to be reborn. In the elves, there are still many villains. They are all born to represent the punishment of heaven, among them the super demon god Hoopa, and the terrifying lord of the universe. Well, I know these things, Wat Reguiram, Zekrom, etc., but the laws they control are too powerful, even the world can't easily move him. Luo Chen smiled, still understanding some divine beasts. Who would have thought that Jiyu Yushi would actually shake his head? Obviously, he did not agree with Luokan's words. What do you mean the sky doesn't dare to move? I just don't want to cause confusion. If you are determined, these mythical beasts will only be annihilated by flying ashes. Not to mention the mythical beasts under Arceus, just like Girardes, who directly suppressed them in the past, hit hell, and guarded the reversal of the world. But these are too weak. Among the elves, the one who makes the sky turn his head is Arceus. Arceus, the legendary beast. Rumor has it that as long as he exists, it symbolizes peace. Forget it, these super mythical beasts are not something I can imagine. Luokan shook his head, those guys who have never been in contact with them, the strength is probably earth-shattering, after all, the sky is looking sideways. Hey, in terms of strength, they are comparable to your super dream, but they surpass the shackles of super divine beasts. What makes God value is the creative elements in their bodies. Fallen dust. By the way, which guy are you interested in? I'll get it for you as a mount. As soon as the old guy talked about it, he was very excited, and he kept pushing him here. Luokan dare not do this, these guys can't be provoked. No need, they are too powerful to suppress the call of heaven and earth. If I take them away, the world will definitely be in chaos. If the divine beasts of the ancient world moved, in his time, life would be difficult. Ha ha ha, I didn't see it, you are still pitiful, that's right, you deserve to be young and promising. Luokan, I just don't want to make trouble, I'm not as noble as he said. By the way, what era did you come from? Jiyu Yushi asked curiously. Luo Chen was shocked, he didn't seem to have said his identity as a future person. Haha, are you going to ask again, how did I know? Fallen Chen, God is so predictable. You don't have the blessing of heaven, that is to say, if you die here, there is no place for your soul to go. Jiyu Yushi smiled and said, he doesn't mind anyway, just say whatever he knows. Chapter 446. Luo Chen's heart tightened, so it was. It seems that this old guy has long realized that something is wrong with him, but he has not said it. Now it seems that he really has ulterior motives. I wonder what Senior thinks about this. Since he asked what era he came from, there must be some purpose. Luokan didn't believe that such an old senior would joke about this kind of thing. Well, it's actually nothing, I just wanted to ask. Jiyu Yushi was shy, and there was no more. The meaning is very clear, if you want to say it, if you don't want to say it, pull it down. Fallen dust. Well, I'm probably only a few thousand years away from here. Luo Chen thought for a while, but decided to explain. Such a senior, why not know? With his means, it is no problem to penetrate the future thousands of years. Ji Yushi was silent, only a few thousand years. Well, it looks like times are about to change. They can actually use the law of time to travel through time. Is there any special change in your place? For example, my Gula Mountains? He asked suspiciously. He can speculate about the fate of others, but his own, he can't. Moreover, for this little guy standing in front of him, his future is also hazy. Luokan was silent for a while, and then he uttered a few words. Senior. In my time, the Gula Mountains no longer existed, and this place became a piece of Wangyang. Become Wangyang. The vicissitudes of life have changed once again. Looking at it this way, I really did not waste the opportunity of heaven. Little friend, I want to ask you one thing. Ji Yushi was a little hard to say, but he finally gritted his teeth and said. Luo Chen was taken aback. Senior would ask him to do something. This is not normal logic. Little friend, you only need to say, agree or disagree. The title has changed, from boy to little friend. It seems that this powerful old man really has something to do, but he just doesn't know where to start. Nay, senior, can you tell me what's going on first, Tilda? Luokan sighed in his heart. This old guy usually doesn't play cards according to common sense. If he gives some chips that he can't accept at all, what should he do? And, a gentleman's words are hard to follow, and if you agree, you can't go back. Especially with the identity of this old fellow, promising something with him is equivalent to signing a contract between heaven and earth. You can rest assured that since I let you do things, it must be within your acceptance range. Moreover, I will let you do things, and I will not let you contribute in vain. Is there a reward? The reward of the Celestial Clan, and the reward of the Peerless Powerhouse, is definitely not bad. Also, if you agree, you can leave immediately, you don't need to chat with me here. Your little elf, I will also give him a generous opportunity. As for what kind of opportunity, it can make you break through the dimension directly, shuttle at will, and your super dream, in front of him, is an ant. Damn, naked temptation. Celebi's strength itself is a super divine beast. Cheomung has surpassed the super divine beast at this moment and has reached the realm of pseudo-respect in his mouth. That is to say, Celebi's strength can also leap to the highest level, or even stronger. Okay, I agree. As soon as the voice fell, a few dark clouds floated from the sky, as if witnessing the fall of his oath. Okay, as expected of a genius, if that's the case, just wait patiently and I'll prepare something. Ji Yushi had a look of joy on his face, and the knot in his heart was finally untied. Luokan looked at the empty ground and was speechless for a while. I don't even know what's on my mind. After a long time, the old man appeared. In his hand, he was holding a box of sandalwood, and around it, there was still a strong energy. The terrifying vitality filled the air, and Luo Chen took in a breath of cold air. Nima, what a terrifying breath. This thing is Elalude's heart. Ji Yushi said slowly. Luokan couldn't help his heart sinking. This old guy won't let himself help him resurrect Elalude. You guessed it right, my purpose is to let you resurrect Elalude. Luokan, why do you know everything, so how can I continue this story? Undoubtedly, I was born with the gift of mind reading, let alone you, even if it is a piece of wood, I can feel his inner world. Ji Yushi's explanation barely makes sense, but what's the reason for what he said before? Mind reading, can even the wood guess his heart? What an international joke. Senior, what should I do to resurrect this Elalude? Luokan asked cautiously. It's very simple, bloodletting. Ji Yushi seemed to be talking about something else, and the word bloodletting was spit out. Cough, senior, if I'm afraid, don't dislike me. He has killed people before, but this resurrection is truly unprecedented. It is said that the resurrection technique is a heaven-defying method, and it may cause turmoil in the world and make the world change. Diaresis in this regard, you can rest assured that everything will be done by me. Gyuyushi has a serious face, facing his lover's things, he is as firm as a rock. In his heart, it was like rain of sweat, he was very nervous. After being separated for tens of thousands of years, I don't know if her soul can come back. Senior, I have a question, since you are so powerful, why do you want me to do it? Don't you think it would be easier for you to do it yourself? Hehe, I've said it before, I can't control my own destiny, and I don't want her life to have anything to do with me. This remark is reluctantly reasonable, but just for this reason, to use the supreme method, pay a painful price, and resurrect it, would it be too extravagant? Senior, according to your opinion, after Elilado is rescued, you don't plan to recognize each other? Luo Chen asked in surprise. Well, during her resurrection, I will delete all my memories, Zhao, and I will also leave her with proof that I am an enemy. Fallen dust. I don't understand the world of these old guys, what are they thinking about? Forget it, Senior, it's better if you have a certain number in your heart. If that's the case, then let's prepare. After Luo Chen finished speaking, he felt a pain in his mind, as if something had rushed in. XXX. This is how the resurrection spell is used. Well, you can take a look. If there is anything you don't understand, you can ask me. Remember, be careful about everything, don't be surprised, I don't want the last thing she left behind. Gone. Gyuyushi's face was grim, and he looked unruly before washing. Luo Chen read the pages silently, barely understanding some. It's very simple, let his gulatin come out, draw out 1/3 of the divine blood, and inject it into Elilude's heart. After all, they are both of the Gyula clan. Chapter 447. With everything ready, Luo Chen took a deep breath and gradually relaxed his body to the most relaxed state. He came to a secret room. According to Gyuyushi's arrangement, he must practice this spell to the highest level. And the old man has to check. According to Luokan's opinion, Gyuyushi should be reluctant to show him his ugly side. That's why I choose the road of grace and justice. Perhaps, this is the senior, I have never seen the style of flirting with girls. At this moment, he is already sitting cross-legged in the secret room, surrounded by bursts of mysterious aura, constantly flowing from all parts of the body. In the dark, an old man was looking at him with relief. Then, it was Gyuyushi, who would spare no expense to save his beloved. Luokan may not know how much it costs to resurrect a person, but he understands himself. It was almost his life. If you are willing to exchange the law of heaven, it is feasible, 1,000 laws of heaven, for a chance to resurrect, what a luxury. And there is no 1,000 laws of heaven, and the only thing that can be exchanged for equal value is Shoyuan. Although Gyuyushi was born for heaven and earth, his lifespan is endless, but if a person is resurrected, his lifespan will be shortened to 50 years. That is to say, after the successful resurrection, Gyuyushi's identity is no longer a celestial clan, but an ordinary mortal, and even a little bit of law power will not be left. Luokan doesn't know these things, but Gyuyushi, the principal, knows all of this. Even if he knew, he was willing to pay. Living alone is really meaningless. Elilude is his lifelong concern. Time passed slowly. Before I knew it, Luo Chen had been in seclusion in this secret room for 10 years. Converting the flow of time outside, 1 day has passed. In the past 10 years, Luokan has been consolidating this method. In a sense, this is his first time to practice spells, and all the previous ones are for the elves to learn. In order to make Gyuyushi speechless, falling away, I tried several experiments first, and found that there was no problem, so I decided to leave. Just as he opened the door of the secret room, he saw Gyuyushi, who was in a trance, and he didn't know what he was thinking. Senior, the magic has been accomplished, you can cast spells at any time. Luo Chen deliberately lowered his voice, for fear of disturbing him. An hour of silence was considered a long time. Luo Chen did not urge him, and kept looking at him. Little friend, she is the one I can't let go of the most in my life. Finally, after silence, he said this. Do you know what will happen after casting the spell? Gu Yushi grieved. For 50 years, he could watch Elilado live with a smile every day, while he slowly walked towards the grave of death. No one died. This is a sad ending. I don't know, please let me know. Luokan really didn't know. In this regard, Gu Yushi didn't tell him the influence. First of all, God will deprive me of all power. Also, my lifespan, resurrection of her, my life will only be 50 years. Maybe after living for a long time, he was still a little reluctant to give up. He let out a long breath and pointed to the void in front of him. It suddenly turned into a sea of flowers. Here is the place where I first met her. The garden of the Gyula family, when I fought with their patriarch, and after the defeat, they warmly welcomed me. After that, I was hanging out here, and it happened that I met Elilud picking flowers. She had a kind smile on her face, which made me elated. I wanted to give her some advice, but I was afraid that she would be infected with the karma of heaven, so I gave up the idea. I played with her in the garden for a long time. I played like a child. She told me that this was the happiest time in her life. Slowly, I left an inexplicable affection in her heart, and she left an indelible mark in my heart, and I fell in love with her. In order to seek this love, I went back to their main hall, met their patriarch, and explained everything to him. In the end, I even told him the identity of my celestial clan. He told me to let me go back first and wait for their results, but I waited for 3 years. Day and night, every time I was thinking about Elilado. Finally, I couldn't hold back this feeling and came to the Gyula family again, but I got this bad news. I forcibly opened up her grave, took back her heart, and waited for the day when the Gyula family came to resurrect her. This wait is 100,000 years. Fallen dust. People with stories in their hearts are the most tiring in life. Without any reason or explanation, Luo Chen knew in his heart that Gu Yushi had been tormented regularly over the past 100,000 years. He regretted it, regretted revealing his celestial clan identity, regretted that he was too honest, and regretted knowing Elilud. He killed Elilud. Because of himself, he made Elilado silent in the tomb for 100,000 years. He felt guilty, his heart was cut like a knife. Senior, you can rest assured, I will do my best to save her. Even if I pay my life. A man is willing to give up everything for the woman he loves, his unparalleled strength, and his endless life essence, but in the end, he still dare not face it. Perhaps, the biggest failure in life is here. Luokan will never allow this to happen. The price Gu Yushi paid must be seen by Elilado, let alone 50 years, even 1 year. Let him live with a smile. Little friend Luokan, before that, I will do what I promised first, lest heaven will deprive me of my strength in a while, and I will no longer be able to do anything for you. He smiled, like a fool. Immediately, you will be able to meet your loved one as a stranger. The estrangement of 100,000 years has brought tears to everyone's eyes. It is not sad, but tears. Senior, Luo Chen was at a loss for words, but he couldn't find anything to refute. Seeing that the energy in his body was evacuated bit by bit, his heart was cut like a knife. Every man who dared to give up everything for a woman is worthy of his admiration. Senior, you really don't want to meet her. Besides, after casting the spell, there will be no obstacles between you. You are an ordinary person, and he is just an elf of the elves. When Gu Yushi heard this, his eyes suddenly lit up, but the light disappeared instantly. No, I don't want to disturb her future life. I only have 50 years, and the rest of my life is still a long way to go. I don't want her to spend every day thinking about it. I know you want to help me, but this matter. You must not interfere randomly. I myself have a sense of Ellipsis dot. Chapter 448. The corners of Luokan's eyes were turbulent, and he didn't dare to think too much in his heart. She can penetrate his inner world. If he thinks too much at this moment, it will make him unhappy. Senior, I don't know how to say some things, but I hope you can read them. Luo Chen sighed. 50 years must not be wasted. Do not worry. Celebi had turned into a huge cocoon at this moment, and beyond the cocoon, there was a terrifying power permeating. That is the so-called law of time. Luokan didn't know, he was speeding up several hundred times now, but from the aura outside, it could be seen that Celebi had benefited a lot. Yushi is about to run out of energy. In his lifetime, doing what he wants to do will not count, waste. Time passed minute by minute, and before I knew it, it was 3 years. In the outside world, it was only half a day, and Celebi, who was in the law, was completely unaware of the passage of time. 10,000 years, flicked the past. Hundreds of millions of years, it disappeared in his hands with a flick of a finger. He has been in seclusion for more than 30,000 years now, and the law he is in is a 10,000-fold acceleration. 10,000 times is not Yushi's limit. If he is willing, he can even push it to 100,000, or even 10 million times the flow rate. What he was worried about was that Celebi couldn't bear that terrifying power. Senior's great kindness, this junior will keep it in mind, and it will definitely be repaid. The so-called return is nothing more than letting him and Elalado get to know each other again. Once again staged a vigorous love. In the blink of an eye, 100 years have passed since Luokan was in the Gyula Mountains, that is, 10 days outside, and Celebi has been in seclusion for a full 1 million years. I don't know what he has gained in these million years. Senior, when will Celebi come out? Luo Chen asked lightly. I don't know, all of this depends on his own creation. What I gave him is a formation. When he breaks the nothingness, he can see the sunshine again. If he can't break the seal, after 10,000 years, I will make it. Forcibly drag it out. Moreover, there is a secret hidden in this formation, about the time in the law of heaven. Luo Chen was startled, the laws related to the way of heaven. Doesn't it mean that this time law will eventually degenerate and become the so-called 3,000 avenues? You guessed right, this is indeed a through train, but whether he can be sure or not depends on him. Helping people can't help to the end, otherwise it will cause inertia. His authority can even forcibly bless Celebi with 10 laws of heaven, but after 10 laws, can he really be sure that he will not change? The 10 laws are so powerful that the entire world can be annihilated with a flick of a finger. Luokan nodded secretly, not resenting what Yushi did, on the contrary he felt extremely right. Celebi, this life has been too easy, if you don't put any pressure on him, I'm afraid you really forgot your sense of proportion. The cocoon in the sky has a hazy power, and in an instant, the stars around it are mapped. The law is fulfilled, respectful status, your Celebi has a good talent, and he didn't miss this opportunity. Luokan's heart was hot for a while, but as a result, celebrity was too strong, could he really control it? For some reason, Luo Chen suddenly felt a little unreliable about this matter. There is no doubt about Celebi's loyalty. I have deliberately tested his character in the formation before. He sticks to his heart and never wavered. Hearing this, Luo Chen let out a long sigh of relief. It seemed that Celebi's matter was confirmed. But then, there is one more trouble. Resurrection of Elaldo. At this moment, looking at the stars in the sky, Luo Chen is actually a little melancholy. Celebi, why don't you delay for a while? Celebi's body appeared, and the tiny appearance burst into the air with infinite light, causing the Mewtwo's body beside him to tremble suddenly. What a terrifying breath. XXX. Thank you for your kindness of cultivation. Thank you for your kindness, Senior. Celebi was in the air, paid homage to the 2 tiny humans below, and then rushed into the sky. Seeing this, Luo Chen couldn't help but ask, what is he trying to do? Ji Yushi glanced at Luokan, and then said, "Didn't you see the law here? Of course he wants to take back his origin now." Luokan suddenly felt that his power was extremely precious, and the source of these stars all came from Celebi's body. About an hour later, Celebi slowly descended. Looking at this body, Luo Chen couldn't help laughing. Today's Celebi has not changed significantly, not even a little bigger in size. What surprised him the most was the flame on his head. Rumor has it that Celebi controls the gate of time and space, and flame is the key to open the gate of time and space. Katakana middle dot katakana middle dot katakana middle dot seeking flowers katakana middle dot 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 katakana middle dot. Yes, there are actually signs of throwback. Ji Yu slammed his stone and slapped his mouth. He saw the changes in these guys. There was once a race, in order to adapt to the survival on land and under the sea, it derived the upper body, and the lower body was still the body of a fish. There is a general name for this kind of creature, that is mermaid. Later, the species changed, and the mermaid family withdrew from the stage of history. I don't know if they really perished, or they found a place to hide. Just like the mysterious world of Atlantis, it will eventually change. Luokan, I wonder if you know that this world hides too many secrets, none of which we can touch. 0. After a long time, Ji Yushi suddenly said. Luo Chen was stunned for a moment, he had nothing to do when he was idle, and told him these crap. I don't know what happened. Ji Yushi smiled wryly and then said. In your human race, there is a so-called forbidden zone of life, and in our celestial clan, it is the same. These restricted areas are called unsolved mysteries. Moreover, they contain extremely terrifying power. If you are not careful, you can die without a place to be buried. Luokan was shocked, he had never seen him so serious, and at the same time, he kept these things in his heart. Two must tell you, with your strength, don't fight with nature, the sky is the sky, nature, nature. Do you know what will become after the 3,000 avenues are merged? That's nature. It is called the strongest. The law of creation. The chaos you know is completely vulnerable in front of it. Luokan's heart has long been filled with shock. What the senior said this time, he should want to warn him of a truth. Humans should respect nature. Otherwise, the natural backlash will be stronger. Oceans and mountains are masterpieces of nature, and they are all angry. Usually these aspects are the main focus. The supplement is the wind, rain, thunder and lightning. Perhaps, some people think that this is the 3,000 laws. No, it is not. This is a very pure natural force. Been taught a lesson. Luokan quickly thanked him. He would definitely remember such an important matter in his heart. Well, also, you don't have 3,000 avenues of strength, so don't fight against the sky. You are not an opponent. Yi. Chapter 449. Comparing with the sky and fighting with the earth. Not everyone has this ambition. Luokan can be said to be narrow-minded, and of course, it can also be said to be selfish. Against God. He didn't have this idea. God, it's fair. No interference with any race. As for Ji Yushi's appearance, the reason is very simple, because a certain race is too strong, and a strong person must be suppressed. Perhaps, there is a bright moon in everyone's heart, and fireworks will bloom when necessary. Luo Chen murmured and couldn't help feeling emotional. No, there are many things you don't know, and nothing is absolutely fair. My existence is to break the fairness. When God created me, it was to make the mighty guy disappear. Fallen dust. This old guy, mind reading is so unbelievable, he doesn't give himself space to think. Senior, I want to discuss something with you. Luokan coughed dryly and then said. Ji Yushi raised his head, glanced at Luokan, then nodded and continued to tinker with the sandalwood box. Can you not use mind reading to scan me? Luo Chen's face was black. What he just thought of, just disappeared. Nima, how does this make him live? Ji Yushi nodded and responded. Mind reading is indeed a bit shameful. Little friend Luokan, are you ready? If you are ready, let's start. Ji Yushi took a deep breath and returned to the best state of mind. When you're ready, let's start. In the blink of an eye, the scenery in front of Luokan's eyes changed. Ji Yushi's action was quick, without any warning, as if it had changed out of thin air. In a secret room, only Luokan and the sandalwood box were left. The resurrection technique, with blood pulling as the most important, draws blood to clear, and summons the dead soul. This matter will attract divine condemnation. Ji Yushi has already prepared everything. He is standing above the secret room at this moment, staring grimly at the sky. The day that gave birth to him will also become an enemy one day. I'm sorry, but I have to fulfill my long-cherished wish, otherwise I will not be able to escape the blame in my life. What's the harm in changing fate? Luokan released Gulatin, and immediately, the atmosphere in the room changed greatly. Gulatin actually found out that he had a faint connection with that heart, and he didn't know where the connection was. Gulatin, I want to ask you something. Fallen Chen calmly, and the elf are not masters and servants, but friends, brothers, sisters. This is also the reason why he will be so close to the elf. Hearing Luokan's words, Gulatin looked at him suspiciously. You should have a feeling, this heart is related to you. Yes, this is the ancestor of your earth monster family. She is now in a deep sleep and needs you to wake it up. Whether you agree or not is entirely up to you. If Gulatin is not willing, Luokan will definitely not force it, even if he is hostile to Ji Yushi. Who knows? Gulatin actually nodded and continued to look at him. Having coexisted with the elves for such a long time, Luo Chen is very clear about the expression of the elves. You use your natal blood to infuse this heart, and the next thing is mine. Before Luo Chen finished speaking, he saw a trace of blood appear on Gulatin's body. In order to prevent the energy from overflowing, he also specially wrapped it with essence. Luokan feels guilty and has made up his mind. After this, he must make up for it. About an hour later, Gulatin stopped outputting. Luokan stepped forward to check, and found that he was already weak beyond appearance. An ordinary elf has only a few dozen drops of the blood of his life, but Gulatin is different, only 1/5 of the blood of his life is in his body. With more than half of the blood of his life lost, Gulatin immediately passed out. He put it into the pokeball, and he let out a long sigh of relief. Then, he made a seal with his hands and slapped it on the sandalwood box. All of a sudden, the wind was surging and the thunder was loud, all forming above the secret room. Ji Yushi was ready to fight, and immediately a violent bombardment shot out, hitting the thundercloud in the air abruptly. Boom! It resounded through the heavens and the earth, like a roar, and in the air, there were actually a few figures. Ji Yushi, you still have tens of thousands of years before you can break the seal. Could it be that you want to go against the will of God? A thick voice came, scolding sharply. Ji Yushi smiled and gave orders to him. Just these shrimp soldiers and crab generals. Not enough. I have a clear conscience. I let a woman die because of me. Now, I will resurrect her. Don't block me. Whoever blocks me must die, even if it's the Celestial Clan. The Celestial Clan is not a member of him, but with the same strength as him, there are several others. Hee, resurrecting a woman. Ji Yushi, are you crazy? Just because of one woman, you will give up your eternal life and eternal life. The power of the world. Heaven, you can give him anything, and at the same time, there is no difficulty in taking it back. I've been a lackey all my life, I'm really not afraid of Ji Yushi. You guys want to be strong, but what about me? I'm not afraid. Strength. There is no such thing as being able to watch his loved one live happily, even if it is only 50 years, he is very satisfied. Humph. What a bunch of nonsense. Go ahead and capture Ji Yushi alive. Nintendo's reincarnation sanctions. The leader is a young man, but judging from the aura on his body, he is not weak at all. Hearing the reincarnation disc of the heavenly Tao, Ji Yushi felt a chill at first. The reincarnation plate of the Tao of Heaven. What does it have to do with me? It's you. Life and death are in the hands of others. That's right, you don't have any traces of the heavenly Tao, so you won't be eligible to join the reincarnation disc after that time. Ji Yushi. It seems to be for people who want to go to the reincarnation disc to see it. I guess they will be quite frightened. He still remembered that the first time he went to the Samsara Pan, it was because he destroyed the monster family of the earth. It will cause the wrath of heaven. At that time, Heavenly Tao was so tyrannical that he deprived him of 1,500 avenues without hesitation. The Heavenly Clan's powerhouse. Looking at the law of talent rewarding Heavenly Tao, Ji Yushi accepted it into the Heavenly Clan because he was conspicuous when he was a child. He directly opened the 3,000 avenues for him. 3,000 bars are reached, and if they are activated at the same time, the strength of either side will collapse. On the other hand, when he looked at the secret room, he was sweating profusely. For some reason, Luo Chen encountered obstacles when he cast the spell. Elalude's heart is too strong, and every time he injects the power, it will be swallowed up in an instant. Where is the reason? Little friend, her strength is in the realm of respect. When Ji Yushi's voice came, Luochen was stunned. What a god! Nima, a woman is a noble, do you still want to live? Okay, I get it. Luo Chen adjusted his breathing. This girl is so strong, she must have a strong backlash. Celebi, help me. Celebi's eyes lit up, he quickly appeared, and after looking around for a week, he came slowly. XXX. Chapter 450. Celebi's strength completely surpasses that of super divine beasts. According to Ji Yushi's words, he can be called a venerable one. With such a powerful intervention, Elalado could easily be suppressed. Seeing that Elalude's heart did not fluctuate, Luo Chen took a deep breath and slowly injected a trace of power into it, constantly adding energy to it. Resurrection, rebirth every spring. If the heart is there, the spirit will not be annihilated. The next thing to do is to use the law of time to break the barriers and take back her soul from the long river of fate. Yes, it was this one that was taken back. The long river of fate is governed by the Tao of Heaven. If someone steps in, it will definitely cause unnecessary fluctuations. Luochen's nerves were tense at this moment, and he concentrated the surrounding power to the peak, and disappeared directly. And the next moment, the place where he appeared was a bright place. The endless light group danced and floated in the air. Looking at it from a distance, there is actually a hint of clarity ahead. It is an incomparably wide river. Among them, there is no shortage of orders of greatness, which is the so-called conscience. Above the river of fate, the power of the Milky Way drifted, and Luo Chen shot at will, but 22 pinched one. The owner of that light group was a boy named Xiaoyan. Xiaoyan said, I am a modern person. I didn't expect to come to the Doqi continent. It's just a pity that everything I have is gone, so I have to start all over again. I have a dream, I hope I have the opportunity to return to the modern world. Looking at the content on this light group, Luo Chen held his breath. Xiaoyan, why does it sound so familiar? The light group in front of him suddenly jumped excitedly, and fell to the ground for a moment. Do you want to crush it by yourself? After thinking about it, he directly used a force to crush it into pieces. That ray of light jumped in an instant and rushed to the clouds. At this moment, in the Doqi continent, a young man was breathing out his vigor on the top of the mountain, and suddenly he felt that this light was originally, and he couldn't help but wonder. The blessing of the god of fate. Xiaoyan's wish came true and he could return to Earth. Ellipsis. Luo Chen didn't know about this. His purpose is to find Alaldo's soul fragment. This is the river of fate, and souls are not allowed to exist, but Elalude's soul was forcibly dragged back by Ji Yushi, and he was thrown into the river of fate without a word. In his opinion, fate is long, peaceful, there is no intrigue, no disputes, and everything is so perfect. But he overlooked an important point, that is God. The Tao of Heaven will never allow the soul to make a mess here, so he grabbed it and turned it into the god of the quartet. There seems to be fluctuations ahead. Luo Chen was overjoyed, and suddenly felt a familiar force. Isn't that what Elalud left behind? As long as you find this soul power, all problems will not be a problem. Leaping out one step, the falling dust gently landed on a stone. Looking down at the ground, it was a stone, but where is Elalud's energy above it? Yes, it's just unfamiliar. The vicissitudes of life have wiped out the hearts of many people. Elardo, where are you? Jiu Yushi has always been there. Looking for you. If you can hear it, let me know. Luokan shouted directly at the front. That appearance was extremely funny. But this method didn't work. Luokan shouted and broke his throat, but he didn't see any reaction from the River of Fate. He couldn't help but feel decadent, and then he pointed it out one step at a time. Under his feet, a bridge gradually emerged. This accident really frightened Luo Chen, and he couldn't help but face a big change and backed away abruptly. The bridge seemed to be sticky, fixing Luokan firmly, and there was no room for resistance at all. A majestic force rolled up, and his whole body was lifted off, swaying in the air. And at this moment in the air, Luo Chen forcibly opened his eyes. All the scenery in the River of Destiny converged into his eyes, and he also discovered that there was a sculpture on the other side of the River of Destiny. This thing has a kind of evil charm. He just glanced at it and made him sluggish. If it weren't for inertia, he would be turned into a pile of ashes at this moment. Then, is that Elalud? Luokan was a little surprised, and then rushed forward. The soles of his feet were vain, but he didn't stop at all. What exactly is this? He was a little shocked, but he didn't know where to start. Lying on the bridge, looking at the sculpture in the distance, a chill suddenly appeared in my heart. That sculpture was made by Elalud. The thought disappeared in just an instant. Elalado is from the Gula family, so reminding him and Gulatin must not be too different. The only uncertainty is whether she has transformed into a human form. No matter what it is, the only thing that can be done is to find out. Maybe, it really has something to do with Elalud. After all, Jiu Yushi is still under the punishment of heaven and God. If he goes back later, he will not even be able to see Jiu Yushi. The bridge floats slowly in the air, and gradually moves in the air, and that part of the bridge is actually a sculpture. As expected, the appearance of this bridge must be related to sculpture. It was only just now that he held it up so that he could see it. Fight. With only these two words in mind, Luo Chen rushed towards the other end of the bridge. This bridge is very strange. If you move forward, you will not encounter any obstacles. It can even be said that it is unimpeded. And once you want to retreat, you will be bombarded by the enormous pressure of fate, until you are willing to move forward. The sculpture is getting closer and closer, and Luo Chen's heart is calm. Since the bridge guides him forward, there must be a chance of life. And now, Luokan realized just how small he was. Such a sculpture actually has a height of thousands of meters. The width is more than 100 meters. The finger that leads directly to the sculpture at the bridge head, yes, it is the finger. How thick are the fingers of the sculpture? Anyway, 50 of them were piled together, and they were not as wide as a finger. Whose masterpiece is it? Such a building can be called a miracle of the world, how can it be unknown? After the bridge put it on his finger, it disappeared, and Luo Chen didn't even have time to react, so he was thrown down. He moved forward step by step, as if climbing a mountain peak. The top of his head happened to meet those eyes, and at this moment, Luo Chen was completely stunned. Because these eyes actually moved. Haha, over the past 30,000 years, another little doll has broken in. The huge body of the sculpture uttered a few words, and the exhaled airflow seemed to be overwhelming. The dusty complexion changed drastically, and he quickly crawled to the ground and hugged the cracks in his fingers. The old man is the guardian of the long river of fate. You want to change your fate without authorization. Or, You and Ji Yushi are in the same group? The guardian asked in a questioning tone. Luokan is puzzled, how could such a giant know Ji Yushi? What are you kidding? Senior, the one who broke into this place 30,000 years ago was a woman. Luo Chen asked cautiously. Sure enough, you are accomplices, haha, since you are here, don't leave.